world in a cold light. It isn't much, but it's all we needed. It's all we needed. With everything in its right place, don't push away 'cause it's all we needed. To control and turning love to dust, 'cause we know it can't change. Feeling what we lost, but we still come back for more. Running out of time, but the hands are missing. It's an uphill climb. No more, no more. I see you hide. The stars aligned, and we had everything to heal us. No fear, no fight, as we decide to put the distance back between us. Take it away now. Take it away now. Are you letting this go? Take it away now. Take it away now. Are you letting this go? Are you letting this go? Are you letting this go? Wandering in its place, how I'm gonna spend my time searching open space, so we still come back for more. Leaving it behind isn't always easy, but how hard we try. No more, no more. I see you hide. The stars aligned, and we had everything to heal us. No fear, no fight, as we decide to put the distance back between
wanna see me with it. You don't wanna see me with it.
Moment, all it takes is a moment. Is it fate that you came this far unbroken? If it's destiny, you wrote it. Focus, but you gotta be focused. Make or break, it's the last goodbye they remember you for. They're calling your name, go and take what's yours. Here, now, it's everything you've been dreaming about. There's a reason why you were chosen. This is your moment. It's hard for me to tell you why. It isn't that this isn't right. My expectations up so high, I'm getting down. 'Cause you don't ever give me chills. This isn't me head over heels. And I said I could feel the fire now. Every time I dream of you, I see it's the kind of thing that you can't unsee. I'm sorry. Every time I dream of you, I see it's the kind of thing that you can't unsee. I'm sorry. I'm looking for cinema, and it might be naive, but I know what I want. This is good enough, so give me some cinema. I want the late night, boombox and rain inside. I'm looking for cinema, and if you don't agree, then I'm giving this up. I wanna laugh so hard it hurts, to feel it touch so hard it burns. And it isn't something you could learn, it's natural. And I might not feel that for you, but someday you'll find someone who sees you in a crowded room, sensational. Every time I dream of you, I see it's the kind of thing that you can't unsee. I'm sorry. Every time I dream of you, I see it's the kind of thing that you can't unsee. I'm sorry. I'm looking for cinema, and it might be naive, but I know what I want. And this is not enough, so give me some cinema. I want the late night, boombox and rain inside. I'm looking for cinema, and if you don't agree, then I'm giving this up.
I'm hearing all of what you say to me, but I'll think it over. It's a little bit hard to breathe, to breathe, to breathe. This kinda seems like it's a common theme. You don't think I understand what you said to me, to me, to me. Yeah, every time that we have this talk, it's a little bit hard to admit our faults. But I'm not so perfect. Is all of this worth it? Is all of this worth it? This feeling is fading, and I can't look back and can't catch my breath. It's too hard to let go. It's too hard to let go. Good, 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 good. Too After all the things we've been through, yeah, don't forget the reasons not to let this slip through our heads. Yeah, every time that we too hard to let go, this feeling is fading, and I can't look back and can't catch my breath. It's too hard to let go. It's too hard to let go. To let I gotta get to you. I gotta get to you. Nothing cuts quite like a memory. Especially one that you're trying to forget. But I can't find the energy to rewind and reset. I know you don't wanna be used, but you use me too. Build up, you build up to break me down. How does it feel? How does it feel to knock me around? I won't make a sound. I won't make a sound until I hit the ground. I won't make a sound. So don't shoot me down. Alright, we're not broken. We're just getting off the ground. Sometimes I lack the bravery, 'cause I know I fear the end. One day we'll see a victory. Carry on until the sun will shine. To break me down. How does it feel? How does it feel to knock me around? I won't make a sound. I won't make a sound until I hit the ground.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got ourselves the second inaugural main stage. My name's Infernosis, joined here by my good friend Nick. We've got ourselves two teams ready and ready to go on stage here at LAN. We're super happy to have this event brought forward. We're super happy to be participating in it as well here, Dallas.
Yeah, I'm super stoked, obviously, knowing that the main stage, obviously, we're holding things here inside Alabama. We got a lot of Alabama-based teams. Ignore the shirt. I just like ignoring it. Going ahead and knowing as many Alabama fans as possible as a Georgia native. But all things considered, I mean, obviously, we should have ourselves some good matches. I mean, knowing that today's the group stage, we're going to figure out what exactly is going on, what teams are feeling themselves, what teams are obviously not bringing their A game this weekend with plenty of opportunities to go and catch that up. But tomorrow, we're going to go ahead and look to present our trophies, kind of get things ready for that. But, I mean, just today alone, fill things out, figure out what's going on here, and figure out who's really here to play and not.
It's not even just a matter of being able to play here at a LAN. It's also just kind of the participation fact, saying, hey, we could get first place. We're also going to be up on stage playing. Every single team's going to have that opportunity to do so. Unfortunately, I think JSU has to be in that limelight perpetually.
Yes.
So
All
if
day.
they should they face just 3 losses in a row, it may be a little bit sad to see, but at least they get to be in the limelight up on stage and be able to show everybody what they're capable of. Whether or not it's going to be a lot, time will tell, but I have a lot of confidence in their team to be capable of doing so. Speaking of which, it's not just Mount we have going on today. Rocket League is going on after this. Foof and Bepic will be in broadcast. Absolutely love having them here. Got to see Foof just a moment ago, and never having met him in person. It's about darn time, Dallas.
Yeah, I think honestly, obviously, we know Bepic and Foof from going way back into the leagues and whatnot, but regardless, so even then, I think we have a little bit of COD over the course of the weekend coming in, kind of sprinkled on top, knowing that we do have 2 teams here kind of showcasing things out. But we're talking about showcasing, obviously, to start things off. Knowing the map, we're going to talk about JSU, we're going to talk about UNA, because that's the team that we have at hand right now. UNA's roster isn't exactly the flushed-out thing that we know to be when it comes around to NECC or any kind of other league that want to go into, because, well, we do have a little bit of a blend of their purple roster and their gold roster, because as I know a couple of their players, well, they're studying abroad, so one's in Japan right now. Trust me, we all wish to be there, knowing that Masters Tokyo is coming up, but even then, regardless, you do have a little bit of flexibility here, so it's not going to be what we're really used to, but JSU, I think that's kind of why I'm expecting to be favored a little bit inside this matchup, but then again, you never know what could happen, because knowing that we do have a little bit of a wild card with some purple players being in this roster, we never know what we could see.
We always like to highlight whether or not subs would truly be a difference maker for some teams, whether that puts them down a little bit lower, maybe elevates the team at a level they weren't necessarily at before. It's something that will have to ultimately be a huge testament to how this team can hold up. And speaking of holding up, we have to see the map that we're holding up on. It is Ascent on the chopping block, starting off for our BO1, of course. And it is a very interesting agent selection as well. Somewhat standardized. We do see the Jet being brought forward. We also have to deal with the Sova for the information. It seems like JSU are really opting to go for the standard approach. Having the Brim is a little bit more interesting when it comes to pushing in through that A-side, having the stim, having a little bit of extra speed and fire rate, but I think for UNA, they're going to go for a little bit more of that tried and true fallback, have that Omen, because they need themselves a little bit more control for the smokes at range, as well as those paranoias to clear some of those cubby corners when they try to engage towards side.
Yeah, and even, just looking at this composition already, I'm just kind of confused a little bit by Jacksonville. I'm impressed, nonetheless, knowing that they're going for a little bit of a switch-up. The Brimstone, you don't typically see that selection here on Ascent, knowing that he's very much oriented towards Bind, towards Lotus, towards these maps where you do want these very aggressive push-in spots, and you know what you're executing on site. So knowing that they're going to go for a little bit of a different approach, knowing that we are seeing UNA with that kind of typical tried and true, just kind of a stationary play style. I'm loving the KO on both sides, loving the Sova, just getting that default information, those double information setups, because, well, when you don't really know what teams you're going up against, you want as much information as possible, and knowing that you can get plenty of it on both sides of the field with both those respective agents.
Now, with a land environment comes the fact that all your threats all year for every team you faced, if I would have hit that on land, now ultimately comes true here. And these teams and players specifically are going to have to really showcase and prove that they can, in fact, hit that shot on land. And Ascent is a map that is, well, a favorite of all kinds for every single player. It's your Mirage of CSGO. It's your Oregon of R6. It's your, I don't know the stadium names in Rocket League, so I can't truly say anything there. But it is the tried and true map here for Valorant, despite the fact it did not come out with release. Ascent is going to be very interesting, like you said, for the agent selection for UNA, them lacking that Omen, having to go with the Brim Smokes instead. Ultimately, I feel like since they are starting off on the attack with the Omen in hand for UNA, I feel like their attacks are going to be a lot better with the paranoia and having to rely a little bit less on pure smokes to cut down sight lines and being able to do so aggressively to get kills by cutting down sight lines instead of just playing the passive time for side approach.
Yeah, and there's a lot of leniency here from UNA, keep in mind. I mean, when it comes around to those smokes, they actually have time, those regen, they're going to have a lot available to them as the course of the match goes on, and they can actually find these switch-ups. Problem is when it comes on to Jacksonville State, you have to know what you are hitting initially because those Brimstone smokes are going to be invested. There is no wraparound. So speaking of initial combat, we see Stan trying to push to the middle of the map, able to go ahead and fulfill those shoes of a Jet to get that first blood. Understand, hey, it's a round one. I got to share. If I didn't get that kill, I don't know what I'm doing.
Very interesting approach as well to take full control over here inside Courtyard. A lot of times teams will just take a first round straight in through B main as well as through A main, but they're taking a very slow approach in through Courtyard, getting that initial pick over towards Market, and now starting to bring a lot of the pressure in through Tree. There goes the smoke tossed out by your Omen in towards Garden. It looks like Cow's going to maybe over-aggress into the smoke as well, just trying to lie in wait for the second that it dissipates to maybe catch a player off guard. The only player to really peek that will in fact be 2 through Glass. There goes the 0 point, getting a lot of that util deny now for the approach by UNA. Dan Toaster finding a nice pickup for 1, make that 2, shutting down the KO of Cow for the side of UNA. Blaze Pixel joining into the foray, and it's made a man advantage for the defense now of Jacksonville, who are trying to hold on strong, but are losing face as the pressure is still broiling up through Garden.
Yeah, I mean, you're still looking for a little bit of a spike presence here. I mean, knowing that you still have to get that thing down on the side somewhere on the map, you do have 2 players still remaining on the side of UNA to go ahead and get that job done. Knowing they still have that presence, they still have it in the hands of Drew, who's looking to go ahead and move across the map, kind of get that thing placed down, but you can see that rotation coming in almost instantaneously. This is a perfect setup for UNA, so long as they do find that time. You already see the doors closed. They have plenty of leeway here, and they have the 2 dangerous ones to put down as well. The Turks going to go ahead and cover the flank there towards A main, so I mean, everything is understandably working out here, but you need those Omen smokes to go underway. You need to play this ball game for you need to know what you're doing. The problem is, you just really can't get that done when you're sitting in a 1v2 situation now. Drew's in a bad spot. As you can see, he gets closed out with round number 1 going away here for the side of Jacksonville.
Interesting setup for the post plant there for UNA, trying to hide over inside Cubby, playing from drop. It just over isolates one individual, which then just makes it a constant 2v1 battle on site. It's just not the right idea to come out from UNA in round one. It is only a pistol round. There's not much util to their name, not proper weapons. Play with what you can, and maybe you're more comfortable with a pistol up close instead of trying to play for the long shot, headshot. Either way, Jacksonville will come away with a round one victory. Very well done for themselves. And now UNA will have to question whether or not they want to force something up here for round two. A lot of collegiate teams are falling into a forcing meta for round two, which is a little iffy in my opinion.
Yeah.
But there was, in fact, something being teased by UNA, but they're going to hold off for it for now. Maybe the right idea, all things considered.
And I mean, even then, obviously, kind of in the pros, you do have a lot more teams kind of going ahead and opting for those forces, especially when you look at the likes of a Marshall, how cheap it is, how much of an impact it can really have. Knowing that Stinger now, I mean, we saw those price changes way back when. That thing was an absolute menace when it was sitting at 900 in its own right. So obviously, with that now being underway, you're not really going to force out that money too much. But problem is, when you look for the approaches, when you talk to these sites, when you look at the util available, we already see that Sobaduro being employed right there towards Garden. That's a lot of credits already being invested for a round where you don't really have too much money to work with in the first place. So we're going to see how much value really comes out of that. You can split across the map, but you can't get on that side of the UNA map.
I think UNA grew overconfident. They had so much control over towards Tree. No one was contesting that for Jacksonville, so they felt they had a lot of safe space. But unfortunately, all the presence was on site. It's gone even 2-for-2 trade. Cal will begin to plant down that spike, guaranteeing now a post-plant situation for Jacksonville to have to retake their objective. You thought the Stinger would find something up close and force our Spectre, but it doesn't. And instead goes the other way. Now do try to play it long range. Stinger finding Dan Toaster. Now with a final opportunity for a 1v1 playing up inside rafters. Maybe trying to break glass, but they don't want to make the noise, but it's not going to matter. The Spectre strikes first again for Blazed, who cuts down more and more competition. But the credits, that is a huge cost coming out there for Jacksonville, who are now going to head into round three with pretty much nothing to their names.
Yeah, all things considered, and things said and done, that's a very impressive round for UNA at the end of the day. I mean, you look at the fact you cut down 4 of those guns, you're now going into a buy round. You have full armor across the board as well. Sure, though, as I mentioned, that utility still being a little bit expensive about that Sobaduro being invested earlier on, but I mean, not the biggest deal in the world. We consider that you're now in a round where things are going to look fine and dandy. Knowing that still a little bit of a purchase is available for Jacksonville here, just purely based off those kills alone, knowing that they didn't really purchase up too much of an actual armor or kit in the last one, they're able to compensate here. But even then, when you were in a round where you were looking at having a guaranteed advantage, and now you're at a disadvantage, I understand you're looking for credits, you're looking for potential. I think, honestly, you just kind of take the toss to the chin, but, I mean, we'll see what they can really do with it because they got all the time in the world. They pushing a little bit rocky for UNA thus far, but whenever you have the defense pushing onto you inside spawn, things obviously work a lot better into your favor.
Hey, the defense is called defense for a reason. Maybe trying to do that halftime switch a bit too soon. It's caused problems here for Jacksonville. Great swing out there by Cal. Pop flash alongside. A lot of successful util there for the Sky Smokes that were just trying to cut down the attempted approach coming out from UNA. It doesn't work, and again, I think that's the reason why Paranoia is just a better option when it comes to the map of Ascent to guarantee sightline denial. It doesn't matter. It's a flawless round for UNA.
Yeah.
They look very gorgeous in that round, and it was assisted by Jacksonville over-aggressing, but it still doesn't matter. They're going to take that one gladly because those are 5 rifles that stay in their hand, and they get to continue to use here.
And even then, I mean, a lot of that aggression was going on early. We already said those initial kills kind of fold out there towards A main, so you know that not too much players were actually being exposed there. You didn't get all the information in the world, and you know that there is a lot here for UNA, all things considered. They didn't really have to invest too much. Even then, a lot of these players didn't really get exposed to actual combat. If they didn't get shot in that initial combat, well, they didn't really have to buy armor. They are saving up so much. I mean, look at that specifically towards the top. You saw that 4K credits available, and everybody else towards Jacksonville still kind of sitting around that 2K leniency room that they were looking for based off that last one. So there's still some space here to make these adjustments to make sure you can kind of have that economy carrying over and things work out for you in the long scheme. But speaking of long, we're probably going to be a little bit of a longer round, so we do see a very much more kind of slower pace of push onto a site, and maybe a KJ shutdown being employed here by the attackers so long as they find themselves a space for it.
Cal's going to be the player that actually is playing forward here inside B main, which is an interesting decision to say the least. 0 Point also goes out, does not seem to find anybody at the other end. That gives kind of saving graces for UNA, saying, hey, they've already cleared the majority of sight. Lockdown may have not have found as much impact as they were necessarily wanting, but we individually can do so. That gives us the safe space guaranteed on towards site. They clear back a boathouse, and now the plant will officially go down due once again, setting that one in stone for the side here for UNA. Jackson will clear out Cubby Corner that was initially lighted by UNA in round 1. No one testing that limit here once again. Player behind Radiant Gray, a player sitting up on stack, and 2 in back of Boathouse is a much better hold coming out here for UNA, but it is going the other way. Cal finds 2 back-to-back. Ezzy with the final frag, and Do in there as well. It is UNA out of nowhere, it seemed, to find so many impactful frags as Jacksonville did not diversify their approach and basically sent everyone downstairs.
Yeah, problem is, I mean, you saw that push come through. You obviously see a much more aggressive push considering for that retake. Whenever you looked at the flashes being employed, you saw obviously kind of a little bit of aggression coming through, knowing that once again, when you look at that setup, when you look at the kind of utility you're working with, that Brimstone, you're going to have to play around him. That's your controller. That's the one who controls the pace of your game. There's a reason that role is named that by Riot themselves, who created the game. So, I mean, obviously, we're expected to kind of believe them and expect what that role can do. And knowing that you're going for a little bit more faster pace, you don't really have all the utility ready. You need to know that, okay, Sova Dart, that's prepared. Recon Dart, it's there. Owl Drone, there. KO 0 point. Everything is unfolded. Problem is, when you see that one by one and you don't get all of that to work with it in one cohesive spot, things become a little bit difficult. You can see Jacksonville going ahead and biting the bullet on that specifically. But it's another round, it's another day. But problem is, UNA, they have themselves the guns, and they have 3 ultimates to work with.
And in a bit of a firefight, unfortunately, Kid outcome out on the upper end. Sheriff instead for Red finds its target, but unfortunately for them, dropped down to about 50 HP. And Dew is not far behind to go for this refrag. A little bit slower.
Oh.
How to play in from Market. Dan with a nasty shot as they escape in through Market itself.
Oh.
The Bladestorm to find the kill. Jacksonville coming out of nowhere. Another Sheriff on top. It is a 5v2 and a save round coming out for Jacksonville, who have pulled off what seemingly is a miraculous recovery for this defense and a much-needed one after giving up 2 rounds in a row. They've collected the Vandal inside Courtyard, used that for a kill. Yes, they lost 1 player, but that is all of the weapons that were available for UNA that now are free in the hands of Jacksonville. They just had to work a little bit harder for it.
But yeah, I mean, keep in mind, UNA, they still had themselves a flawless round. They had the rounds where afterwards they didn't really lose too much in the meantime, or at least get those good exchanges. But the Thrifty is still a Thrifty at the end of the day. When you get these Thrifties, it really switches things up. You see a massive push here for the likes of Jacksonville, knowing that even then you're seeing a big kind of conservative efforts in terms of these buys, with a lot of the players remaining at the end of that round. I mean, those pickups were fully available. They said push on to the middle of the map. This Bladestorm has done so much. Dan Toaster was a obviously massive catalyst in that last round with those first couple initial picks, where those guns would be picked up, and a lot of mid-pressure as well. So you can see that kind of middle of the map once again unfolding, showing the emphasis and how important that place can be so long as you take control of it. When you actually go to the outskirts of the map and decide control, you have a little bit more leniency to actually go ahead and pop these ultimates. You see now that ultimate going through, looking to find someone of effect to find a kill, but it does find yourself in space.
A lot of noise was made early by UNA, who had to remove the Sober Dart that came in through B main. And because of that, they have to say, well, might as well aggress really quickly, see if we can take advantage of the space that's been given up. Stan goes deep in towards side, across switch, and over towards stairs. It gives them a free pickup player stacking on stack. Stan will also sit there themselves. It has been a man advantage for UNA off the back of this post-plant scenario, but with Dan swinging so effectively down walkway and taking down Dew, it makes things more difficult for UNA, but thankfully they left a lingering player. Step all the way back inside B main. Job's not done. Josu finds 2, make it 3, shut down all by themselves. Secondary player of Dan Toaster will stick the defuse. Nary a problem for Jacksonville here, despite the problem of, hey, site's been taken. They did it too quickly for us to fight back. We lost players on site. They still make a huge comeback because UNA split themselves too much, and they didn't really play off the back of that B main player.
Yeah, adjustments are definitely being made for the likes of Jacksonville. You can already see UNA trying to go ahead and make adjustments here. Looking at these timeouts, looking at what they can do in terms of actual time, I'm just happy to see that we're actually seeing timeouts being employed first off.
At a LAN.
Exactly. I mean, teams don't obviously kind of like to go for this. And knowing that it's still early in the half, knowing you still got plenty of time, you've gone ahead, you've locked it out before you do see that 6-round threshold of saying we have a guaranteed even half no matter what the side of Jacksonville. You look at the resources available to you. You look at the money that's still inside your hands, because Ezzy is kind of somewhat of a walking piggy bank right now, plain and simple. Guy has lots of money to work with. He hasn't really been purchasing things up, and you need to make sure that you have a round that's impactful, that you can find something to work off of. I think, honestly, their pushes have been solid to either side of the map, but they've been investing a lot of ultimates to get there in the meantime. They've been putting a lot of resources into every single attempt. They need to look for a little bit of a slower pace of game here. They need to find some make control. They need to know they can set off these checkpoints, these roadblocks, and really shut Jacksonville down to kind of, I'd say, diminish their efforts before they even get to the site.
I want to point out as well, because of the difference in their agent selection of having the Brim instead of the Omen, it changes the playstyle of which their Soba has to go with the Owl Drones. The Owl Drones typically be used to find a player over towards Garden and Tree when they're pressing towards the A sites. You tag a player, you send a Paranoia their way, and then you immediately dive in for the kill. You can't necessarily do that with the Brimstone. You don't have a great way besides just cutting off that angle. It makes the team aware there's a player there, and that's active information that's gathered, but it's a lot slower paced. And on the defense, I think that's wonderful, and I think that's one of the reasons why Research Jacksonville do so well.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the attack, it's going to make things fairly difficult in my opinion. It's going to be a lot slower, something that we're not seeing from UNA. They're playing a very fast game 90% of these rounds. We've only seen 1 or 2 slow rounds so far, but they only have 2-round wins of all things, and they're behind. So having that Brim in this defense, I think that's a really good idea, but it's going to change on the other side when we flip at halftime. Can Jacksonville hold on to the lead?
Yeah, I mean, you still got plenty of time to look at inside this half thus far, but you got to consider the resources that are at hand. We've seen both those rounds off the back of that round 3 and 4. We saw, obviously, the initial win and the actual sense that was, okay, well, we have ourselves a gun advantage. Right now, you're not seeing that. You're seeing players drop to the side of UNA. You're seeing them going ahead and get locked down inside their own spawn, where it just seems like they can't even really fight. I'm surprised at the UNA compared to what we saw in round 2, where they were able to go ahead and rip 4 guns out. No, they were only working with classics. I need to see that pressure again. I need to see them in the faces of these Jacksonville players. I need to see that aggression come through because, well, quite frankly, your duelists and your double initiators, I'm not seeing all the value in the world that you really need when you do kind of look at that kit.
Cal's left by their lonesome. Do you think maybe this is another chance for a tactical timeout of sorts? Final 30 seconds. Just sit back, bide your time, talk things through once again. Because obviously the timeout didn't work for you guys. You still have not found a round victory past that point. What are you going to do to continue to make adjustments? You've seen Jacksonville change their pace and their style completely throughout this game, and we're only 6 rounds in. Cal, 4 HP. There's the Nano Swarm, completely closed out. Jacksonville with a round win. Kind of expected it there. Cal's probably not going to clutch up a 1v3 in the final closing moments. Already down to 30 HP. But it is still talking time for UNA. I think that's the most important factor.
And even then, they do have themselves a little bit of a bye, actually, inside this round. But once again, I mean, you kind of have to look at these lineups. I'm surprised from the side of Jacksonville, we have not seen the operator employed by the likes of Dan Toaster yet. But then again, your retakes are looking absolutely flawless. You don't need to concern yourself with that kind of passive play style, looking for the build-the-map kind of pressure. Because, well, even then, we saw in the last round, you can push right there through Arch, where Dan Toaster is pushing right now. And even then, it's kind of see up there towards that outer B, or towards that main. You can take those fights and probably win them. We're going to see on a jet-on-jet action right here. Stan opening things up. That is the initial fight you need. That is the initial pick you need. And honestly, could be a very, very easy follow-up so long as you take that space now.
Out of every time where we've casted UNA in every league we've been a part of, what's the one name you remember first and foremost? To me, it's Stan the Carman.
Yeah.
Not just because the name is so easy to remember, but because they are the standout player. They're absolutely amazing at Valorant. They do a wonderful job in every scenario they've been put into, and that's the type of fight you want Stan to be facing off against. Yes, the Jet for the side of Jacksonville has been doing wonderful, but sitting 11-3 before that death.
Oh.
But unfortunately, Stan can't close out on a free kill on a pixel back and defender spawn, stopped by the decor of that wall. That's really unfortunate to see.
And even, I mean, you can go ahead and look at the rest of the team. I mean, you have to be taking these shots right now. Somebody has to be making these calls. When you look at the kind of pressure that was taken in, look at that X on the map. We're all the way towards the back there and spawn. And you still have players who haven't crossed that middle line to even get into these sites. It looks like these walls, those blue ones that are up right there before spawn when the round starts, they haven't even crossed that threshold yet. Just now kind of getting an inkling of what's going on towards these sites. You need to find that pressure, work off that, have your wild card, have your catalyst, really set up these sites and get something to get done. Well, it looks like that's what's going to happen because maybe the From the Shadows will be employed. Go ahead and get a cross map. Keep going away, and there it is. You need to go ahead and get those horses running because you got to meet it with your teammate. You got to set a checkpoint up, and Cal has done exactly that.
This is a last-second decision from UNA, though. You can tell this was not rehearsed. They were not planning to have this be in the first place. None of the team was waiting for them on A side, even in towards main, whether that be towards courtyard. Not a single player. They were all sitting over towards B main and trying to play for that site by itself. Cal tries to move in exactly where we saw Stan the Carman die just previously. They get the upper hand now finally of the competition. Blaze, who's the only player to find a kill so far in this round, will find themselves a second, shutting down Cal, who is moving in from that flank like previously mentioned. And now we'll have the slow crawl in through Garden, having to deal with Door as well, making a lot of noise in the process. And it just seems like an impossible chance, and I think Blazed is aware of that. They're going to go ahead and retreat away, stick over towards Tree, move through Courtyard on Rockway, and just trying to stay alive, keep the rifle in hand. They have plenty of money, they've been winning rounds, but you don't want to make things too costly, and unfortunately, Ezzy does exactly that, dying to Spike.
Yeah, a little unlucky there, but it didn't really matter too much. You're just happy with the round win at the end of the day. I mean, you've gone ahead, you've been choked up for 3 rounds here. You finally get that switch up. You say, okay, this win streak, we cannot let this go ahead and continue on. We can't let that happen too much longer because, sure, we had a loss streak for that time, but now we actually get the guns to work in our favor. We can go ahead and hold on to this. And also, that's a switch of the century there for your squad at least. I mean, sure, Cal still on that Guardian, found a little bit of result in that last round. Didn't really find a pickup in the meantime. Not the biggest deal in the world, but you've got to understand what you're working with now. And honestly, it's full ultimates almost, kind of nearly for Jacksonville. And that could be the one thing that kind of chooses, oh, maybe a crutch for us. We can use these for the retakes, go ahead and play on towards the outside, kind of wait for these kind of situations that be provided to us. Or you go ahead and push for it. But I don't think it's going to be the option here. With so much, with that orbital strike available, with the Hunter's Fury, with that KJ shutdown, there's so much here where you can just trap your opposition and really just make them feel completely choked up.
Map control tends to be a game of tug of war, and it seems like Jacksonville are doing a much better job of holding on to that victory so far. UNA have fallen into the mud pit stacked in the center and are finding themselves in a tough space to try and recover. I think Banner's even worse. We saw the attempt here to lock down. We saw the Hunter's Fury brought out from Jacksonville to buy even more space. Nano Swarm takes a kill on a cow. Where's UNA's attempt in towards the site? They're very disjointed. It doesn't feel very calculative. They're trying to stack over here inside Covey. It does net them one kill, but it's an instantaneous free frag back. And Jacksonville are just showing that they are typically the better team to come to these gunfights. And while there is a chance for Dew to step up big, it was still a 1v4, made to the 1v3. But that was it. Defuse now going through, and Jacksonville will now climb to another round win. Where would this game have gone if they hadn't won that Thrifty round a couple rounds ago?
I mean, honestly, I still think we'd be looking at a relatively similar kind of stand. I mean, obviously, UNA, they found themselves the early rounds, Thrifty afterwards. That's really what going ahead and kind of put that nail in the coffin going forward. But even then, I think UNA are the ones digging their own graves right now. We've kind of looked at it now for 2 rounds in a row where they don't really push off the opportunity, as I mentioned. I mean, obviously, we mentioned those subs, those kind of hits that can be taken in that kind of situation where you're saying the comms aren't really where they need to be. We're obviously not getting these kind of IGL situations. We don't know these calls, and these players aren't really typically used to working with each other. So somebody needs to step up, somebody needs to take those shots and make those calls. And quite frankly, with your 2 initiators, you got 2 people right there that are going ahead, playing the exact same role and can make those calls when those times present themselves. But speaking of time, there's not much of it because, well, you're pushing right there to spawn, and Cal would get a kill with the frenzy there. That's going to be huge of a pickup earlier on if you don't see Dan Toaster pick that thing up and run.
Yeah, Dan needs to toss their current Vandal back behind them and collect the one forward. Just deny that opportunity there for UNA. Don't want to give them a free weapon because UNA is a team that can punish you. You showed that you're capable of thrifty rounds, and now they've given you a tease, so to say, that they're capable of the exact same thing. Looks like we'll see Cal moving to collect that rifle, and I think we'll see UNA fall back, despite the fact the whole team is lying in wait. The fight that's going down now in attacker spawn with Red on Dedu is going to force UNA to turn around. They'll have to send 2 players at range. Ezzy's going to have the Phantom that was collected inside a man and just pray that that player's still waiting. But Red's retreated. Red's done their job. They said, I'll take my freebie. I'm getting out of dodge. I'm going to sit back over on that B side. I'm going to defend it like I should.
That's numbers. I'm going to go ahead and retreat. Just going to play it simple off that. And even then, you can see over towards that A side, another bit of a re-hit trying to come through there. Once again, looking for a little bit of fake smoke across the map there from out of Ezzy, trying to go ahead and get some more players to retreat because you've seen that. That's the biggest weakness that I've seen out of Jacksonville thus far. They love rotating. Even then, when you don't have all the information in the world, they say, okay, let's go ahead and get ready for this just in case. And even then, it doesn't really feel like it comes out to its truest fruition. So already looking for a push on the site. You know you got that fan to work with, but you don't really have all the players in the world because, well, Dan just knocked him down, plus able to get exchange and find 2. That's going to be massive, but you barely have any time to get that spike down. You need to press that button now. There it goes through. You can keep this round running.
Lockdown, though, put in play here for Jacksonville, forcing UNA back. They're going to have to move all the way back towards Winery, and that's map control that's now effectively taken here for Jacksonville, who have full control here towards site. Whether or not they know every player's in Winery is up in the air, but they're dang well sure there's at least one. Shock darts galore, both of them out. Pop flash goes. They now know for sure there's at least one there, but Blaze still comes up with a pickup, and Red will close out for the final. UNA will fall short, and it seems like no matter what they do, even if they're popping ultimates and trying to work with it, their most effective one has been a From the Shadows, which is typically the most useless ultimate you see, which is a shocking result to come out for UNA.
Yeah, I mean, knowing already, I mean, looking at kind of what UNA is going on here, I like the idea, but once again, you have to use these ultimates as somewhat, not really as a crutch, but just a way to go ahead and find yourself some relevancy here. And knowing that, I mean, it could have been done. Have a player towards A main with a Hunter's Fury prepared. Have a player tucked away in Wine to go ahead and give yourself that cover for the other teammate, and have that Hunter's Fury go ahead and result in maybe at least a kill, because that was a very well placed flash, quite frankly. I mean, honestly, they could have found themselves something, knowing that placement of that spike was kind of working in their favor in those isolated 1v1s that Jacksonville was giving them. But it doesn't really matter too much. You're seeing a guaranteed advantage at the end of the half, no matter what, for Jacksonville sitting at 7. That locks UNA out to 5 if they win these next 2 in a row. And once again, I'm going to say keyword if. They have to find a way to really get themselves on the map, because defense is going to be a little bit easier for them, knowing that the calls aren't really going to be nearly as strenuous. But you need to make sure that you're winning those fights a lot more so, and that's still something that they have to iron out here soon.
I think maybe if UNA had played for a 1 kill on site, maybe last-second hold until they were to be detained, deal with the player moving in from Garden. That would have left your one player that did retreat to Winery in a 1v1. And when you're in a 1v1 post play, you just play for the audio cue. You just play for the spike defuse. I think UNA need to look at the long situation instead of the short play. I think that's another one of the reasons why we're seeing the ultimates kind of fall short, like you said. They need to be a setup for the long term. They can't just be something that is an instantaneous positive result for your team. Use it to set up something else. I think that's one of the reasons why we saw the From the Shadows work, because it was a setup for a post play. It was a setup for a play to clear out that A site to make it free for the plant. And right now for UNA, they're lacking some ultimates to work with. The Hunter's Fury, yes, can find a kill, but you need a lot of information. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of utility that can gather the information except in the hands of that Sova. And they can't pop the Hunter's Fury. They have an Owl Drone out in the air, and it makes things difficult. There's Cal, though, moving in quickly through the back of Defender spawn. Deals with one, but goes down, only getting an even trade.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting a lot of damage in the meantime. It's going to be a massive setup considering that, I mean, you already hit that pressure towards site. You have no heals here on the map, and you have a lot of pressure with no ultimates remaining on the side of Jacksonville for this retake. I mean, they're going to obviously go for it. I mean, there's not really too much to lose here. You had the guaranteed advantage at the end of the half, no matter what, even if the Swarm picked off in the meantime, but you need to know where these players are coming from, and quite frankly, that's just not going to be the case here. A very easy cleanup here for UNA, a fourth round to work with, only 2 players remaining, but that's not the biggest deal in the world. You have to consider what's next. How do we win this last one? What do we have available? Because this is now that you use it or lose it situation. And I think a couple of these players need that wake-up situation. I mean, go ahead. Fudge specifically, as I mentioned, that Hunter's Fury, we have not seen it deployed yet. Even then, better yet, on the side of Jacksonville. Redhead Rookie, I have not even seen that orbital strike attempted thus far. And keep in mind, it's been fixed here recently, too. So there's not a little bit of a bug now where the border's a lot bigger than the actual ultimate itself. What you see is tried and true. And honestly, you use that to flush players out. Use that for A hell. Use that back towards Wine. Kind of pressure these players off. Make them flush out like fish in a barrel. But we're not really seeing that too much until right now. Once again, as we mentioned, the Collegiate Special. Hunter's Fury coming through. Not too much information to go ahead and create an opportunity for it, but a shot nonetheless.
Yeah, it's something you expect in the Collegiate scene. Hunter Fury with no information behind it. They did get an Owl Drone spot towards the Jet for the side of JSU, but they flocked up through stairs instead of sitting in back of Boathouse, and that was just unanticipated by UNA, and because of that, they find little to no impact off the back of it. But hey, you see the ultimate come out. When we saw the timeout earlier, I maybe anticipated that ultimates would be thrown out a little bit more often. It's along the same lines of you use it or you lose it, and it's been a total lack of that. So it's a little bit unfortunate to see. There goes the null command popping out here for JSU. A retake in towards site. Spike's not been planted, but they still had 4 players sitting in the back of Defender spawn, and Stan is in probably the most aggressive angle you can possibly imagine. Stan, get your one and leave. You don't have to play that, but 3! Stan comes out of nowhere, losing only 1 teammate in the process, tries to fight another, but finally dealt with and punished, and it finally goes down for the spike. Ace site again for UNA. They really like this objective.
Yeah, I mean, your Jet finally able to go ahead and find that space and set up that checkpoint I mentioned earlier. I mean, you went ahead, you already found your space on site, but you don't really have the numbers to work with now because you just had Ezzy get picked off essentially for free. It's another one of these points where you say you have to work off content, you have to play with each other, work into these numbers, and find these advantageous spots and take advantage of the moment when it presents itself. We're not really seeing that in a UNA, and that could be a massive choke up if you don't see Drew able to go ahead and close out this round their own right. Already shots being taken. You heard the spike being tapped. You know where that last player is. You have an ultimate, buddy. Throw something down. You have utility here. I mean, there it is. You have to place it. You have to take advantage. You got to get creative here because you got time, you got shots, and you got another round on the board to make it a 7-5 by the end of this half.
UNA played that last round perfectly. Stan saving the day, a 3K. The last 2 players just lined up for him. Stan had no right to re-pressure in through Defender's spawn. I guess, yeah, we're omnipotent here in the viewpoint. We have the mini-map. We can see 4 players, 5 players lingering back towards Defender's spawn. But Stan knew that there were 2 players there. They saw the player come from Garden, and they get very well here the player still close to wall, and they still decide to aggress. It works out for them, but that's something that's not going to be given to you for free when it comes to the defense. Because for the attack, they only need to move one way, to site. When it comes to the defense, they got to watch 2 ways, which means you don't have the option of leeway. You don't have that leniency of saying we can rotate back, we can play for another section. They got to give it their all. In Jacksonville, this is going to be their chance. They're up at halftime. They take these pistols. They'll move to 9-5. That's a 4-round buffer for them to make space.
And it's also the half they've been setting up for behind me. so it's not all that strong when it comes around to the defense. I mean, you're using those incendiaries a little bit too over-aggressively to make sure you have the cutoff, but even then, Stan the Carman, the one who's aggressive right now, starting things off with 2 kills initially. That is a massive stance for a pistol round, keep in mind, because, I mean, every single kill matters. Anything close can always happen, but it doesn't matter. In a 2v4 situation, Jacksonville looks to be kind of choked up a little bit because, well, it seems like by the time they even touch site, just as fast as they get on site, they die just as quickly.
They did get spiked down, a little bit of extra credits in the back pocket, but not the rewarding result you were ultimately looking for. Stan's play from within tree, beautiful to find the first 2. Yes, they do get gated off by door, but it's only a great way to buy time for the rest of UNA to come in and clean up where necessary. And truly, that's what occurred. 3 players left standing. They'll hold on to their pistols, though I don't think they truly care. They'll force up for round 2, get their free bonus off the back of it. And it seems like they're going to play for a somewhat aggressive angle. Cal may look towards the entrance here towards B, play into B main itself maybe. I typically would see that Judge over toward Arches on A instead, but playing it to B may just be the perfect way to kind of catch them off guard.
I mean, that Judge is towards A. That brings me so good memories, or at least one of the few good memories out of Chamber. Go ahead and push out in those arches and those silver lobbies to get yourself a little bit of a rake up because those kids never expect it coming. Just flick your fingers, and once again, you're kind of out there. But it doesn't really matter too much, though. A little bit of pressure coming towards the middle of the map. You see Jacksonville obviously having a much better idea of how this map can unfold. Kind of look for that mid-pressure, and then once again, your options open up infinitely. You can push into spawn right to the middle. You can go towards that door right there in market. You can push towards A right there if you want to. If somebody wants to overextend, you have that close quarters fight. You can overwhelm the opposition with these classics and how strong they can be. But already, dude's going to be making a little bit of a call to say, look, these players are pushing into market. I hear lots of feet, but even then, I still have a gun to protect myself. I want the backup, but it's not really going to come around just yet.
Dude's reloading before they necessarily needed to, and because of that, the reload is heard in Sing 4. Jacksonville just say, we'll take that space. We know you can't necessarily fight back. We'll drop a rifle at the very least. Unfortunately, they'll let 2 teammates dropped. They'll make that a third. Essie capping off Red. Does get refragged back. But Stan the Carman has had 5 kills in the last 2 rounds. I think it was 6, actually. Did he get 3K at the ending closure of that last round?
Yep.
Has been insurmountable. All the way up to the 6 out of 7 for their ultimate. They're 1 kill away from getting that job done. And while we haven't necessarily seen the Blade Storm be huge for the side of UNA, we did see how good it was defensively for JSU, winning them that Thrifty. Having that available here for round 4, should they take the loss here in round 3, which is expected, may just set up UNA for a much less costly round at the end of the day.
I would love to see, I know we're not going to see it, but I would love to see a play of like maybe a 0 point going through or a recon dart, followed by Stan the Carman kind of passing off that gun to somebody else and saying, look, I'm just going to play for my knives this round. Almost just like as a Thrifty, like as a Deco, because I mean, I have it so early, I can take advantage of that, and everybody can have a gun to work with, but that's not going to be the pressure that we're going to be seeing across the map. It says Stan's going to be peeking out very early to the middle of the map, able to get some shots off. It doesn't really take too much in the exchange regardless, but I mean, lots of information to be given, knowing that, okay, once again, they're pressure in the middle of the map. We need a little bit of information, and you haven't really gotten it. You see pings going through, you see obviously information being given, but nothing really confirmed just yet besides, obviously, there's one in the middle of the map. I shot them, but who knows where they are now.
Yeah, Stan going unpunished for that very wide swing out through Puppy is wild to see. JSU not getting that kill early is a bit shocking, but it does seem like JSU finally collect themselves enough to say, hey, as a 5 stack, let's swing out through A main. Blade Storm alongside. Maybe a kill could go forward for Stan, but they'll lose their life, and because of that, they won't be available for him here in this round. Ezzy gets their own headlock clean off their shoulders, and it is a full 5 still up and standing for JSU, who have full control now over towards site, with Spike now officially having been planted. Packer trying to spray down with the Ares through the Raptor floorboard, trying to take down a player inside house. Unfortunately, it seems like they themselves might be sent there instead, as lots of shots are going back their way. No space is being given for free to UNA, and on top of it, they've lost yet another player and left with just 2.
Yeah, already, I mean, this is where we're going to have to see UNA kind of step things up in a high gear. They've now made themselves into a tie game situation, which is good for them, but I mean, when you're trying to go ahead and retake through that map, you're pushing out of the smoke towards A heaven. That is just an absolute nightmare to even give an attempt to, and already you can see those results starting to go ahead and flourish a little bit here for Jacksonville as they found themselves a flawless round on the rifle. So, I mean, they get to carry every single one of those over, and that's going to be a massive problem, knowing that even then, your KJ got all those plants off for all 3 of those rounds. That is another ultimate to work with. That's going to be a nice, easy shutdown to go ahead and kind of give that leniency to say, look, if we need time, if we need space, we can just go ahead and take it by force because, well, UNA, they're going to respect us. Their shots haven't really been landing all that much. I mean, it's enough to go ahead and get themselves some equilibrium here, but now that we're back to the rifle rounds, maybe we kind of get right back into that rhythm saying,
they're just not really hitting things as they should. And even then on defense, you have a lot less space to work with. You don't really have the full map to kind of be playing with. You just wait for the retake and kind of say, okay, this is the space we're playing off of. But even then, those calls have to be right on the back of that.
We're seeing a great mirror in comparison to our first half performance of the defense having to do a very solid first 2 rounds and then having the recovery go the other way with a flawless round result in round 3, like we saw from UNA previously. Maybe we see a Bladestorm come out round 5 like before in a Thrifty round and make the recovery and the Resurgency back for that defensive team to give themselves a chance to tie things up at halftime. And maybe asking a lot, but turret quickly cleared away up on Stack when it comes to that A side. Jacksonville are moving in quickly through tree. Nobody came in from A main, and that kind of extension in towards side has been punished. UNA out of nowhere. 2 kills for Dew, 2 for Stan, and the first frag falling your omen. A gorgeous result for UNA to tie things up 8-8.
An absolute wipe there from the side of UNA. I mean, that's a perfect round for me. Go ahead and make sure they can keep things up here. I mean, all things considered, you looked at that flawless round going away, you immediately right there back, showing that things are not going to come to you easily on the side of Jacksonville. Considering that the first half, it almost kind of felt like that way. When you look at those strands of rounds, those 2, that 3, then that 2, I mean, they found themselves streaks every single time. You saw that one kind of little bit of an outlier where you do see UNA with that 1 round because, I mean, it just didn't seem like there was too much consistency in that half. But obviously, we're going to see things being a lot more rocky here because with UNA and those first initial 2, that's a great start for them. Knowing that once again, though, Jacksonville, they're not looking for that middle pressure anymore. You have the rifles. This is where you can actually look for that leeway because obviously pushing towards that A side, even then right there towards the middle of the map and inside Garden, that didn't work out for you all that well. Maybe give something else a shot or even then kind of find a different read. And honestly, if you're not feeling it on A, I can't blame you because that gut feeling, you got to trust it. 2 Nano Swarm set up on site with that turret, that's not going to be your best option.
KJ is so agile when it comes to the defense here in Ascent. A lot of times you expect it to be stacked up on the B side like we saw for Jacksonville tend to do over on B and really set up on walkway. The ability to flip that around and transition on site each round being a little bit more different than the last. Very reminiscent of the Chamber back in the day of saying, where are you putting the tour de force? Where's that ender going to be every single round? Make that mental game go in favor for your team on the defense, and it's going to set yourself up so nicely. Bladestorm is out, though, for Dan Toaster, and Lockdown utilized as well. It's going to force all of UNA off of side, and I think the player moving up the stairs could have their life cut short, and that will be the case. Cal cannot escape backwards, but it doesn't stop Stan. 2 kills right off the rip, and another one sent back the other way. It is just a terrible time for Jacksonville on site. Stan has 3 kills in the round, hunting for the 4th, has found it, and it is a gorgeous result all over again, time after time after time. It is a repeating fairy tale for them.
I mean, it's only whenever Stan steps up, right? I mean, obviously, I kind of mentioned it. We have a lot of the gold members of the UNA squad. Stan is that one purple player that we see. I think even then, the IGL typically kind of filled in the initiator role. So, I mean, he's in a completely different spot now as a duelist. Doesn't really know when all these aggressors are coming through. Doesn't know these spotlight moments that he needs. Because when the spotlight's on him as an initiator, usually, okay, now this is when we start making our shots. So we start taking our calls a little bit. Start taking the job seriously and say, this is the time to go ahead and provide the spotlight for everybody else. But that's not the case now. You're a Jet, baby. You got to go in there. You got to get those kills. And you got to make sure you know what is yours and take it by force. And those rounds where he gets it, he gets it. I mean, look at the scoreboard already. Sitting at 21 and 13. Top of the lobby. You need to hold down that placement because with those 3 ultimates off the back of that, you can make yourself a massive presence these next couple. I say use at least 2 of those in this round. Find a way to guarantee yourself 10 because you know a buy round's coming through inevitably.
I mean, let's call it back here for a moment. One single moment for Stan to come out of nowhere, the triple kill on their attack through defender spawn. Since that moment, Stan before then was sitting 3rd on the leaderboard for their team alone, and their team was losing. UNA was on the bad end of the situation. Now they're leading, and Stan has come out of nowhere. A Jet on defense, typically you'd say that's an attacker op, right? Or an agent. That's something you'd say, hey, they've got to play that aggression. Stan was notably absent when it came to their pushes. They would overextend, they'd get punished, and it was just kind of a recurring result over and over again. Stan has not gone punished. Stan has not been felled here in this half. And because of that, Jacksonville has not found an answer, and the round result is quickly falling through their fingertips. They're behind, and they've got 1 ultimate to work with, and the same thing cannot be said for UNA, who have a From the Shadows to get back to site and a lockdown to close you into that B site where you are trapped with nowhere to go.
Yeah, already, I mean, look at it, there's a 10 trying to come through. I mean, it's going to be like it's going to be all for nothing already, and flash to go through.
Huge.
Oh, even then, I mean, Jacksonville clearing things out. Just an unfortunate timing coming out there to go ahead and pick off Cal. The rest of the team is there to provide that backup, but it is a little bit too late if you ask me. 4v2 situation, the guns are there, the armor isn't, but man, that doesn't seem to matter in the slightest. Already so much to play off of. You can get this read and say, look, they're all in the back of the map. This KJ shutdown could be the most juiciest thing I think I have ever seen, but I don't really know if they're going to go for it. Stan's probably going to go for the attempt, kind of get that read situation to play off of, but when you go ahead and get read by a recon dart on the other side of a paper-thin wall, all your attempts are not. So you had the money, go ahead, make it expensive, or don't. Just let it go ahead and close out the round with 4.
What is Dew supposed to do there? Couple missed shots right off the rip, and Dan Toaster hits the first one, shutting you down instantaneously, and Jacksonville will stop the slow onslaught from UNA, and that's shocking to say when they're on the defense. They've been aggressive, they've been trying to play in the face of Jacksonville, and finally Jacksonville maybe plug in the right mouse, maybe get the settings back under control, because you're starting to finally see them gun like they're capable of doing so, like we saw them do on their defense. They were taking down UNA at every turn, but now when it comes to the attack, they're going to go to the A side. I think that's a very positive choice as well.
I think one again, I mean, another choice coming through. I don't know if it's positive or negative. We'll go ahead and kind of figure that out. Stan the Carbon is now that operator. We look at these players, these operators, these players, these agents, the Jets specifically, that get to a point where they are doing outstanding on the retake. When you put that operator in your hand, that is not an option anymore. You have to actually play off your teammates. You have to go ahead and win that gamble. You have to trust your teammates are going to hold these sides. And they already got themselves an initial pick, so you're happy about that result nonetheless. But even though you have to get these lineups, the Stan is looking for exactly that. Have to find some leniency towards that archway so you can make sure to hit that shot as a little bit of leeway. So there it is. Already 2. Look at the exchange. The sight lines are obviously in the favor of UNA 10 times over, but you need to make sure that you go ahead and start tapping that Joker because Stan, you've got that coverage there. You have that player. They just have to hit those shots.
Go ahead and stick it to half. Pack and Fudge will make sure it's up to 50.
Ooh!
Finds a nice pick. Another one. Stan shuts down Jozu. And the defuse will effectively go through for UNA. Plenty of time on the clock with the halfway stuck. And that will bring up to double digits. We call this the choke hold or checkpoint. And for UNA, it's truly a question. They have the operator. Stan is heated up. They are online. But the rest of the team, they don't have the money necessarily to buy up with full confidence, right? They do have a judge in the hands of Cal. That didn't necessarily work for them last time we saw it in round 2. Maybe it's going to be different here. Maybe they go to the A site instead, but that's not the case. They're already stacked up over on B. I just don't like the judge over there. It doesn't seem as effective.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to personal preference at the end of the day, but I mean, even then, you can find results really kind of anywhere. It just comes down to the aggression. Knowing that you have those flash drops available, you can't push out, you can find that pressure with it. It's a very good lockout, but keep in mind, I mean, the Jet is going to be dashing through there 9 times out of 10. Right there towards that switch, and you're not really going to find the angle for that or the time of day to really find yourself too much of an impact off that. So, I mean, like I said, if you are ready for it, you've made those reads, I mean, more power to you, but as it stands right now, we need to see what exactly is going to be done, what's going to be managed, and already Stan looking for the information to build the map, can find you know, the Jet is there. So if a push goes on the site, either A, it's going to be towards that A, or B, you're going to see some players kind of looking to slowly maneuver themselves somewhere else.
Notable absence of the 0 point to completely cut off the retreat from Stan the Carman. Another chance that Jacksonville theoretically have a very standard setup for having an operator sitting at bottom mid. That's going unpunished. That's not set up correctly. Send the 0 point, deny the tailwind, and really force that play into a bad angle. It's not available for them. Josu, though, able to deny a 3K from Ezzy, possibly even a 4th past that point, as he does scrape by 2. A collat by Stan! And there's the closure by Paka. Another round for UNA. They climb to 11. Somebody's got to shut down Stan because this man is a menace on Ascent.
I mean, quite frankly, it just comes down to getting yourself into a post-plant situation on the attacking side. That is the operator's biggest weakness. I always say it. When you get to a point, if you actually had that pressure, you had that space, even then, if all 10 players are alive, it's still a 5v4 because that one player is going to have nearly an impact. If they don't have a lineup, better yet, you need to hold these angles and hold them aggressively and win those fights. But even then, we don't see Jacksonville with that leniency right now. They don't have that opportunity. Right now, what they got is a bunch of half buys inside their pockets, praying that, well, they win this thing with a little bit of an eco and can carry things on. And if not, well, then you're praying on a match point for, well, the rest of the game, which is a lot to ask for. But with those 3 ultimates, something could be kind of managed here, but it's going to be a lot to gamble in the meantime, knowing you would rather kind of have that to really nail down with those legitimate buy rounds.
It's the good news for Jacksonville. They still got 2 more games guaranteed after this to try to make up, even if they were to face the loss here against UNA. Unfortunately, it does mean that their first string game out of 3, for them is going to end up being a loss, and that could be a not so glorious way to end this one out for them, or start things off, I should say, for them. Lockdown, though, is placed inside B main. Articulating forward, there's Cal actually finding success there with the Judge. That's 2 cleaned up for them as UNA are going for a bit of a cheeky, thrifty approach, and the push comes forward. There's just no chance for Cal to escape. They'll get detained and closed out, and a Judge will be collected. At least it's a weapon that's not very good at range. They're going to have to trade that back to a Stinger. You take that life 10 times out of 10, take the loss.
Honestly, I mean, that's really what it comes down to as well. Even then, I mean, for Stan, when you're now sitting with an operator, you got to look at this kind of retake situation. You got 3 more players to work with in the meantime, and honestly, you have a Blade Storm. You don't have to worry about employing it right here. You can pop that thing, know you have some aggression, instead of actually dropping it for what could be a Guardian, but already sitting in this 2v2 situation. Things get more strenuous, things are getting more stressful. Once again, play out the contacts, play out the angles, know what you're expecting. You got a player there towards back boathouse. You understand what's going on there. Go ahead and get that closure there, and Stan with the final pick to go ahead and put that nail in the coffin. Fetch that operator once more. Bring it into the next round, because what you got to do right here, right now, is figure out with these ultimates, the 4 that are available, how you can really close out this game.
They just bury it. I think that's the state of which UNA are in. They have, 3 rounds of wiggle room before OT is guaranteed for the opposing side for Jacksonville. Jacksonville, they know for a fact they're going to have rifles in this round since they disjointedly bought in that last one. They're going to have proper weapons and more likely than not full armor, though that is not the case for Dan Toaster, who unfortunately just hasn't had a very solid second half. And a lot of Jacksonville are in that kind of same state. Dan Toaster was by far none the best player in the lobby for the attack, and it's just not here.
Honestly, I think buy could have been managed there if you did see Redhead kind of going ahead, selling things off, buying for someone else. There's a lot of math kind of be done in the meantime, but I mean, that's
so do that.
Exactly. That's not my job. I just go ahead and point out things. Some extra spare money, knowing that I mean, you're kind of sitting on this match point situation. You need to make sure that every single last dollar, but it doesn't even seem to matter, quite frankly. When you have players just fragging through, you have Blaze, Pixel, playing like a goalie, essentially, pushing on the side, knowing that, well, they're the top frag of their team, they're going to keep on doing that. They're going to keep on finding those results, even though From the Shadows was already burnt out from the side of UNA for that little bit of an extra quick answer. So not really too much to work off of on the back of that. You still have somewhat of an attempt. I think, honestly, things can get flashy. Things could look pretty darn good. But is it going to come around? If you have money, you got time, might as well give it your best shot.
You know, flashes, though, you don't have any way to cut down utility for the opposing side. It is a purely gun-up engagement for UNA. And
oh, my God.
I would honestly just take this loss on the chin. It's not a big result. Sonar Dolt goes out, as he is very much so spotted and suppressed. Plenty of util available for the side there of Jacksonville. They had 4 out of the 5 of their players still remaining, and they didn't have to use very much util to get control of that site. They just ran forward and essentially just gunned down Call of Duty style, which is supposed to come at the end of the day. They're just starting off the day early with it, but it at least gets them to the double-digit margin, and it really starts to slow down some of that momentum that was coming from UNA, because Jacksonville's collected 3 rounds in this half, but they've given up double, triple back to UNA, and that is a, momentum, that is a precedent that cannot be repeated now, as they are on match point against them.
Yeah, I mean, and even then, off the back of that round, you even see then kind of Jacksonville looking for a little bit of switch up. I like these wild card rounds. I like these kind of ace up the sleeves, looking for something different, and look for this pressure on site, knowing that, okay, well, I mean, we have nothing left to lose now. Kind of go ahead, obviously, fumble the bag somewhere, but if we go ahead and kind of whip out these tricks, throw out these curveballs, something different, and we can actually employ our tried and true to make sure we can get ourselves to that overtime situation, you're looking a lot more safe. But it's the gamble you take right here, right now. And already, I'm going to say one, it's going to be that Jet operating on the attacking side. I'm just seeing that big old cannon of a gun kind of just being tossed around from hands to hands here around the map. And understandably so, but we get to see what kind of impact can be made with that on the attacking side, because, well, sure, your KJ is kind of playing like a duelist right now. But your KJ, once again, is top fragging, doesn't really have all the armor in the world, and you're going up against Cal once again, who has found some relatively good results with that Judge thus far, but really needs to find some space here or push things up with that shutdown going through and stand the Carman going with a little bit of a flank.
Interesting idea, Cal, though, with that Judge. Like you said, I was expecting them to fall back. They had a 0 point. They needed to pop it. This is an ultimate that is so important for your team, and it's gone. Still, the man advantage in favor for UNA. Hunter's Fury goes out.
Oh,
that's 2! Burying Jacksonville, and just 1 man remains stuck now on site, sitting on stack. There goes the double updraft. They'll spray down 1, but it is done. UNA will be your victors for our Match 1 series, and they are rightfully so moving on Successfully. I mean, Jacksonville now has to live with that loss on their record on stage for every single game the rest of today.
And even then, a lot of regret off the back of it. I
Yeah.
mean, you saw how close the match was. I mean, we had the scoreboard to go ahead and look at things out. I mean, considering that already, I mean, Stan the Carman obviously being an outlier. You can look at the score. You can kind of see how things are playing out. I mean, the man really stood up when it came around the defensive side. Oddly enough, where we don't typically see Jets start to go off. But, I mean, hey, you found yourself a 4K round. You found yourself another 3K. You found consistency, and that Operator also found a little bit of introduction in that game, which, I mean, was kind of a big impact, I'd say, for a couple rounds, but still not really the end-all, be-all. So, UNA, obviously, a little bit rocky at the start. It has a lot of things to figure out, I'd say, for the weekend. But they obviously had themselves a lot of time now to kind of figure that out, considering that, well, they got themselves off with a pretty good start. So they have a little bit of a safety net under them now for this weekend to say, okay, look, things obviously weren't the best, but thank you, Stan. We'll go ahead and keep on going forward with our day. But Jacksonville, they've still got plenty of time. They look like a very, very cohesive team, and I think they have a lot of promise for this weekend. It comes down to whether they can actually provide that to their next opponents, which I think are honestly going to be a lot more difficult because, well, we know Auburn's here, and they don't mess around with that stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough series ahead for Jacksonville. This was the victory that I truly think they needed right off the rip, especially if they're going to be on stage. They're constantly going to be in the limelight. There's going to be an audience watching them. They needed the victory early, and they just were not able to get it. And a matter of fact, they didn't get it as it slipped through their fingertips, which just makes it worse. Yeah. We have a little bit of a window in towards the actual stage itself. Only one of the teams going to stand up and move their peripherals, and I can see one man with a backpack on his back and 4 teammates in it. That's Stan, truly. Whether that continues for Stan into their second game to give UNA a 2-0 start and maybe ending 3-0 by the end of the day, time will tell, but they want to place first, right? This is truly their home territory. This is the main stage. They've already shown what they're capable of. They just got to close things out. But speaking of closing things out, we're going to take a break between game 1 and game 2. So make sure you guys stay tuned. We'll see you guys when that one's ready to go underway.
Oh yeah, well we do all kinds of tabletop games and trading card games, board games. We really specialize in all the games that you love the most.
Oh wow, that sounds great. I'm gonna have a look around.
Okay, perfect.
Everything's okay. It's just man, I really like the stuff y'all have here. It's really nice actually. I think it was you were in the middle of your turn.
Yes. Let's see. So I was going to play this guy by banishing these 2.
I see.
I will attack you with this guy.
How much? 25. Okay. Well, good game.
Thank you.
I got you.
You missed it? No.
Oh, I dream just to be where next to me. Where you are, oh, I dream just to be where you are. In a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me. Where you are. Oh, I dream just to be where you are. In a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me. Where you are. Oh, I dream just to be where you are. In a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me. Where you are.
Won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like our future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Waiting for no one. We're heading straight up for the listen, they'll never notice. We'll take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world.
Sky blue eyes, I see a world behind them. No more time, sinking into the silence. Reaching out for something you may never find. Looking for a reason not to lose your mind. Feel like you're caught in a world you don't belong to. Praying that you'll make it home. I know you're scared that the place you love is gone. Don't fear what you do not know. Feel like you're caught in a world you don't belong to. Praying that you'll make it home. I know you're scared that the place you love is gone. Don't fear what you do not know. Feel like you're caught in a world you don't belong to. Praying that you'll make it home. I know you're scared that the place you love is gone. Don't fear what you do not know.
seek to find is a world that's mine. Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Follow the light of a world that's blind. In your eyes I see there's a place for me.
Goddamn, would you look at me? Yo, I'm a lazy motherfucker, that's what everyone sees. Ain't it funny how you wanna be the best, but you can't even get up and get dressed? Wasted, face it, you're never gonna make it. Rockstar, you won't get fun. I know you're confused. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Damn, what a lie. What a time to be alive. How have I survived? That's the battlefield. 1974. I think I'm going insane. I'm feeling crazy. Can't get it out of my head. Oh no, if the devil inside takes hold, then I just might wind up dead. Wasted, face it. You're never gonna be the one. Rockstar, you won't get fun. At least you had fun. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be. A king or a queen, as long as you got a dream. Oh no, it's a lie. They just wanna take your life. Try to tell you it's a battlefield. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Damn, what a lie. What a time to be alive. How have I survived? That's the battlefield. 1974.
I've been in the good times already. You can see it on my face. I know. No more racing. We got it. We can reach it. Yeah, we got it. And you know I'm feeling good like that. So what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you. But what you gonna do? And you know I'm feeling good like that. So what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
What you gonna do?
I stand back and I watch you explore in perfect visions like I've been here before. Falling faster, I try to ignore. I see you, I see you. I'll let you drag me to hell if you hold my hand. Tell me this is real and it will never end. This is not what I came here to find. Memories show that I'm out of time. See a shadow, don't know if it's mine, but I see you, I see you, I see you, I see you, I'll let you drag me to hell if you hold my hand. Tell me this is real and it will never end.
I've been learning how to love again. It's like a rush of blood straight to my head. I've been learning how to love again. I can feel it crawling under my skin. Just don't know why it's taking me all this time. Mending all these worn out feelings in my mind. I just wanna love me like you do. I just wanna love me like you do. I've been chasing all these feelings, but I couldn't even hear my truth. I've been running from emotions every time I feel something new. I just wanna I've been learning how to be a friend. I'm not the same like when I used to be. 'Cause now I'm better than I've ever been. Just being me now, you can call it a sin. Just don't know why it's taking me all this time. Mending all these worn out feelings in my mind. I just wanna love me like you do. I just wanna love me like you do. I've been chasing all these feelings, but I couldn't even hear my truth. I've been running from emotions every time I feel something new. I just wanna love, I just wanna love, love, love. I just wanna love, I just wanna love, love, love. I just wanna love, I just wanna love, 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 love. I just wanna I just wanna love me like you do. I just wanna love me like you do. I've been chasing all these feelings, but I couldn't even hear my truth. I've been running from emotions every time I feel something new. I just wanna love me like you do. I just wanna love me like you do.
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. This an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say fuck 'em, I ain't moving small. Bitch, money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh as fuck, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the floating block. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. This an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say fuck 'em, I ain't moving small. Bitch, homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one motherfucker doing shit like me. Heart rate froze, shake the EKG. I hate wasting time, fuck eventually. Routine work with nobody see, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the shit topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't fucking bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. This an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say fuck 'em, I ain't moving small, bitch.
I wish we stayed the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain. I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you changed. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm my therapist is saying that I should. I don't believe her, but I really wish I could. Instead, I guess I'll stay misunderstood. Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out of. Try but can't seem to slow down. I don't know if I want to. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm can't seem to slow down, and I don't know if I want to.
Of saxophone madness.
To bring you this.
Of saxophone madness.
Welcome back, everybody, to the main stage. My name's Infernos, is joined here once again by my great friend Mick, and we've got JSU back on the stage and Auburn joining them, who also faced a loss in their last game, shockingly enough, against UAB, who we did not anticipate much, but apparently they are sleeping giants. 13-3 on that map, which we still don't necessarily know.
Yeah.
But what a scoreline to take a lead from.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, obviously. We kind of heard that initial impression of Auburn kind of losing out, which even then, I mean, going ahead and looking at the likes of Auburn, this is a completely different roster from what I'm typically used to. So, obviously, there's going to be a lot of new impressions. Obviously, there's probably going to be a roster they're kind of warming up. They're getting used to knowing each other a little bit more, so they're looking to get ready for this next season coming through because, obviously, kind of being from the Alabama area, have ties to Auburn, know those players a lot, kind of Aru and all those boys that were coming through kind of in these last couple years. But this is completely different. I'm excited to see what they can at least showcase in this map, or at least in this match up in this entire weekend, better yet. But in terms of maps, we're going off into a little bit of a different direction, going into Lotus here, at least for this one. Knowing a lot of teams have to go ahead and get those things out. Jacksonville actually leaving that inside the rotation. A little bit odd to me, but hey, we'll go ahead and see kind of how it pans out for them.
Lotus tends to be a very different map, so to say, for the collegiate scene. What you expect to see in terms of pro play, completely different when it falls down to the collegiate scene. You call it the trickle-down Stratonomics, pro to T2 to 3 to 4. Collegiate's somewhere in the mix. And we expected Auburn to be a team that would maybe pick up on it a little bit sooner, but maybe we now need to bring that prejudice over towards UAB instead. But Lotus, we're going to go and take a look at our agent selection. We already have quite a few lock-ins coming out here for the side of Auburn, and one of them, whose name aptly fits the operator they have selected, Dead Game, Dead Up. I'm not sure why, but a Chamber's been selected.
And even then, we've already seen this kind of already be employed a little bit. I mean, we can go ahead and kind of take a look all the way back to the likes of VCT lock-in, where you did see that Chamber being employed by Ye on this map. And obviously, everyone who's freaking out because, it's Mr. Ye. It's Guy's Coast, man. It's C9. He's going to be great. Well, he quickly got dropped after that exact match. So we're going to know what exactly this has to operate here because obviously Dead Game, expecting a little bit there, probably C-hold, A-hold, kind of look at those maps depending on what kind of utility is available and what guns are in their hands at the time being. But already, I'm liking what I see out of Jacksonville a little bit more so. I love to see Neon in this map every now and again, but that's not going to be the case here. The Harbor is really what I'm keeping my eyes on because after that portrait change, I'm part of the group of, I don't know why you changed it. I'm not a big fan. Get it out of here. Revert it back to what it was. Have you seen Fades? It is terrible.
No, did they change
They
Fades?
changed Fade
I didn't notice
and
the change at
Harbors.
all. I just saw Harbors. I was like, who is this? Risber? Like,
yeah, it is very not really sure what they did there. But regardless, so look at the compositions. Obviously, kind of feels a little bit tried and true. As you mentioned, kind of that trickle-down effect. Nothing really new here if you do kind of keep your eyes on the challenger and the actual professional scene.
We're going to have to see how these two teams do play, whether that Ye playstyle comes forward and they drop immediately afterwards, or whether or not the Chamber will actually find effect. The 3 times I've seen the Chamber played in Collegiate on this map, it's gone terrible. So I'm not seeing a Collegiate team yet be able to step up with that Chamber. I believe you and I cast one of those games here on this map for the NECC, and that went terrible, like all the other ones I've seen. I don't think it's going to change here, but Dead Game, this is their chance to prove everybody wrong.
Of course.
And for the side of JSU, it's a chance to prove to everybody, hey, that last game was a fluke. UNA got the upper hand right towards the end. They got backpacked by Stan the Car Man, who apparently is Stan the Adidas man with a backpack on his back. Maybe there's not a player like that here available for Auburn.
Yeah, it all really comes down to how you can really kind of play this thing out initially. Already with initial pick coming through. I have not seen that gun in a long time on the kill feed. It's nice and refreshing. As much as I hate it, hey, it's here to stay. It's here to play, and it's already going ahead and get these opening picks. A little bit of an exchange of the health there, but regardless, you have the numbers to work off of, and you have yourself a nice little entry trying to come through with a lot of utilities holding things up.
A lot of util dumps out, guiding lights alongside the initial attempt there for the Paranoia around the corner. Plays Pixel and Mr. Skit finding a kill apiece. Mr. Skit now with 2, joined alongside Data Killer. It's just 1 player left standing, and unfortunately, it's a Raze with little to no util left in their back pocket. What are you to do? Moving in from defender spawn, just trying your best to out the Roomba of Death, trying to clear some space for them. It spots one, gets a little bit of detonation damage down, but it gets destroyed just before. Dead Game with a nice pickup once again with that under, and Mr. Skit joins in with a Sheriff, a pretty clean round, losing 2 weapons, but you have the best eco op in the game, Chamber. You really take the victories where you can.
Yeah, I mean, already looking at the stands, kind of seeing what's going out here. UAB with a very, very great lead already up the get-go. I mean, sitting at 2-0, knowing that obviously the aggression is going to keep on kind of following through, even then kind of holding on to the majority of those games. They're going to make sure to kind of keep on hitting hard. Knowing they are holding on to these rifles, or at least a couple of them, seeing the stance to be going through, and even then having already the emphasis and the kind of confidence, say, look, we're going to be going for this A lineup, this right down that big old lane that you know is there, instead of going for those close quarters on C where you know you have these Spectres, or even then on B where you see some prominence there as well. They just do not care about it in the slightest. They know they have a raise. Mr. Skid's going to be
and finally a round falls back in their favor, but at what cost?
A lot.
Like 5,000 credits, a lot.
Yeah, definitely. I'd say that's a generous number. It's definitely at least with 4 players who can just go ahead and I don't do math like that, but let's just start with the 2K minus the 900 extra that's on top of that, and then all the utility behind it. That's at least 8K.
Well, I was being generous, but, yeah, but I'm gonna throw it back the other way. Yeah, you're right.
That blow is definitely a lot heavier. And I mean, knowing that even then, knowing that could go ahead and unfold for UAB here, knowing that chamber you're going to have that shot ready, knowing that you're going to have a lot of these eco rounds looking to go in that direction, and even then knowing that I'm not surprisingly seeing as much of aggression out of UAB as that up, knowing that you're already cutting those sight lines off, you've already found plenty of kills. In the meantime, you're not really too concerned about the results off there. So knowing that even then, now we see UAB sitting with 3 ultimates on the board as well. That showstopper, I'm sure, is going to be employed very, very quickly. Just kind of go ahead and nail in these rounds, knowing if you do see a buy round going underway. And the Seekers are also still available there for anything if things start to like pan out, start to slow down a little bit. If you want confirmation on any possible details, but that's not really the case. We're just seeing slow and steady. We're seeing it once again the push towards the A side because every single time UAB has a very, very, very strict rule of saying if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And man, I mean, this is looking like a very shiny machine right now with the way they're just playing out this game.
And look at how well-versed UAB are in this map. Look what Dead Game was attempting to do there with the operator trying to fire through that wall where a player was lying in wait. They didn't have that information a player was there. They just anticipated it, which shows that UAB have a precedent for this map. They have a lot of expectations for where these players are going to lie in wait. And considering that in the collegiate scene, teams tend to be of all varieties and ranks, you have to have a play style that can fit against any team, and that's so difficult to do, so just play against all of them at once. And UAB are doing that to a T. Another close-cut round for them. The scoreline now disparagingly in their favor. A 3-round buffer early. It's a hard one to really bite back from in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, even then knowing that you're probably going to see this A side being hit again and again and again. I mean, already you have to see Jacksonville trying to take these adaptations as quickly as possible. Even on a 30 round or an eco round where you don't have any one of a buy, at least try to throw that wild card out there. Try to go ahead and allocate maybe 3 or more members over to that site, confirm your suspicions, and know, okay, it doesn't matter what we do, adjustments we make, they're going to win that round, they're going to follow it up because they're going to keep on hitting this spot because, well, this is a place where we're hemorrhaging. This is a spot where we already have bruises, we already have cuts, and honestly, they're just rubbing salt in the wound at this point where you have to find a way to either cover that thing up, find yourself enough bandages and wrappings and just go ahead and make sure it's not going to be a problem, or find a way to actually win a round. And they just definitely can't do it on a one like this where they don't have the weapons behind it.
Just Jozu and Dantoaster tried to hide over by door behind Switch itself. They were just trying to play as safe as they possibly could, and they still lost despite having the surprised advantage there. It's awful to watch JSU have a chance, and UAB's clinical prowess is just skyrocketing them above that competition. A moving headshot kill coming there right at the end. UAB, a 5-1 stat line, and it seems like the A site is just a comfort ground for them. And on top of that, it's not even a matter of the A site being good. They left their KJ all the way over to the C site to do whatever the heck she wanted to do, and she got a kill. She did it all by their lonesome. What are you supposed to do when even when there's a theoretical 2v1 on a site, they can still come up with the frag needed to save space for the team over on the opposing objective?
Well, it's because you have your controller kind of playing like a duelist in their own right, because you're running a double sentinel setup. You don't really have all the utility in the world to actually push into a site, but even then you're using your controller a little bit more impressively because, well, Omen can do it.
Red.
Can't really do it on this round too much, as already, you mentioned, Red already stepping up to the plate, or at least to the dune, able to get 2 initial kills off the board, which is outstanding. And this could be the best shot for Jacksonville to say, okay, this is a round, we have numbers. Problem is, they got a site. We need to find a way to fight this, or at least contest it as best as available.
Yeah, that Tasmania Tiger gives you so much information. Hey, that site's open. Let's go and get that spike down. NGO will begin that plant Dan Toaster looking for the angle to deny it, doesn't get it in time and gets sprayed down a little bit too quick for comfort. Andrew with a nice one tap back over towards Redhead Rookie. Blazed Pixel dusted by a band, and it's only one player left standing. Angel watching back towards attacker spawn, but unfortunately their teammate may be the first to get into that confrontation. And also, the regrowth brought out here by your Sky cannot reflect back onto yourself. So Angel Yo will be stuck at that 22 HP. So they'll be the first player to bait. That gives Josu the perfect chance to fight back. They'll boost pack themselves forward, trying to spray through the bottom barrier to give themselves a headshot opportunity. They spot them first, but they tap the spike. Timing's not perfect. It's still the 1v1. A perfect play for time by UAB. It's over. The round will be won once again. They'll all fall to spike. What a counter play, knowing you had the man disadvantage and playing for it in a 1v1. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's just working the ring around the Rosie right there. No real concerns even then. I mean, honestly, Josu had all the time in the world to kind of make those plays, and even then, knowing you're an explosive effort. I mean, flushing out a player into a spot where you can take that gunfight is your specialty, yet you didn't really find the place for it. You saw the Nano Swarm Grenade kind of go up in the air that gave you your first inkling of an idea, and it was just timing after timing, and it wasn't even on the side of KJ there. It was just unfortunate that Josu just pressed every button at the time that you didn't need to, because you're just trying to go for the round when you couldn't really find it. But all things considered, though, Jacksonville, even though regardless of that round loss being on their hands and how expensive it is, they're not, once again, going to have a bye. And that's a real stinker, but they do have a lot of ultimate.
All 5.
We got to see those buttons being pressed.
Yeah. We had that problem last game, actually, where use it or lose it territory, we call it all the time for timeouts. You have the opportunity once a half to do so, and it's the same thing with your ultimates. It doesn't have to be once a half. It can be 3 or 4 times. As long as you're popping them consistently, you can start charging them again. And that's just something we didn't really see come out from JSU, which is a little unfortunate, but it does plague the collegiate scene quite a lot. Ultimate does finally come out. The orbital strike we never saw in game 1 finally gets brought forward here in round 8. But unfortunately for them, it just doesn't work out for them. Still the full frontal 5 available for UAB, and no one left standing for the side of JSU. It is 7-1 already. Another flawless round on the board, and UAB are, well, I would say walking through the competition. They are in a dead sprint.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, I'm happy to see, though, we're at least kind of seeing some diversity here now. We're hitting the C side, we're hitting the B side, and we're seeing UAB actually go ahead and kind of flex themselves a little bit, kind of get a warm-up here and figure out, okay, let's not make it easy for them to predict where exactly we're going to go, even though A is working completely fine with us. But, I mean, there's at a point, though, where you can kind of let KJ hold down that B. You can actually allocate a little bit more players because you have that Brimstone in the middle of the map. I understand how this is working out, but you have a Harbor allocated towards A, and that can cover up an entire half of the map. That can cover that A site with those walls. You can go ahead and reach over to B site and work into that utility where they're pushing into it slower as well. There's a little bit of adaptation Jacksonville can make. We get to see those being made here in this round. Keep in mind, this is a bye round. The last one wasn't, so we were expecting it to be a little bit of a roll, but this is where you have these ultimates. A couple have already been popped, and you have plenty of time to get some more down.
Both lockdowns on the board, pretty much almost exact same timing. Everyone will be forced to clear away from this site. A band wants to stand for as long as possible, though, and the tour de force from Dead Game reaps havoc still on site. 2 players remaining. Data Killer from up on top of Plateau, able to deal with the player of Dan Toaster, who tried to pivot in towards site. Just 1 more remaining, and who else but Data Killer to kill off another foe. Back-to-back flawlesses, and UAB find another string of rounds back-to-back.
Yeah, every single time, man, we're seeing those hits over and over and over again, and knowing that even then, I mean, this map is really working out to the side. Obviously, the likes of UAB. It comes down to these maps like Lotus, as I mentioned earlier. I talked about Jacksonville, and I said, okay, well, this team, obviously, when you consider that you are leaving Lotus inside the map pool, you better be ready for what's coming. Because, I mean, you and I, we talked about the chamber and how we haven't really seen it work out too well on this map. This map just hasn't worked well for one side or the other. It's always felt like a very one-sided affair. We had the luxury, I think, of like the 5 times I've cast this map. Only one of them have been relatively close. That was a 9-13. That's the closest I've seen this game, or at least this map specifically. And knowing that, obviously, UAB is sounding like a Titan, they are looking like a Titan now. They're not going to get it, letting it even get relatively close to that kind of a lineup at the score.
And you got to keep in mind, everyone here, Dallas, was talking about UAB's upset over Auburn.
Yeah.
And if you're a UAB fan or a player, you knew it was going to happen. They came in here extremely confident. They were quoted before the game saying, oh, we're going to win it. Oh, no, we don't mean the game. We mean everything. We're going to win it. UAB comes into this with a total amount of confidence, and it's well-versed. The fact that JSU hearing that, everyone's in close proximity, right? No longer have to worry about that 5 feet distance between them about conversations, right? Despite the fact that they're hearing this, they let a map like this go through. This is the map where Kings in the collegiate scene will stay kings. They will keep their crown. The best of the best know how to play it, and they're going to play it exceptionally well. JSU should have banned it outright. I think this is one of the ones where you play for a cent, where good teams can go to die. I mean, how different is the score going to go?
Yeah, okay. You know, I mean, I can be with you on that. It's still, that's the map where I always talk about mistakes are the ones that a lot of teams depart on that map. It comes out of how many mistakes you make, not really how well you play it. And already we're seeing Jacksonville with plenty of those, at least on this map so far. You can tell this isn't really a comfort zone for them, but even then they still have plenty of time to do it. But once again, if you hit this point, 9 threes, we've seen it time and time again. Not really stressful. Problem is we're starting to look at a 10-2 here, possibly at least a lockout of potential in that, considering that, well, now that you're looking at almost another near flawless round the last 2, make that one player standing, and they're going to be hiding all the way back in spawn on the other side of the map because, well, you really can't blame them. You're up against 5 UAB players, and you're going to be looking to rush that site as best you can, but you've been flip-flop again and again where you're saying, well, we have a gun, don't have a gun, just threat alive. Then we go ahead and get one, but that's where all the efforts just stopped at.
You said it best. Last series, JSU versus UNA. UNA had a huge problem on their attack. When they would extend with one player, the rest of the team did not move in the same fell swoop, and the levels on your mini-map were completely lopsided.
Yep.
When that player would lose up in the fight, your duelist would lose an engagement, they'd fall. You know, that stinks, but the rest of the team was too far back to reclaim that control, and that space that was created, they weren't there for a refrag, and they weren't there to fight for that effective space. I want you to look at the mini-map here in this round. Notice how UAB take that space, and they hold on to it. They'll spread themselves out. The people moving in towards A site will stay at the same height as the people moving in towards C. It is collective as a team, and it's one of the reasons why we're seeing them be so effective about their kills that are giving them huge leads right up the rim.
It feels like a wall that they're just kind of pushing together. They make sure you can almost kind of draw a line across the entire map and just shift that with the furthermost player. You can see that, I mean, everyone's going to be kind of following suit in their own respective right. But in this round, you see a little bit of an outlier. You see Data Killer kind of go off on their own, but that's the one player that you can kind of let go off and do their own thing because, well, A, they're kind of like an initiator with that paranoia. They have the smokes that go across the map, so they can still give you the impact on that side. Absolutely no problem with this play whatsoever. You can see it coming into full fruition on the side.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Dead game, running it right there with the headhunter saying, look, I don't even need to buy a gun. I just need bullets.
Yeah, they didn't like us saying the chamber was not so hot on this map. We haven't seen it yet. They're saying, I'll show you right here.
It's terrible. I'm not impressed yet. Go ahead.
Yeah, keep going. Show us something else. You need to get an ace here. We don't really have any confidence in the chamber until the ace, right? Used to see it all the time when chamber plagued the scene. Where's that now? I will point out it's not bar for Data Killer trying to match the team for that wave. He had 2 other teammates with him. They all died at the gates there into that C site. So there was an attempt by UAB. It's just the first time they felt some competition going back their way, and then the competition fell short when it came to that A site that they have been very comfortable on, I think would be the way to phrase it. But now, maybe JSU can showcase what they can do on the attack. Unfortunately, the scoreline being reflective of a 10-round buffer between these teams makes this comeback extremely difficult, to say the least.
It makes it a nightmare. It's quite plain and simple. And even then, I mean, on the defensive side, you know, the Ari, you're trying to hold things down. There goes Skits. I mean, Jacksonville, welcome to the B side. You took control of it. Make yourself at home. But there's still 4 players about. We've seen pistol rounds. I mean, these things are always just an absolute toss-up. With the second kill going through, it makes it a lot better.
That game does finally fire back, and Dead Killer will also find themselves a frag in return. Make that 3. I changed my mind. You blink and you miss everything. No! A knife fight dead game. I think they're really trying to bury into the chamber and get the job done. Sorry to break you, that's not a part of Chamber's core kit, so that is reflective of everybody. You still haven't sold this just yet. You got 1 round to prove us, because likelihood is here, after taking the pistol round, you're going to find the bonus quickly after the fact. The collegiate plague, do you buy up? You see it more and more often. We talked about it. You have to buy up now. There's no choice.
Yeah, there's really no option, I mean, quite frankly. Even then, you already know that the force is coming through in some respects on the side of UAB because we saw it earlier on their second round. They already won. They went for the rifles. They went for the half-buys in terms of the armor because they knew they already had somewhat of a stance. And even then, you've got to go ahead and understand that you need to play purely off utility in a round like this. This is very problematic, knowing that they're going to be probably playing a little bit aggressive and knowing that you don't really have anything except for a bunch of stingers. Yeah. You have to find speed here. You have to find tempo. A problem is you're just now starting the attacking number. You have no idea how to set that, but you still find a result nonetheless.
Like the fact they're playing off a double swing up through mid. That gave them that first pickup, but because they're not doing that elsewhere, your player trying to move in through a lobby gets taken down, and the likelihood is your player now moving into C site's gonna have the same problem, and there it is. A band takes down right and punishes them. You play the double swing, it works. Yep. Why do you stop doing so? You even had a player still sitting in spawn doing nothing. Could have been there towards A, could have been there towards C to assist, and yet they sat back and waited. It just seems like a missed opportunity, and that missed opportunity is going to hurt, especially if this one does end 13-1, which UAB are looking like they could very well do, but it is still a 3v3.
Yeah, already just looking to get things done here. You already know that the band is sitting on site trying to hold things down. Has that turret available off the back.
There it is.
With the kill in the back, you know exactly where these players are. Voices all over the place. Heads are swinging around, and it seems like Jacksonville's going to go on with one last standing, but it's only going to last for about maybe 2 more seconds. We see a closure. Not a 13-3. You got about 2 more rounds of leeway between Auburn and Jacksonville because, well, they still are locking these players out.
Yeah, we talked about. We had a little bit of an extended break in between game 1 and 2. It took a little bit to get the players ready. It took a little bit to feed the casters, so to say. Yeah. Maybe a little literally in some cases. There's a lot happened in between the scenes. The break now is going to be even longer because UAB decided to have an even faster game than they had against Auburn. And now we're going to have to wait for that Auburn and UNA game to end. So it's just going to take even longer. I'd love to see if we were able to get that, but it's just not a possibility, unfortunately.
Yeah. Even then, I mean, going ahead and discussing the game a little bit, I mean, kind of breaking it down a little bit more. Obviously, not too much we can really do, just considering, without just singing the praises of UAB. I mean, they were very, very,
gorgeous.
Obviously very aggravated that we messed up and said UA initially and said, look, we're the team that beat UA, all right? So we got to let you know that we're going to make sure this stop is a little bit worse. And, I mean, they definitely lived up to the tale. They were able to hold that thing down, and especially, I got to say, it is a testament to the map of Lotus. Jacksonville, I don't think you can really go for all these kind of awkward maps. Even if you feel like it may be your map to try to intrude. Bind is now on the rotation again. We kind of saw that rotation come through once already. Split is now here to work off of. You need to kind of play these aggressive angles because when you look at these teams, when you look at these skill discrepancies and rank discrepancies, the biggest thing you can work with is distance. Try to close it. Make sure these maps work into your favor a little bit more. And Bind and Split will be your best option.
Yeah.
And, well, they've already kind of been in this rotation. They're all back in the actual map pool now. Maybe give those a shot.
You're facing a team that is by far some of the best teams in the collegiate, is up with them, competing with them, outright saying they're beating them like Maryville and Northwood, right? You know this. You're listening to the conversations. You're in the environment. Like I said, it's a close-knit facility. We're all in the same space and having a good time. But you also have a little bit of that fear. You got to be very mindful of what's going on. The game starts in the band phase, in the map band phase. And I just feel like JSU lost a huge battle right there. And because of that, the war just became so much more difficult, right? You didn't pick a good home turf. You picked a place with a very poor amount of trenches. And I'll tell you what, UAB put themselves and entrenched themselves in early, and they were not leaving those footholds. No. It was just going to be their game. I think Bind, I think Split, either one of those could have been really good for JSU. I still think Ascent would have had a better scoreline for them. I still think it inevitably would have fallen to UAB.
Exactly.
But this was definitely not the map pick. It is what it is. But what a game from UAB. A gorgeous display. Cannot wait to see more of them, unfortunately, tomorrow, because our next series is going to be JSU versus Auburn, finally.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, though, as well. When we called them Auburn, that was when we saw JSU win a round. Yeah. Maybe they didn't know it was UAB either.
Hey,
so then they heard UAB and they panicked.
Okay, we're good. And then UAB, it's like, okay, yeah, this is 13-3. But regardless, so as you mentioned, that UA game that is going to be coming up here soon already. Once again, you're going to be seeing Jacksonville State on the stage. Now, we talked about them on that first map saying, okay, they needed to win there. Now they're desperate.
They're desperate.
It is last call. If you're not going to do anything, if you're not going to win out a map for at least the sake of yourself to go into the next day, you're at least now saying, well, if we're going to go ahead and go down, we're bringing somebody with us. So we're going to see that's going to be Auburn on the other side of this break because we're going to take one more, hopefully a little bit shorter this time around. We'll catch you there on the other side of it.
Okay, sounds great. You here often?
Yes, every day.
Ooh. Spending a lot of your time here.
I will attack you with this guy.
Ooh, wait, what's that stuff?
Check it out?
Yeah, actually, that sounds great. Oh, you get to paint, dude. That seems pretty cool. What do you guys sell here?
Oh yeah, well we do all kinds of tabletop games and trading card games, board games. We really specialize in all the games that you love the most.
Oh wow, that sounds great. I'm gonna have a look around.
Okay, perfect.
We would just have it on there.
Everything's okay. It's just man, I really like the stuff y'all have here. It's really nice, actually. I think it was you were in the middle of your turn.
Yes. So I was gonna play this guy.
Oh.
By banishing these two.
I see.
I will attack you with this guy.
How much? 25. Okay. Well, good game.
Thank you.
I got you. missed it? No.
Main stage has returned once again, and we're back with Who Else But JSU on stage live. Followed up, though, finally this time, not UAB, it's Auburn, and we finally get to have some of those points made previously actually apply to the team at hand. In case you can't remember, even though it's not been very long, thanks to that UAB victory, my name's Infernosis, joined here by my good friend Mick, and we've got ourselves some more Valorant, the final Valorant match, before we get to greet Foof and Bepik to have another set of talented casters coming to the fray for Rocket League later today.
Yeah, and even then, we're also going ahead getting things up, kind of wound down a little bit on a map that I suggested in the last rotation, if you were there for that kind of slight intermission that we had, or sorry, that was a match, not an intermission. They were both very short.
Very
so
short.
Really
I think our intro lasted about as long as the game itself.
But all things considered, they did actually go for the bind selection of this one. We knew that obviously Auburn, these are names that I do kind of recognize and I'm familiar with, so we know that we actually get the rosters right this time. But, I mean, all things considered, Auburn, I know what this team's made of. I know that they obviously last year and last main stage, they were pretty good contenders. It came down to Alabama, Auburn, and I believe like all three titles that we were doing during that year, which was the league, I believe, instead of doing Call of Duty, which you can have supplemented here. So, I mean, knowing that they are here to play, knowing that they're kind of showing up, and knowing that the meta has changed a lot, I would love to see the kind of adaptations made. And better yet, how Jacksonville can kind of have some relevancy here, because they got to have a map on the board.
How many times did I point out at the beginning of Game 1 that JSU was going to be on stage for all three games, and how unfortunate it was going to be if they're the only team to be on stream for that much, and they were yet still the only team to not take a victory. Auburn has precedent. They found themselves the dub over UNA, and UNA beat JSU in a close series, right? What, 13-9 was the finals? 13-10? Pretty much as close as you can get without being necessarily into overtime. Auburn whooped them, what, 13-7, 13-6?
Yeah, 13-8 to 6. It was kind of
on
within that thing. So, yeah, I mean, it's relatively close. Jacksonville, I think they honestly have a honest-to-God shot here.
They do.
They just got to find a way to lock it down, knowing that this map, bind, very aggressive, very fast. That play style we saw on Ascent, that agent composition more specifically that they were looking to kind of go ahead and cater into, this could play into their favor here, but we got to see them actually bind to that mentality.
JSU is a team that they showed us what they can do in Ascent. We were going to try to forget that UAB game. There wasn't really much we could go off of. It was a tough map for them. The agent selection didn't matter because of that. It was just facing a more well-versed team. Bind is a map that you said it best alongside Split. These are the maps that would have been a better selection against a team that you theoretically know is or can be better than you. And the precedent is here for Auburn. They are good. They took a loss against UAB 13-3, but they also took their win against UNA that JSU lost to. They have a chance here. It's a closer series, a closer game. Bind is a perfect map for this. And I think maybe they were listening. They didn't get out of their game just yet. JSU, though, did. If this is their pick, it's smart. If it's not, I'm a little worried for them. Unfortunately, we don't have the full picture ahead of us to see exactly what came down, but at least it's not a sin again, right?
Yeah, honestly, I'm just happy to hear that. Knowing that we're actually getting some diverse maps on the board, that's what I'm super happy with, all things considered. Knowing that, I mean, we're getting Lotus. That was already just kind of a treat in itself. Knowing that a lot of teams like to go ahead and knock that thing out of the way and just kind of get it off the board completely. But, I mean, we're going to switch up there. Knowing that we're now going to bind, a lot of teams, as I mentioned, kind of like to go ahead and kind of alleviate themselves from these aggressive map picks. But I think, honestly, it's going to play into the favor here because even then, looking at the compositions thus far, knowing that we do see Jacksonville kind of going for that tried and true, nothing really crazy. The Viper pick kind of making sense. The Cypher being a little bit of an interesting thing. But then again, on the other side of the board, we got Dex doing those same exact shoes, going for a Sentinel that we don't typically see very often. One, because they're just not really extremely viable. They're kind of niche. And then one, just because, well, they got buried 6 feet under. But apparently resurrected at least here for the day.
I mean, we talked about the sand pile over on our previous map, right? Now we get to see a lot of sand here on Bind, so maybe some thematic justice to see Chamber come back into it. It is a lot easier to dig in sand than it is to, say, dig in dirt, and Chamber's kind of been in the grave for a little while there. Yes, is the most economically savvy operator in the game, right? But you got a lot of problems. The agent selection, you can widen it. There's better options for most fights. It's been so long since Chamber has been the go-to option that even you were forgetting the names of some of those util. And that's crazy to say, considering we've been a whole year where we had to say Chamber's name
to be fair,
every game.
Look, I hated the man so much. I literally tried to recess all memories of him whatsoever.
You did well up until last game.
Exactly. I mean, well, that's just because I never had to see him. Never had to worry about it. Only time was like seeing Ye
And when I saw that and saw that Cloud9 got absolutely washed during that lock-in matchup, I was like, all right, sweet, we're never going to see him again. That's just like, if Ye can't make him look good, we're never going to see this man. So we're perfect. We're in the situation where we need to be. But speaking of situations, looking at these compositions, obviously, I think Auburn had themselves a little bit more of an actual lineup. It feels like Sky, we kind of now reached this area where she feels like a necessity on this map. The Trailblazer works outstanding for clearing every angle because of how small these map entries are, how funnel they can be, and you can go ahead and sniff out every single piece of utility on the way there. Knowing that Guiding Light can literally cover an entire site purely just going off and going up into the air from spawn, covers everything you need, even if those audibles are going to be more than enough because of how close quarters these maps can be. The Viper cuts off everything perfectly, knowing how small this map is. Once again, that paintbrush that is that straight line of your wall can cover anything necessary. And, well, the Brimstone is going to be a necessity on both sides. And Raze is just, well, once again, kind of where you see Jet everywhere else, that's Raze here specifically. So I'm excited to see what Dex can do more specifically. Kind of that Chamber pick, kind of seeing where that's going to be allocated, knowing that you don't have – the last time we saw Chamber on Bind wasn't even after the initial nerf when we saw it go to a singular totem. He was still having those two totems in the rendezvous, and you could put them between over there towards A Cubby and up there towards B Cubby as well, where you can swap on complete sides of the map and be at any site need be. And that's not the case anymore.
Yeah, even after the nerfs, Chamber still had a place on Bind specifically. You still saw the selection very heavily utilized when it came to the rotation from over in Metal Hall or U-Hall all the way over towards Cubby on B. They were still very viable in the defense, attacking-wise, left up for question. Wasn't really good at, cutting off rotates, wasn't really good at denying map control for the opposing team, but was still very viable when it came defensively. It's even worse now, right? You don't have as much length, you have to worry about timing, you don't have as much overall util just as a whole, and there's better options. If Auburn can pull off something big here, that'll be 2 chambers in the day that have viable compositions.
Yep.
Now, the first one, we didn't see the ace, so it didn't work. The chamber was a bad decision on that map of Breeze.
Never do it again.
Never saw the ace, so it just did not occur.
Dead game, dead character, just uninstall. Sorry.
Very true. But I'm blind. I think this is a better chance for that Headhunter to have a little bit more success when it comes to these pistol rounds, as well as when it comes to just holding out on that A side, which had obviously changes before Bind got brought back into the map. The barrel over there, underneath Heaven on that side, can see all the way down in towards Shorts. A lot of changes, just small ones, which every map surely needs. We had this conversation earlier when it comes back into the pool. I think make Bind a great option for a lot of teams where they struggled in certain areas before. They're no longer an issue.
Yeah, and now there's Chamber. All already first death on the board, so sweet. Once again, we can go back into Agent Select, we can get rid of this man, and all that stuff we just said is just perfect little time filler there. All things considered, you can go somewhere else. I was going to say, if we're going to talk about maps, Chamber actually would kind of look pretty reasonable on Breeze of all places.
Yeah.
But then again, that's just a fever dream that everybody else is having, and I'm living in Wonderland if that thing actually does come back. So Zip Time, I call out to you because, well, he's agreed with me on Twitter. But all things considered and
he follows
said
me
and
on Twitter.
no, I said agree, not follow. We're both in those shoes. All things considered, though, all things said and done, we're in a 3v3, looking at good across the map. We saw a little bit of an inkling of a rotation there going over towards the B side, but you're still seeing a lot of things being held down, a slow and steady approach being taken across the map because that's what happens here on Bind. Rotations are ample. TPs are, all available to stick at any point in time. You don't want to make that noise because you don't want to have a retaliation ready for you.
Early nade to retaliate against the Chamber death for the side of Auburn did a ton of damage to 2 out of the 3 of the players that came in and are still remaining for the side here for JSU. Is that going to matter? I'm not too sure. It does make things a lot easier in a pistol round, especially even with just a Ghost or even a Frenzy at range, where Boosted will arguably have less ammo in the clip to kind of get the job done. It's a little uncontrollable at distance. With such little HP on the Sova, sitting at about a quarter for the Cypher, it makes things a lot easier at range. The issue is just going to be that Viper. Shots to be sent out by Rue. There's that classic to try and get that distance. Frenzy up close and personal, sprays down 1. Unfortunately, not good for the second. Rue will try to stick it down towards half. Gets pushed, though. Headshots galore, and it is a low HP player. They've got to push out. They've stuck it now towards half. They're not going to deal with the recall bolt. They're going to let it tick down to the point. They have plenty of time to go for it, but a perfect play by Josu, and I think they've won it off the back of that one, and that will be the case. Rue cannot twist in turn enough to get the job done, it will fall to JSU in the end.
So you have the DPI adjustment. You just start flinging it everywhere.
Looks like a CSGO toggle video, right?
Look insane. But all things considered, though, good round there on the board for Jacksonville. We're already going ahead and kind of expecting a little thing to the switch up. Even then, that initial death already on the board for Dex. Wasn't really expecting this. I've seen Dex a lot. I've kind of seen what he's made of, what he can really do. And they're going ahead and kind of starting off pretty slow with that initial death. A little bit unexpected, but then again, I mean, you're still kind of getting the shakes out. You just faced UNA in a pretty close matchup, and you went ahead and when you're what feels like on round 4, you're being told, hey, it's your turn now. Other game's over with. You're like, okay, I got to figure out where my mind space needs to be. But all things considered, goes ahead and bounce back immediately. Headhunter opting things off right here and getting yourself an initial first blood. That's good because that gun could definitely be recoverable if you see rotation coming through, which I think they're looking at.
We talk about how Chamber is the most economically savvy agent in the game. There's a reason for that. The Headhunter, yes, while costing to shoot, it's still cheaper than buying most weapons, and it's extremely viable. If it hits the head, it's going to kill. That is the whole point of the Headhunter. And on top of that, an Operator, the Tour de Force, right? It's your ultimate. And a lot of teams don't want to pop their ultimate in this series, and in the games as a whole today, Dallas, and even the collegiate scene in general. You're going to pop the Tour de Force. You're not letting that sit in the back pocket. It's free. You just got to charge the course of rounds. It's going to happen no matter what in that half. And it just is 4,900 credits you don't have to worry about spending.
Yeah, the only person I think I can call off the top of my head that creates an actual Blade Storm like a gun in an eco round is Saya player. Will actually just pop that thing for absolutely no reason because you know that you're going to find the effect out of it. Nobody else really wants to go and opt for those things, and they always want to hold on these ultimates. So right now, we're holding on to is at least our breath, waiting for the spike to go down somewhere. As we have seen a little bit of a rotation, the TP being taken all the way over towards that A side. You have a great flank set up here by Dex. Absolutely nobody has any clue of what's going on. You have a setup on site, and you have a perfect angle to at least get one here, possibly.
The extension of the Radiant crates, though, do make things a little bit easier for that rotate away with the teleporter. Problem is, you don't clear back over towards Showers. That causes a lot of problems. It's going to give you a free kill over towards Dex. Blaze picks another last one left standing in a 1v2, lying awaiting Showers, getting pressured by the Headhunter in the hands here of Dex. They'll lose that fight. Blaze hunting for the second white swing! And there's the pickup onto Boosted. A round victorious. A close one, though, for a bonus round that should have been much easier for Jacksonville. Didn't happen. And now they're going to only have one SMG they're carrying into the next round. They have to decide, do we match our player that's still holding on, or do we take this loss on the chin? And I think we both agreed in Ascent earlier, you take the loss on the chin, right? It's just something you're expecting.
Just don't buy up, whatever. I mean, go ahead, obviously, kind of opt for what you can to make sure you have at least enough for that next round. I mean, that's going to be a guarantor, but all things else considered, I mean, you have to look at now Auburn. What's going on here? They went ahead and forced up a little bit in that last round. You can see they do not have the money, which, again, they're also not on the attacking side with those 300 credits being pushed with every single spike plan. That's kind of the trade-off you have with the defense, but even then, you already have that kind of, well, that setup. As a Sentinel, you're saying, okay, what if our players are immediately valuable here? I mean, even then, considering if you do go for somewhat of a double Sentinel, which we do kind of see every now and then. We saw in that last game specifically with that Chamber and that KJ. But now, things are all across the board. You're looking to play slow and steady. You are holding these angles. And Auburn isn't one of those teams that are going to go ahead and over-rotate like we saw Jacksonville earlier. They hold on to their angles. They know that, okay, and we actually hear a spike going off, and every single player has died in the meantime. We know when to retreat. We know how to give up that space. We know how to go ahead and reconvene to make sure to get the most of the effect.
Talked about how you can fall back. You need to make sure that you don't do too much until the spike goes down. You have that guarantee, right? You get a lot of information with that Tasmanian Tiger, and you saw that just now. Got a lot of intel over towards B long. You got a lot of util being dumped out. You saw the toxic screen get lined up in sight, splitting all the way back over towards doors, which have been widened, keep in mind. So there's a lot on the board that is available for the defense, and you can see they've already pivoted back. They're raised all the way through halls, sitting over. They put their Sky back inside elbow, no longer sitting closer towards sight. But look at the map control that's being reclaimed on that A side, making sure if TP is taken, they can't get away with something for free, but I think it's an execute in this B side. It is going fast.
It kind of has to be, quite frankly. I mean, already I was going to go ahead and mention that A side push because that's why we saw the rotation come through. I was kind of biting my lip for a second saying, oh man, I just said how much they were looking good, not rotating early. When you have full control half the map, you know, okay, make the shot then, make the call because they are not here. They are on site, pushed up, and they're putting that spike down, and they've already done it successfully. But you have a retake underway. You've already lost a couple players in the meantime, but you still have the majority of your guns still to keep on holding on to. There it is. Dex showing up, looking for a couple shots. They're going to go and close things out there with Chaywan Lover, and you find some closure there for the first round to get yourself on the board. Pretty expensive knowing you lost the majority of your guns, but not really too much of a concern until Dex is obviously, homie's got a bone to pick with Dan Toaster.
Yeah, they're not too happy with the performance, maybe. I'm not too sure. They were picking a fight with the dead body already, testing the crouch key, making sure it was working as well. Maybe just having some fun with it. Who can surely tell? Either way, we're still going to dog on Dex until that Chamber gets an ace to truly prove the Chamber is worth bringing, because that's definitely the keynote of success for any agent here in Valorant, because you're definitely expecting your Viper and Sky to get aces every single round. Yeah, I mean, it's fairly anticipated. Either way, I think Dex has had a pretty good performance in the few rounds we've seen him. I did like how patient they were in that defense in that last round. They fell back quickly. You highlighted they were going to wait for the guarantee that they're on site. And despite the fact that they did meet them early for the fight, they did so smart. They did it from their door player coming from halls instead. They didn't do it from elbow. They played the elbow for the later stage for the pivot back in to cut off the rotate back from site. That was a smarter play, and I think that's indicative of what we're going to see for the rest of on for the game.
And it really comes into whether or not they actually want to hold on to that, because you can already see Dex there with an opening pick once more, kind of holding down that showers area, even then overextending and looking for more. It's not even done yet for 3. Homie's in the back of spawn, or at least over in the attacking spawn, is holding things down. You have now trapped out that spike, and immediately you can see that dynamic duo of Boosted and Dex. They had been communicating on this A site all game together, over and over, pushing spawn, and now they have seen their labor come back to them in the worth of gold, because they're locking things down. They know what kind of value they have on this side. This map is now theirs to control and close out for one more round. So a second on the board, almost near flawlessly. Dex with a 4K off the back of that. Yeah, still Chamber
still hasn't had it.
I think it's terrible.
Yeah,
Chamber is
it's
a
going
terrible
poorly.
agent. I think we're missing the cut here by like a large margin. That single kill means literally everything.
Yeah, I never ask a Valorant player why their highlight reel ends at 4 kills, right? I think that's what we're seeing right now for Dex. And unfortunately for the side of JSU, that's 2 rounds back-to-back. It hurts. That was also their buy chances. They were doing really good in their first 2 victories. The second one, yeah, the eco was a little bit closer, but they had a closer round in round 3. Not the case in 4. 1 kill in return that gave free information, and that meant the next 2 kills were just going to go their way.
Hope slow and steady here. Maybe this round being a little tough doesn't really matter too much, though, because, well, I can't blame Dex, who swings coming out from the likes of Fountain over towards main lobby. Definitely not me, but hey, it is what it is. You got to play it out, see what exactly is going on here, knowing that even then slow and steady could go ahead and give you a lot of respect, especially on the side of Auburn when you already see an initial pick going through. A singular player dropped over there towards the A side, the Viper. Better yet. So you know that that site is not going to be really the best option anymore, because, well, you've now given up that space, your gun has been dropped, and even then, that wall is going to cover you on that entry onto site. Now, that funnel isn't available anymore. You are going right into Poison's line of sight, trying to hit those shots, but it doesn't matter because you land them anyways.
Fortunate ping error there that goes down. Poison will be felled off the back of that one, and that is a Vandal now in the hands of Dan Toaster. Poison even calling out 83 packet loss. Let's go. Very unfortunate. Had that issue in a lot of the series today, but all the teams have had to deal with it up to this point. It's nothing we can surely do about it. Roof in the back of U-Haul, finding 2, make it 3, make it 4, burying all the competition. No one fires back, and what a play. That's why Viper is so much better than Chamber here.
Honestly.
Yeah.
A 4K for Viper.
Might as well be 2 aces.
I mean, now I understand why Riot keeps on nerfing her utility over and over and over again. Quite frankly, her wall should just be able to be up for 1 second tops. And it should never regen. I think it should just be immediately. Oh, when you drop it, it should also go up immediately.
Yeah.
You know, just be up for that 1
Right
second, and it's gone.
Yeah. Think about Astro recollecting the constellation, right? It's got to be that. It's
yes. See, honestly, we got to work for Riot here.
Yeah,
we got great ideas. Bringing Breeze back right there at the top of the list. I mean, all kinds of great ideas today. Removing Chamber from the game. You and I, we really
because we know they aren't hiring us as casters, so might as well hire us in for balancing changes.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about that one. Instead, we're going to go ahead and talk about, once again, probably Dex actually reading the angle now, knowing that you did see that tripwire going out, giving all the information, or at least enough to go ahead and get that little right click underway to get that shot off. You're sitting at 3-2 on the board. You're sitting at a 5v4. You have advantages in every single number, and you get that green gas to go ahead and decision in the meantime.
Who's going to hide inside their Viper's pit, waiting to pounce at a moment's notice. No one from the side here of JSU yet have really built up the confidence to swing their way in through. I think that's really the right idea. Who wants to fall into a Viper's pit? TP looks like it may be getting utilized here by JSU, but with Spike having pivoted in through from Fountain, in through mid, which, once again, who swings that? Not too sure, but apparently a lot from the side of JSU. I think they're going to stick here onto this B side. It's going to be too long of a rotate, and they don't necessarily have anyone that's playing there. Look at the back control being gained, though, once again on that A side. They switch boosted all the way back through once again. They've just stepped through Cavern, looking to step in through Spices and likely take the flank down upon JSU, who are just too slow in towards site. I think a showstopper's been popped. It has, but it just finds nobody, Dallas. What's going on? JSU cut down to the seams. Josu the only one to find a kill, while the Viper's Pit will drop. Everyone else has dropped for the side of JSU.
J Lover's aim is on something different. Just kind of actually clearing things and looking around as if that is another ligament to work with, and it's really impressive in its own right. Clearing out that smoke, holding things down, knowing you had the assist from your squad like that. But I mean, now knowing that you on the side of Jacksonville have assistance of 3 ultimates, we have to see these things being utilized. And once more, I think honestly, when you see that Viper Pit go down, we have to see a little bit more actual dedication to game plans when it comes around to Jacksonville. You have to make those calls. You have to be a lot more flexible because sure, A hasn't really worked out for you all that well, but honestly, that could be your best shot when you know that a Viper's Pit is down. There's going to be allocated players surrounding it, and when you sit there for so long with the TP just readily available to take at any point in time, that rotation, I think, is a very good call, things to consider, but we didn't see it go underway. Another round to kind of really let it happen. Another attempt on A when you don't really have a full body to work with.
Speaking of the TP, we highlighted Chambers' apparent nerfs they received. I mean, rightfully so.
Oh, my God.
Music to the ears for the count up there for boosted. Unfortunately, a gorgeous shot from Josu who shuts that down. It's still a 3K, though.
Yep.
That's why Brimstone is easily better than Chamber in a lot of ways. Speaking of the Chamber, you're talking about the TP being readily available. For a map like this, where you don't really have the option to use the TP so effectively on the defense, Chamber can fit into that role to allow for the quick rotate. But the issue is, if you miscalculate that, even once, it's not coming back by the end of the round if you do it too late. And because of that, Chamber has fallen off.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, have to agree. I think he's the worst agent in the game.
Yeah.
Just be outright removed.
I think you should remove the TP entirely and also give him 2 boost packs and also a showstopper. Just turn him into Reyes.
I think
at
any time you, your gun just gets a mind of its own and then it just shoots you and then you just die. I think that should that's what they should go
the
ahead and
headhunter,
pitch.
but it's a self-headhunter.
Exactly. Yeah, that'd be a really good idea. But all things considered, what it could also be a great idea. Already going ahead and playing First Blood, and we see Dex able to go ahead and lock that thing down once more. You have to go ahead and be wary of where this angle could be. And I'll admit, being over towards that B side, a little bit iffy, all things considered. You see A over there towards that A side heaven in the back of the map, kind of being ready for some of the rendezvous. But even then, with the changes that go underway, you're going to see a lot more aggressive angles. Up, and that's Dex doing exactly that, trying to go all the way into spawn because, well, you have angles on both sides. You got all the real estate to work with. You're not concerned that the slightest player may be pushing.
Auburn's first blood was against Spikeholder. Spikeholder was left over inside Fountain. They get taken down. That forces your Cypher to go collect Spike. They realize that with the Tasmanian Tiger, and Dex tries to pounce to deny this rotate in from short. It doesn't work, just barely not time. Maybe do a little bit faster, say as a Jet or a Raze, and add that mobility. Could have gotten there instead. Doesn't seem to matter too much. JSU holding on sight, but they stack next to Truck. And because of that, Poison lines him up and sprays him down for 3 total in the round.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't really let those lineups really happen. You got to be very attentive aware, not only yourself, but where your teammates could be in the meantime. Even then, better yet, let somebody take the charge.
Yeah.
Regardless, Jacksonville, they still got themselves 2 rounds on the board, so things are looking good for them. They at least have somewhat of an actual attempt here, but they don't have really any of a buy in this situation, knowing that again and again and again, we're seeing Auburn now on a 6-round spree. Every single one of these rounds have been back-to-back, and you can tell just by the numbers alone to the right of their armor that, well, it hasn't really been a problem for them because they haven't been dying all that much. Instead, Dex, every single time with these First Bloods, you have to find a way to either A, lock that player down, sit in the back of the map, and let them over-aggress because, well, we're going to see it happen again and again and again when you start to feel like you're heating up.
Love the idea from Auburn as well, just as a whole. The molly to close off towards attacker spawn, that gives Dex the free space to pivot to Spices with the operator. It combos for 2 kills. Dex eventually relays that into a 3rd, still being denied that ace to make Chamber viable here in the meta. But it was a gorgeous setup. I think Auburn just realized what the game plan is. The player that goes online, feed them the rock. You're not going to let, I don't know, Jerry Rice stop running for touchdowns right in their prime. You're going to keep handing them the football. That's what they're doing right now with Dex.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, you're just kind of letting them do their own thing because, I mean, keep in mind, in an operator, depending on which agent you're walking, you're not really too concerned with what else could actually happen. I mean, you're saying, okay, that operator's going to be dropped, sure, but I mean, what are they going to do with it? This is now a full buy round. We can actually see Dex aggress once more. And okay, he gets fallen down in the meantime. They're going to have somewhat of an actual post-run attempt here, but we couldn't care in the slightest. We are seeing actual adaptation being made into Jacksonville, though. They're just not fast enough to actually find those kills until they inevitably find a trade. So good looks by them, but Boosted is still on site. Because of the dynamic duo, they are here, Batman and Robin, possibly robbing another round right under your grass.
Issue is the toxic screen goes against them. They try to swing out with 2 players to sight, but they tunnel vision back in towards U-Haul and it causes problems. Ruin Poison, a kill apiece. They've been waiting.
Very tidy here.
Dex in a good spot to maybe find another pickup. And Rookie at the other end, Headhunter does go, but unfortunately it doesn't work. Called him Jerry Rice earlier. I think Jerry Rice may have been a wide receiver instead. I could have been more thematic. Just call him Bo Jackson. They attended Auburn, and it's thematic for Auburn being here in this series. But speaking of Auburn, Chaywan Lever, 69, finding 2 picks over towards B Long. And it's just 1 player left standing. The Roomba to distract, and the pounce through TP for Poison to close and secure. 1 round left in the half. Use it or lose it for everything. And my goodness, how many times have we seen the ultimates not get used by JSU? I'm sure they're going to be thankful they won't be on broadcast every game tomorrow because we are going to continue to point out that they just hold on to these ultimates for too long.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations where, quite frankly, when I understand you're at a kind of at a loss, you're not really figuring out what it's not the packet loss I'm talking about. I'm talking about a loss of thoughts.
So that is here.
Yeah. You got to make sure, though, I mean, all things considered, that you can kind of go and make sure to get one of these timeouts, kind of play that off because we
4, 5, 6 rounds ago that, hey, not every ultimate needs to be a post plant. We can use it as a way to get into the plant, like from the Shadows. We saw over on Ascent earlier today against UNA, where they had a really good round where they used that to get to the A site instead, get a plant, and they inevitably won it. We needed to see a little bit more of that here from JSU in the attack, and it just has been notably absent. And I think that's just a plaguing problem for a lot of collegiate teams, but when you're facing teams of this caliber like Auburn and UAB, you can't let it be a problem.
Don't only get you C's and degrees, but you also need it for at least a half. And you need to make
Sky Smoke planted for Redhead Rookie. Spraying it as well. They got paint shells, though, in that snake fight that came previously. Interesting lock-on there for Redhead Rookie.
Yep.
Is the network problem that made it look like that, but it surely was interesting. Poison, though, the shorty, does connect onto Josu at that range. That's wild, but it still is plenty of time for this defuse to go through. And by plenty, I mean 0.95 is a lot closer than anticipated. Apparently, audio problems are joined in when there's network problems. Apparently, even the spike lags every once in a while. But it does at least slow down the Auburn win a little bit further.
Yeah, it delays it, just like the packet loss. You go ahead, kind of let things drag out a little bit. You know that this game can kind of carry on a little bit more so in Jacksonville can have themselves a pretty solid shot, knowing that they can now have a round where they have a definitive lead in terms of the guns and the arsenal that's dealt to them. And better yet, even then, just some armor, some survivability, because that's been the biggest thing that's really been holding them back. They have had so many first steps against Dex specifically again and again and again because of just how they're trying to push the site, and they unfortunately just wander into an operator. Well, you're now the one holding these angles. They're going to have to push you. Getting pushed with an operator isn't really all that successful 9 times out of 10, so you're thankful for the opportunity to kind of let things slow down. You can say, look, now we dictate the pace because we know they're going to be fast and furious, but maybe they're just, instead of driving at us with Camaros and Lamborghinis, they got maybe, a little bit of a Beetle or a Kia Soul.
Nice golf cart.
Yeah.
Running through the mix.
One of those little child plastic doom buggies.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, unfortunately, both the child plastic dune buggies and golf carts have no glass in front of you, and despite the charging that they're attempting to do towards sight, the gunshots are coming back their way, and there's nothing to block them whatsoever. However, though, for the attack right now, Spike's down, and Auburn have a plant. Post-plant scenario put in play. JSU have range. They've got weapons to work with. Spectre connects. A little bit of a tag team between Blazed and your Sova of choice. Does get them down to a 5v3. Make it a 5v2. 5 no longer an option. Just the 4 remaining. And, I mean, you got one-man army to get the job done, and Rue has no chance in that one. Not even a UAB player could close that one out. It will be a 10-4 split. But the rifles will now fall back in Auburn's hands, and we saw how the story unfolded in that first half.
Yeah, and I think everybody can kind of see it. I mean, you don't really need to know anything. Even then, with colors kind of thrown out the wazoo, you can still see emblems of knowing that those things are going on the side of Auburn with that 10 rounds.
If even I can tell, then everyone else can.
Exactly.
Right?
So knowing that all things considered here, even then looking at the scoreboard, looking at these KD lineups, knowing that everybody on the side of Auburn is positive in their own right, holding their own respective positions, and able to go ahead and carry their own weight in terms of winning their ones, this is where things start to light up. This is where their eyes start to sparkle, where their ideas start to fly a little bit more, having an entire set of utility to work with on top of the actual guns and the kills that could go ahead and result from that. There's just nothing that really matches that in value, especially when it just unfolds perfectly. It all starts with the first blood, though. Can they find it? They found it so successfully during that first half. Now they need to do it on the attacking side.
A lot of those first bloods were either Dex or at the hands of Dex, right? That was kind of the main proprietor of that success at range for the Auburn side. They got an option. They had a chance over there for Rue. Unfortunately, got shut down. Speaking of Rue, trapped by a snake bite, tries to make the escape. Great sprayed out by JSU. A gorgeous display of how they can truly use their utility in tandem. It's boosted, though, to find the pickup on the B side, and a second one joined in as Dan Toaster is taken off the board. It's a 4v3. Spike is having its own difficulties going down, but it eventually will, and Auburn now have a double-man advantage with Shaywon's just great frag there.
Yeah, two-man retake trying to both go ahead and take place here from the likes of that Hall on the back side, back towards spawn, and it's not really going to result in too much as Boost is just pushing up, has all the confidence in the world, isn't really ever hitting because you know there's Soaker there, and even if Poise with spray through there, just close things out. So sitting on 11 on the board, Orbital Strike already available, obviously farming orbs up to this point there from the likes of Boosted to go ahead and cap on top of the fact that you're getting some good kills here and there. That's an easy way to go ahead and possibly get yourself that 12th and then that guaranteed map pointer, at least closure, because that would be 13 at the end of the day. I think, honestly, all things considered, kind of how things are playing out, if you are Jacksonville, they're the ones we really need to go ahead and kind of nail things down here, because obviously Auburn, they are having no problems with this matchup whatsoever. Jacksonville needs to have themselves a little bit more of an actual util setup. They have to make sure to kind of play a little bit more passive, understand the aggressiveness that they want to employ here as a little bit of a wild card, but winning these gunfights is a lot more important. You have to set yourself up for that.
You need to set your standards of importance, right? You need to set the levels at which what matters right now, right? Starvation maybe matters a little bit more than getting in your ranked matches, right? That's kind of where we are right now. They are starving for rounds. They are dehydrated for victory. And I think right now Auburn is kind of the hungrier team. We've seen them have that feisty nature. We've seen them have that desire for victory. It's one of the reasons why we see them be so far ahead up to this point. And to be stopped 2 rounds back-to-back at the beginning of this half, and having a bit of a slower round in the one before, they're going to come out with some pressure. And while they did lose first blood from Dex, Poison finds another one back. The issue was a lot of util got dumped, and they just got trapped inside of Hookah.
Yeah, already just a lot of players fell over there towards that B side and A side of the map. I mean, everywhere you look, it looks like there's a little bit of a red X, but still, you have enough players to actually make a game plan go underway. You have an initiator, so you have a way to get on the site. You have a controller to cut off any sight lines towards the back. You actually have 2 of those, better yet, an orbital strike to employ there for the post plan if need be, or even then just go ahead and flush players out. But you don't have enough information to really get something underway. I wouldn't blame Auburn if they just kind of want to say things out here, but they're going to go for it regardless and see what they can happen.
Getting tagged there by the spy cam that was sent out, placed previously, makes things a little bit difficult for staying alive. Boost pack keeps boosted off of the plant. And those sky smokes are soon to dissipate. That could create a lot of problems, and there's just no great way to escape. That creates a unfortunate fatal funnel for Auburn on their attempted setup for a post plant, and it will fall to JSU. This one very clean for them, in all honesty.
It'll fall to Pixel more specifically. I mean, with the 4K at the end of the round, I mean, that was your player obviously going ahead and having those lineups kind of working in their favor, and that's the kind of rally you need, at least on a specific individual basis, saying, oh man, okay, that feels good. To spill some blood, know that I'm here on the map, know that I'm here in the game once more, and we can actually get some things unraveling for ourselves. But again, what comes down to now having that neural theft, can you get the setups? Can you make sure that Auburn doesn't have a repeat of that? And knowing that they're now in an eco round, if they get a thrifty, we're going to go ahead and just call this game scratch, quite frankly. I mean, you cannot let a thrifty happen right here, right now. But, I mean, I believe in Jacksonville. The way they're going to go ahead, stepping up to the plate once more, and they've been actually kind of hitting some things out, getting some bases off of that. I mean, they're looking pretty fired up, and I think, honestly, they can continue this trend.
The only thrifties we've seen today actually came from Jacksonville, right? So they're the team with precedent. Auburn, we haven't seen that happen just yet. If there was a round for the Headhunter to come out in full force, where else but a thrifty? Unfortunately, no Tour de Force charged for this round, so you don't necessarily have that ultimate to work with. They still have that Orbital Strike, so a post plant could be an option if they truly think that it is a recoverable and situational round. The issue lies with Poison's aggression in towards the back of sight. 2 other teammates get caught off guard, and it is a slurry of kills in favor for Jacksonville State, who just let them funnel in, let them bit by bit, player by player, swing in towards sight. They'll take TP, and they just fall to the loving arms of Red, who was lying in wait on the other end, all the way on the other side of the map. They knew it was coming. Around collected, they're up to 6. This is much better for them.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, they're showing a little bit of light here at the end of the tunnel. They're going ahead and having a little bit of spark kind of under their arse. But, I mean, knowing that going forward, they have to have something kind of to play off of this. Knowing that this game is going to be keep on going and going and chugging along, you're going to see the likes of, obviously, Auburn accumulating a little bit of a game plan of their own. And you can even see that there in the top. It's very obvious. It's glowing yellow for you. Auburn, they are setting something up here. They want to play it slow and steady. Even then, Dex is looking for a little bit of an operator play here on the attacking side. Something I'm always never really a fan of, but considering that you found so many first bloods, and even then, you can kind of catch Jacksonville off guard. Because quite frankly, they're probably going to overstep their boundaries. They're going to overextend somewhere inevitably. And it looked like it was going to be there towards that shower area, but that's just not the case anymore. Slow and steady is the side for at least Jacksonville, but Auburn are pushing like the horses are racing onto this B-side.
I mean, once you get that first blood, that's where we saw Auburn really start to capitulate things, and they're realizing, hey, that was the working plan previously. Let's just repeat it.
Yeah.
They've got side control, post plants up. They've had to use a lot of ultimates, you know, who let them cook, and unfortunately, this meal still has plenty of time to get overcooked and soured. But you still have the opportunity. The Viper's Pit is down. Showstopper goes out here for JSU. It does not find its target, giving a chance here, but Rue inside their own Viper's Pit gets one, but falls. Viper's Pit is dusted. Great shot by J1, still hiding within the octagon, waiting for the right time to pounce. Dex does so effectively. Operator is down, but Blazed Pixel is doomed to join in. I think the biggest loss in this round comes down to the sniper. Yes, it is now match point, series point here for the side of Auburn, but that's a 4,900 credit weapon that's just been dropped on the floorboards.
And even that didn't even result in the first blood this time around. So
Yeah.
I mean, you're not really too concerned with that fact. You're just more concerned with the fact of how much was actually invested in that round to get yourself the match point. It doesn't matter about what you're working with in this game, so long as you know that score is kind of playing into your favor. And Auburn, as I mentioned, they wanted to set that up. They had so many ultimates. They said, look, we nail this down right now. We know that Jacksonville's going to have another bye anyways because of how these rounds have been unfolding for them. And they had a couple really good ones. I mean, one of those actual full bye rounds, we saw that 4K come through from Plixel, and we knew that obviously that gun was going to carry over. You could purchase up for somebody. Knowing that now you have the Tour de Force, you're sitting on that map point, you are putting pressure on Jacksonville. You're saying, look, we just need to hammer you of your resources so we can actually win a round eventually. But they're not going to let that happen. Already a very, very gorgeous placed recon dart to pop onto the Hunter's Fury. That's what happens when you use a Hunter's Fury.
Wow.
Let them back up some information.
Yeah, something that we highlight so many times. You can tell why we're so adamant and have so much emotion behind that. We see it way too often. It is a plaguing issue alongside just not using the dang things in the first place. But round result was a 4v3 for a while there in favor for Auburn. It looks like it's quickly boiled out of control. Boosted has perfect timing, pouncing at a Red who tries to send out Util. Dex fires out a Tour de Force shot. It connects effectively. And it's just one player remaining. Dex prowling around, trying to make sure no one can move in through Spices. But the players already made their way into U-Haul. Josu, time of their life. The round they need to show up. They've given away their position. Only a tiny little bit of damage dealt the other way. And that's just not the right idea. What can you truly do from this point? They're going to have to get all the kills, and they have little to no time to do it.
And already, when you swing out, you know exactly what's waiting for you. A Tour de Force, Orbital Strike to flush you out. Just so many things. Every single problem in the world besides the kitchen sink being thrown at you. Obviously, there's not too much you can really do in the case. But still, I mean, a very admirable game there from the likes of JSU. Auburn, obviously, like, I mean, we kind of expect them to look good here. And, I mean, doubling up the score nearly on both of the matchups here today against the likes of JSU and UNA. But still, nothing compared to UAB. And honestly, that kind of cockiness, that entire confidence we saw them kind of welling up earlier, I feel like it's pretty justified now. But still, I'm not really too impressed by everybody yet, especially not impressed by Dex. Sorry, you didn't make Chamber look as nearly as good as we wanted him to.
Yeah.
I still think you should never touch the guy again. I think he should just be removed, but it is what it is.
That is just our sole and humble opinions, right? But we are casters. We know more than you. Definitely. That's how it works. Maybe not so much the UAB guys. Those guys looked ridiculous, except the Chamber, of course.
They know how to win, for sure.
Yeah, that is the case. And in case you're, only tuning in for this Auburn game here, in which case, War Eagle of the Year or whatever. But UAB took their victory, 13-1?
Yep.
And on top of that, they came into this outright saying that they were going to win, not just the games, but the thing as a whole, right? When we say UAB has confidence, we truly mean that, and they backed that up on broadcast, right?
Yep.
They put it on air, and they showed everyone their cards, and it still feels like they have a couple aces up their sleeve. So if I knew what the UAB, slogan was for victory, I think it's not Chargers. No, that's UAH.
It's like Dragons.
Yeah, something like that. Go Blazers, I think is what it is. I almost went there, so I should really know that, but unfortunately I don't. It's rightfully so, though. They very much so are the favorites going into tomorrow. But before we go into tomorrow, we got Rocket League with Fufit Bepik. So you guys are
more to go today.
You guys are in really good hands, and there's plenty more teams as well. So it's not just going to be the same team on broadcast the whole time.
Thankfully, a little bit more diversity going away, even in secondary rosters here. A lot of how it is with Rocket League.
It's only 3 people needed, right?
Exactly. So you can put a lot more people on payroll or at least scholarship, whatever it may be. But regardless, though, knowing that things are wrapping up here for Valorant, we obviously learned a couple things here today. JSU, they're pretty admirable for what they're able to accomplish.
They're troopers.
Yeah, UAB game obviously being a little bit of an outlier, kind of something that we're going to ignore a little bit. But I mean, with the other 2 matches. 13-10 against UNA, 13-6 here inside this match with Auburn. They had a chance. They had plenty of them.
They fought.
Knowing that, this is kind of the summer and how things are going to start wrapping up, and knowing that you're going to be going into the next year, you're kind of happy with the results here, saying, look, when we go into these other leagues that have these divisions, that have these other players that are going to be within the actual same area of play as us in the same league and same ranks, I think they have a lot of potential.
They can play.
Here. They can definitely stand with the best, and they can definitely keep themselves up to weight. But knowing that when you kind of move up in these divisions, and knowing that even then you were dealt some really bad hands today, and even then the fact that it's a weekend and they may just kind of be on a little bit of an off time, it's okay. They just still, I think they have a shot. But more importantly, everybody else has a lot more because, they were hungry today more specifically.
Yeah, we talked about it at the very beginning of the broadcast. We were talking about how being out of LAN is an experience, not just, in the attempt to go for first place, all the experience of being able to play with your friends in person. Obviously, the last few years a little bit tough for that in terms of esports as a whole, just in general.
Yep.
Having that environment be back in play, having the ability to go on a stage and play in people, have casters, have a production, have everything around you in the environment, that's nice. It's not just about the victory at the end of the day. And JSU, they got the limelight all day. And while they may want to forget that second stage of limelight, the first and third, they did prove that they could go with the best of them. And UNA had a pretty darn good time this year in the NECC. I think they placed 4th or 6th in that division. And it's a tougher division, and there's a lot of teams in that division that were very accredited for that ranking. So the fact that they had an extremely close game with them, it's impressive. Like we said, they can play ball, and it's just a matter of how's that next year going to go. Are any seniors graduating? How's that going to stay up? You got to put out that scholarship money. You got to bring in those players because it is getting tougher and tougher in esports to find those players, and they are willing to come to your school for those scholarships.
Well, there's plenty of players, at least as we mentioned already in Rocket League, man 3 rosters, but even then we got 2 other casters who are going to go ahead and take you all through it because our time here is going to be done at least for the day. It's been a pleasure going ahead. It's almost kind of like a best of 3. Thankfully, UAB gave us a little bit of a break there. That second map being easy enough, but even then being a treat, just being low, just regardless. So, but we'll probably get a lot more of that tomorrow because, we still got more action going our way here today. Stick around for some Rocket League on the other side of this break because, I'm going to go get some food. We're going to go ahead and enjoy some games. The LAN environment is still plenty of energy here to spare, regardless of what game you're playing in the meantime. And we'll catch you here with some little more broadcasting here in a second.
Okay, sounds great. You here often?
Yes, every day.
Ooh. Spending a lot of your time here.
I will attack you with this guy.
Ooh, wait, what's that stuff?
Wanna check it out?
Yeah, actually, that sounds great. Oh, you get to paint, dude. That seems pretty cool. What do you guys sell here?
Oh yeah, well we do all kinds of tabletop games and trading card games, board games. We really specialize in all the games that you love the most.
Oh, wow. That sounds great. I'm gonna have a look around.
Okay, perfect.
We would just have it over there. Everything's okay. It's just... Man, I really like the stuff y'all have here. It's really nice, actually. I think it was... you were in the middle of your turn? Is that right?
Yes. Let's see. So I was gonna play this guy.
Oh.
By banishing these two.
I see.
I will attack you with this guy.
How much? 25. Okay. Well, good game.
Thank you.
I got you.
Friends, welcome back to the main stage 2023 at the Magic City Eplex in wonderful Birmingham, Alabama. It's time for some Rocket League. I'm Mr. Bepic. That is Foof. We're in the booth together again. Can't wait to do it today. Foof, it's going to be a fun one. No, I can't.
I'm just going to keep chasing you all around. But man, oh man, we talked about it. We have dreamt about it. We have written and read about it. And now we are here at the precipice of this group stage. This is day one of a 2-day event to follow up and see who can make it to groups, because only the top 2 teams of each group, one being 4 and one being 5, to make it happen. And in Group A or Group 1, if you want to split them up that way, we have possibly the game to watch out for to kick it off. Go ahead, say it. It's the Iron Bowl. We're starting with it.
Auburn White versus Alabama Crimson. It's the Iron Bowl, and I'm so happy we're starting with this matchup because I'm going to run down real quick what the format is. You touched on it a little bit, but we have 9 teams competing here, 7 schools, 2 of them sent 2 squads, and they're split into 2 groups. Like you said, 1-5, 1-4. Top 2 make it out. Playoffs tomorrow. Top 4 single elim, best of 7s the entire day. But we're looking at Pool 1 right here. Auburn White, which is the B team from Auburn for this event, against the Alabama A team for this event. And we got to watch the Alabama A team in the Southeastern Esports League, whose season concluded about a month and a half ago now. 2 months, actually. It's been a minute, where they underperformed. So I know you and I are very eager to see how they do on the LAN stage, because they didn't get to make LAN for that one. They bowed out around top 10.
So that was the thing, is they didn't have the regular season that they wanted, but they were able to get to the last chance qualifiers, had a decent run, and then ended up falling just before qualifying towards that last end of the league there. And so looking to see if this team that has played a lot together can continue to push forward and get better. But the question is, of course, Auburn White, Alabama Crimson, who's going to find it? Who's going to make it happen? Game 1 of a best of 5 to be played ahead of us. 5 minutes on the clock. 6 cars on the field. 2 teams ready to play it out.
Now I'm very eager as well to see how Auburn White plays, because we were talking to these players before this series started, and they have been together all of 6 days is what they told us. 7 days. We told them we round up. So, I mean, this is the 3rd string team technically for Auburn going into the summer semester, and this is really their first big event together on LAN, and they're conceding as Solution puts in the first 29 seconds in.
Solution credited with the goal, but he had a teammate clearing land in front of him. It's just like getting it out of the way. 29 seconds in. Goal 1 here for UA.
And Chan, definitely a player to watch. He was upfield there, clearing the way for Solution to put home that first goal of Game 1 in this best of 5. But he can do damage all on his lonesome. Here he is trying to beat 2 there on the near post. But Furball stops it out, tries to find a clear, which Auburn has not found many of thus far. This is really their first stint in the offensive end.
Not lasting for long. Dangerous soft touch on Arduous, shutting it back down. Furball looking midfield, keeping control of it here. I like the touch. He wants to dunk on Solution, gets a bump instead. Now it's all up to Nugget, stuffed by that player once again. Alabama in the blue, the Crimson trying to make it happen, and Chan has to wait for this one to slow down, dropping it from 4th to 1st to make it a 2-0 lead.
Little change-up action right there. I told you Chan can do it himself. This one was helped a little bit by Solution, and I mean, I think that slowdown of the shot was born more of just Chan in an awkward position, ready to shoot that, but it works out because the defense, and I'm thinking fueled by LAN nerves just a little bit, as this is their LAN debut. I think all 3 of these Auburn players, little antsy to make that save, little antsy to respond right there. Arduous Water stopping a potential answer from Auburn with some solid defense and another clear for Alabama.
Well, Elite just responding in kind. These long touches. You need some form of control here if you're Auburn White, because you are down 2 goals. It has been a little bit of a run, and they need some kind of answer being down a pair about over that midway point, as we still have a minute and a half before we get to then.
That's the nice thing about Game 1, though, is it's a chance to settle in for Auburn. And the fact that they're only down by 2 right now, I mean, yes, you're down by 2 early, and it stings a little bit, but I feel like on LAN, you have to give yourself a longer leash to prepare going forward. And in a Game 1 like this, as your LAN debut, only 6 days of playing together under your belt, I mean, this is not a bad performance from Auburn. They do look shaky, and Alabama's a very good team. It's a tough first round for Auburn here, and they're making saves like that. So good on them, but Alabama going to keep making plays similar to those, the drop-down pass stuff, but Alabama is hunting for a third.
They're trying to find something. Furball, it's going to fall down to this Finnick. He's a little bit slow to the arrow. Gets a touch. That's going to be a demo to open the door. Holds scoreless no longer. It's a 2-1 affair.
And there is the silence broken from the Tigers. Furball, nice touch, just a little bit faster from than Chan, and the Dangerous Elite down the pitch. Big explosion on the goal line. The question has been asked now of Alabama. Can they hold Auburn back? So far, the answer's been yes outside of that play. I think for them, they could really use some insurance right now.
Oh, I thought Solution was going to purchase the insurance there. Unable to find the second touch. Chan, midfield, has 100 to play with, but Nugget gets the clear for the moment. Solution, backboard has Arduous, the soft touch to find it, but a save from Dangerous, living like the name, making a touch happen just over the midway point here. Dangerous looking midfield. That's going to be not an own goal as Nugget had enough of an angle to dissuade it. Arduous, soft touch. He's got Chan in the corner, but Nugget opting to slow it down here and just trying to recollect their thoughts and recollect the ball.
That's great from Bama, though, just slowing things down, not letting Auburn gain too much momentum from their first goal of the series. Instead, slowing it down. Another change-up shot. This time it's a dunk. Solution putting in the third.
It's the time where you feel like this is going to be a high-speed play. You see Solution starting to breakneck pace and then hits the brakes, let the ball come to him, got the defender in the air. It's now a 2-goal lead once again.
And Alabama, once more, capitalizing on just these slight mistakes from Auburn. I don't think that was actually a dunk. I think that was more of just a miss on the goal line. Nervousness showing itself for Auburn. And Alabama, who should be the faster team, I feel, in this series, capitalizing on that. Again, going back to the back wall, trying to force Auburn into awkward spots, get a few free shots right in front of that goal. But Auburn going to turn them aside and see if they can get one back.
Well, Chan just waiting, just off screen, waiting for that touch to come through. Furball loses possession here. The ball just waiting in midfield. Solution going to be credited with a shot here. Two players making the save attempt there. Chan and company rocking at this offensive point on the side, and Solution running back towards it. They have a 2-goal lead. Don't need to force, don't need to make anything happen. Really just want to continue to milk this clock with 75 seconds left.
Love the thought there, the passing play down the pitch to get Auburn out of defense, but Alabama read it well. They just let the play die in their corner. Now they can waste even more clock with a little bit of possession here. Chan collecting, cutting, past Furball. Loses car privileges for a second, though, and Furball was down the pitch to potentially shoot that on target, but the defense all over it once again, and the Crimson Tide get out.
Well, trying to get back into the net here as Nugget flips the field, rolling behind. He's got Dangerous in front of him. Now a 1v1 trying to break out, but the ball just a bit too elusive, as that was Demo that opens the door, but they could not find an answer. And so the Tigers still looking for their second goal of this game as Alabama leads by as many.
They're just holding on. I mean, that's all Alabama needs to do right now.
38
is
special.
Hold on. And with 2 goals, the better of Auburn right now, they're doing exactly that, just gaining control of the midfield possession. And that's all they need to do. I mean, the clock's just ticking down. Auburn can't escape their own back line right now.
Well, still hemmed in, still down. And finding perhaps another one with Solution. Arduous cannot get it to fall either. But this is showing that give up almost 3 times the amount of shots that you take. And so you have to find a way to limit opportunities if you're Auburn. You need to find clears. You need to find control. You need boost, and you need a break on defense. You can't stay there. You can't turtle. It doesn't work.
That was their biggest issue, was just getting stuck in the corners. Their counterattacks lacked potency because they were missing that boost. And really it was just them banging the ball down the field. The one time that they actually put together a decent play was when they had control. When the ball was possessed, I think it was Furball in the midfield that just had a simple aerial. They were faster than Chan, and then down to pitch, Dangerous Elite clearing the way with a demo. That was a clean, well-executed play by Auburn, and it was because they had agency go to the midfield once they escaped their defensive half. And outside of that, though, they really didn't have any kind of those moments ever erupt again.
Well, game 2 now getting underway. 9 seconds already off the clock, and we're in a familiar spot on this orange end of the field again. Furball watching Dangerous, pushing up the sidewall, pass on towards the back. No, a shot, technically, as Chan was not caught sleeping, but he was protecting the backboard first. Arduous gets it past one, wants to find a second touch, but no boost means no touch, means no offense as it plays right now. Solution sees an open net as the third man left.
All right, let's see what happened here. Auburn kind of vacated the back line. Dangerous Elite creeping out. And I think Solution took advantage of that. Yeah, I think expecting a better challenge there in the corner from Furball, I believe it was. Didn't happen, and Solution takes full advantage of that open net. Another fast start for Alabama, and another difficult hole to bring your way out of your Auburn because they're playing defense right now. That's about it.
And it's when Alabama earns their goals, it feels better. That one was not entirely earned on their side. They didn't pull the defense out. They were overreaching and trying to find a transitional play too early. A bump opens the door. Solution going to find the mark, but no shooter, as all three Auburn players were teetering but did not hit the canvas. Nugget wants a backboard flick. No, opts for the shot instead. Solution shutting it down at the point of attack.
Still, Auburn looked scary right there, and it's because Nugget was controlling the ball. Nugget was right behind it. It's not just hitting the ball for the sake of hitting it. It's doing more with your touches like that. Alabama has been a pristine example of doing the most with their touches behind the ball this entire series thus far, and it's a big reason for their one-game advantage and their one-goal advantage here in the second game. They're just the more creative-looking squad at the moment, the more clean-looking squad, and they're going to get more possession here 90 seconds into game two to try and add on to that now one-goal lead.
Well, Furball looking for Dangerous, a pass towards midfield. If they have the 1 to 2-3, that's a really pretty play, but it only turned into a 2-3 with no real pressure. Chan credited with a touch into the corner. Furball 50'd awkwardly, still it out of control here. Chan got a little bit too early, ends up pushing it back towards zone in. Solution slowing it down, trying to give his team time to get back, and Arduous does just that, trying to find Chan. That's off the backboard. Auburn looking for a play here, but a Solution again living up to the name and making it happen.
Alabama, though, that's a mistake that almost coughed up their advantage here in game two. Can't be double committing that severely on your goal line, as now Auburn has a little bit of time spent in the blue half trying to switch that field domination statistic, which has been heavily in favor of Alabama the first game and a half, but a clear nearly resulting in a scary moment for Auburn. Actually, it did result in a scary moment, but they turned it the other way. Dangerous Elite couldn't quite dunk the ball on target, but nonetheless, a slight heart attack for Alabama fans watching.
Again, just more pressure. It's all they need to find right now, and Chan going to collect. No, Solution. Good call off here. Communication really being paramount here in this Crimson team, rocking in the blue as Arduous Water. Backboard play, trying to find a teammate. All he finds, though, is that stout defense of Auburn, as it's gotten better over these past 3 minutes. Chan again sees an opportunity but can't get it fall. Arduous does not want to force the issue, knowing his teammates aren't fully in position yet. Solution looking back up to Arduous. It's going to hit off the ceiling and dissuade it and turn into a shot.
Auburn seemingly has solidified a bit more in defense, and now another play with a leading blocker, but the shot from Nugget left a little bit to be desired there in terms of the power behind it. That could have been 1-1, but instead Alabama turning it the other way with a counterattack and a demo play of their own. Dangerous Elite, though, getting Auburn out of dodge, and we'll head back to volleyball for a second, just kind of plugging the ball over the net and chasing it down.
Furball, again, backboard play, but it's such a long touch. He could force it through. That's awkward. 3 players committing. A double commit on Auburn's side. We have pandemonium here on this Crimson Tide line, but it does not matter. Solution and company make it out for now. Still holding on to a brief 1-goal lead. 73 seconds left. Arduous can't get the touch. It is pandemonium. Chan sees an open net, but he can't get it to fall. Now it goes off the crossbar. Sitting back, Solution pushing on the backboard. Wants a double tap, but he can't get it to go again. The angle too sharp.
This is pure chaos in the final 90 seconds of game two right here. Auburn, another play, demo in front, the flick, solid in. Nugget making up for previous misdeeds. Couldn't get the power last time, but this time around the flick is perfect.
Dirty deeds, done dirt cheap. He put it over one, makes it impossible for Solution to dig out, and less than a minute in, we are tied 1 apiece in game two.
You had to feel like that stretch of really 60 seconds of chaos was going to result in a goal. It's just a matter of who was going to get it, because both teams had great looks, but Auburn the ones finding it, making this final 60 seconds of game two very, very interesting. Alabama trying to respond. Dangerous Elite in an awkward spot. Chan leaving it for Solution, but barely a toe on that ball. An Auburn defender gets the ball away.
Provoked wants to find it, but that Solution again. Solution to Arduous. Arduous soft touch. Two teammates collide. Chan now the last bastion here, but a big 50 keeps it on. Furball needs to be careful. That's a setup. Nugget wants to find a clear, but he's going to put it right back on the nose of Chan. A good decision. Doesn't have a lot of boost. Needs to make something happen here. Arduous, soft touch. Going to keep it in the corner. Offense here for Crimson as they are pushing back. Nugget and Dangerous colliding. Double commit on this offensive end. That's a redirect towards himself. There's no third. There's no one to shoot. So Solution and company now back the other way. Solution in a 1v2. That's going to be Chan credited with the shot. Arduous into the corner. The ball floating towards the ground. Chan and company need to be careful here, and it's going to touch overtime in game 2 as Bevic's hands are in his hair.
A much-needed breath of fresh air from everyone. Everyone take a deep one. We got overtime in game 2. We got Furball with an open back ball. The double off the post. The cleanup, though, from Dangerous Elite wins Auburn White game 2. We're tied 1-1 in this opening series.
Oh, my gosh, Furball, don't do that to my heart. The post did not want to work with you. But Dangerous plays the role of janitor, has the mop in the bucket. Bepix able to take a sigh of relief as we are back where we started, 1-1 here. Alabama, Auburn, and now we go to a best of 3, basically.
Shot totals 8-7. Auburn still outshot, but they kept that one a lot closer. I mean, that was pure chaos. If anything, I think they brought Alabama back down into the dirt with them because game 1 of the series, Alabama was the team playing a little bit cleaner, fewer double commits, fewer terrifying plays in defense, but this time it was both teams really looking sketchy up there on the stage.
It was like that moment where it was like in a dramatic sword fight and they hit and both of them dropped their weapons and they ended up trading weapons and neither team knew what to do. Like it was insane for me and you as we understood that this game had hit a teetering point where usually it's a balance beam. It was just spinning and doing that and we're wondering who could get it to fall first, and Auburn does it off the back of some really, I'm just going to say, intuitive teamwork. It is not something that you see a lot of times where, yes, the double commits did happen a lot, but they were doing it at smart times. So they had a third ready for it, and they had short rotations and long rotations off of it. So it was a way to kind of get Alabama off of their foot and confuse this team that's so used to being so good and so cohesive.
And when you and I were talking to this Auburn White squad before this series started, we asked them their strategy.
Okay.
And they were like, ball chase, demo. They were just kind of naming things you can do in Rocket League. They didn't seem to have a strategy set in stone. That's kind of what it was. And that's what game 2 looked like, but it worked. These are talented players, and they found a way to win a massive game 2. I don't think they had the experience necessary to reverse sweep this Alabama roster. But winning game 2, you don't have to reverse sweep. Now you are in that effective best of 3. You only got to win 2 games, but you still got Chan doing that.
Chan literally said, I'm going on a Sunday drive. Past one, Nugget daring you. Come hit the ball. Doesn't even jump until he hits it. Just says, I dare you the whole way. 26 seconds, Bama's up first again. First blood Kings.
And I'm happy to see that as well because Alabama, they look so chaotic and frantic, just like Auburn in game 2, unlike the first game where they were cool, calm, and collected, going for slow-down shots like we saw their opening goal from, I think it was Solution that scored the first one there. That time it was Chan, just the fake into 50, knew exactly where Nugget had to go with that ball because he was backwards on his own goal line, reads it perfectly, gets Bama the opening goal once again, and it's a slow-down play, but that's almost a response. No, the defense on top of things.
Defense, they were there to make the stop eventually, but that had a little more pace. That was perfect. Left to right, top right corner. Something you really like to see, moving that ball around. Dangerous has a 50 Solution, wants to find a touch. A double here as Arduous wasn't expecting or perhaps thinking it might slip past his teammate. Something I want to keep an eye on later in this match. Solution, backboard play, soft touch, wanting to find a second, and does, but Chan unable to read it and find that angle.
Still, that was a great demonstration of what Alabama can do in the offensive end. They can read Auburn White like a book. They know exactly where they're going sometimes. And here they're just kind of hitting the ball where they aren't. The shots aren't falling, though. Arduous water off. Solutions double, no good. Chan right there for the cleanup. And we're back to our regularly scheduled programming. Alabama's shooting on target again.
I mean, Solution, again, putting it off the backboard. If you do not have clears, you do not find control on your own end, you're just going to find goals being scored against you, and it's 2-0 once again.
Okay. So it's another deep breath moment, I think, for everyone right now, because Alabama in the same position they were in game 1, where they had a 2-goal lead. Auburn cut it to 1. and then Alabama responded with a third goal. Here, we're
Third
in
goal going the other
different
way.
waters now. We're in arduous waters. 3-0 Alabama. They are running away with Game 3.
Well, just making it happen again. The backboard wide open, and Arduous sees through the two defenders left, takes it between both of them to make it happen. 3-0 here with 3:16 left.
Now we have to see how Auburn White responds now, because there's time to do it, obviously. 3 goals. I mean, you never want to go down 3 goals, but if you're going to, you want to go down 3 goals in the first couple minutes of the game. So you got plenty of time to settle in, set up your offense. But Auburn has really never had a set-up offense in the Alabama end throughout this
It's
series.
like a pop-shop offense, you know?
It is, and that's fine. You can win a series off of short stints in the offensive end, but to come back from a 3-goal deficit, you need moments of established plays in the offensive side.
It.
But hey, a demo play in front. If Nuggets a little bit faster on that shot, it's 3-1.
Oh, he seems to pull the trigger on it, but he's just opting to keep the dribble that allows the defense to get back into the play, and they're going to be kicking themselves. Solution and Company happy to live dangerously, as that probably should have been back in their net. Chan and Company not looking a gift horse in the mouth and turned it back away, almost back into this kind of tug-of-war setting that we've seen for a little bit in 2:30 left.
And that's how you settle in, though. Nugget off the back wall. That redirection, I think, was on, but Chan knew what was going on, something that Chan would go for. So he's ready to defend against it. Arduous Water trying to put the ball past Dangerous Elite on that near post side, but no can do. And a shot far side from Dangerous Elite. Chan must not have had boost right there, because he was hustling to get back but couldn't.
See, usually you'd see a Alabama player coming in far rotation, and Chan does go for that big boost. And so I think that's what Chan was hoping, is that they'd have a far burst off of ball rotation be there. And so a breakdown perhaps in communication, but full tips here as Auburn takes advantage of a goal, and they get one back. Only down 2 now.
And it was the opposite of what I said. The problem was that Chan had boost in that play. So Alabama still making those small mistakes in defense. The double commits, the going for a boost when you probably shouldn't, like right there. And that's given Auburn an opening here. 2 goals in 2 minutes. More than possible. They're more than capable. Haven't scored more than 2 goals in a game yet. This Game 3 would be a good time to start.
My heart hurts there. Solution had a way near post, but just couldn't find the touch. Chan beautifully answering that call in midair. Arduous following underneath this ball was a soft touch, and has a lot of boost to follow. No flip reset coming. No, the flip reset came through, but nothing coming of it. It's Chan waiting back home, collecting the boost and defending on this 2-goal lead.
Oh, Nugget has a player in front trying to sweep the line, but Arduous Water on the back
Good
wall,
dunk.
dodging the bump, and that net is open. Arduous Water didn't have any boost to turn it in, though, and now kind of clearing that ball out. Unfortunately, though, Chan is very quick to get up to it in the midfield, but Auburn a way out right now with a couple players down the pitch.
Soft touch there, Arduous again. I think got the flipper set off of it. Dangerous. Can't follow up the ball as it rolled off of the corner instead of staying on the wall. Chan flipping the field here. Less than a minute left. Nugget, the last man here. Good control as that one doesn't throw off the wall, as Alabama was kind of hoping. They were looking for a redirect off of that backboard touch.
Auburn's starting to get aggressive, as they should, pushing players up in the midfield when they have a chance of breaking out. That miss from Arduous Water actually gets the ball to Solution, who puts a pot shot on net. Nugget the save, but it's a strong touch. No, off to the side goes the ball, and Auburn, with a play in the infield for a second, can't really do much with it. They're starting to establish themselves in offense here, but they need a goal ASAP.
Need to find it fairly soon. Chan following it up here. Has a 2-goal advantage, trying to find perhaps a third in this game. Solution opting to slow it down. It has been slow and steady, has been the way, but the post says no, sir, today. Chan letting it fall back down. It's going to be a 3-1 scoreline, and Alabama up 2-1, and now at match point.
And that, once again, was not a game played in the mud. That was Alabama playing like they did in the first game. Yeah, they were all official, bow ties, what have you. Their choice of clothing. And, again, out-shooting Auburn, but I think that the big difference is Auburn had 7 shots, which is a decent amount compared to 4 in Game 1, and then here 5 in Game 3.
So it's a varying offensive pressure here from Auburn. They've been unable to be consistently on the offensive end. They're not able to break out consistently, and it starts with something we've covered so many times: control, control, control. You see Alabama, when they lose control, Auburn starts to look a lot better. But if the ball rests on these Crimson cars, they own the game. They own the boost. They own the speed, especially because we know that this Crimson Tide team can play fast.
Yes.
And you've seen it in spurts. But at least 4 of their goals have come from just hitting the brakes and saying, I dare you to do something on the defensive side, and that'll throw you off.
And this really plays like a team with a whole lot of experience against a team without much experience playing together. With Auburn, very inconsistent, and Alabama's a little inconsistent as well. I think that was their big issue in the SEL this season, why they struggled in the regular season, but then almost made it to LAN. And then that was a stacked league. For those that don't know, it's the best collegiate teams in the southeastern portion of the United States. And they were performing well sometimes against those kinds of squads. And here, they're being brought up and down. They're playing up, they're playing down. They start off game 4, however, with a goal again in the first 40 seconds. It's been a constant trend throughout this series.
Well, it is to the moon if you are here betting on Alabama offense early. Arduous, a beautiful pass, set up, finish, 8 seconds. That's a new record for them in today's game. And so 1-0 here. Scoreline is dangerous. Lead goes far post. It worked once, but Chan had boost this time.
Chan is learning. See, every mistake you make needs to be a lesson, and that one was an obvious lesson. That was clean from Solution, and now there are no defenders back. Wow, you hate it when you're cheering for a team and you see 2 of your opposing opponents down the field when there are no other orange cards. Good bump, though.
I'm more upset that this play could have been even prettier. Because if he lets the pass go off the first touch, it is immediate in. But they opt to keep it team play. They do what we've asked. They said, let's be controlled. They over-controlled it, and it still works because they had to lead blockers. That is something you love to see if you are an Alabama fan. Peppery trying to follow it up, but he can't get the touch. The angle was there. The thought is there. The execution a little bit left to be desired. And Auburn swinging for the fences. They need to find something. That's Furball off the backboard. Solution gets enough of a touch to turn it away. Dangerous. Gets it over 1, can't get it over 2. As Arduous did have enough of a touch to turn it back. Nugget saving the jump, getting everyone up in the air. We are jumping for joy here on that Alabama defensive line. But 2-0 scoreline here still.
A couple half chances for Auburn almost going their way.
Almost.
And it's those kinds of plays that kind of have to go your way when you're trying to pull up an upset like this. And it went their way in game 2 for Auburn, but so far Alabama has, again, controlled things for the most part. Obviously, they've let slip a couple of times with slight mistakes that we've been talking about is the reason Auburn is in this thing. But Auburn can't capitalize on those moments right now. And, again, a lot of time left, similar trend to other games in this series. But Alabama doing what they have to do to stay in the lead, keep control here of their first series played on the main stage.
I was really wondering what Chan was going to do with that touch. I wanted him to find it because I was going to put it right towards his own net. Elite, though, cut out by Solution. Arduous wanting to find that redirect off the sidewall. He gets a bump instead, and so he's going to collect the boost, collect the pressure, and continue to allow this clock to milk down. Dangerous. Having to make that save off of the soft touch. And again, anytime you see that slow roller from Alabama, you can't trip over it because it's made its way in so many times in this series.
That's a fact. You got to be on full alert.
It is.
If you're Auburn, yes. You're speaking the truth here, Foof. And Alabama forcing an own goal. Again, I mean, this is just them doing more with their touches in the offensive end. That was a great ball from Arduous Water that the defender couldn't quite get a handle on.
I mean, that's just a beautiful touch to finish it up. And if Dangerous doesn't get there, he's going to get bumped off of it. So doing everything in the power of that car to try and find a save. And unfortunately, still stuck in the chasm of now a 3-goal deficit here and a 2-game possible deficit in a series over if they can't find something here in the back half of this game.
Things have got to get crazy now. Alabama doing what they have to do. Auburn have to strip down this game to its bare parts and see if they can find any kind of gold, anything to work with right now. Down 3, it's past the halfway point. Solution's bearing down on your net. Nugget's been dunked again by Solution. Oh, my word. He can't be stopped.
And that is just a beautiful play. Solution setting it up. He survives the contact, hitting the arm saying, and one, Pepic, to make it through. Unfortunately, no free throws in Rocket League. 4-0 here in game number 4.
They don't need another one, though.
They don't.
A 4-goal lead is more than secure. Alabama.
Oh, what a touch.
Playing like a team that has day 2 in their sights. Heck, they might have a go at UAH, who you and I were talking about being the favorites in this group. And they keep playing like that. I mean, if they play like this in game 3 and game 1 of this series, they most certainly can win this group.
I can see it for sure happening, but it's all about consistency. We talked about it. This team is highly inconsistent. One game you're like, this is the talent of Alabama Crimson. This is why we love watching them. And other times you want to pull your hair out because the aerial passes don't connect. They're looking for everything and anything under the sun, and it just doesn't seem to work, or they're double committing. Right now, with 90 seconds left in this first series of group play, in the very first series being played here at the ePlex, they have made their mark. They are putting it all out on the field, and Dangerous unable to catch up to that one. I thought for sure Auburn was going to knock that one in.
And if you are Auburn, you keep playing hard because
Absolutely.
You've got a lot of matches in front of you, 4 more in this round robin for them. So keep playing and keep things flowing into this round. Sure, this series might be a wash. I mean, 60 seconds left, 3 goals would be kind of insane to come back.
It's possible.
It's possible, though. But if they do lose this series, the fact that they are still going hard in the final 60 seconds, still scoring goals, it bodes well for their next matchup.
So here we are, 60 seconds left in this game, and possibly series number 1 to make Alabama 1-0 in the groups. As Dangerous is going to beat a 9 to the demo, turns it away. Now Auburn pushing still. Chan going to let it fall, but no, Dangerous can't get there. Furball, it goes up and over again, and man, oh man, this team in orange just cannot score many.
Oh, that
Pain.
Was their opening right there. If they were going to come back from a 4-goal deficit in the final 60 seconds of a game, they had to score that opportunity because that's about as golden as it will get in the waning moments of this first series on stream in the main stage 2023. But it's been a fun one. I mean, this has been a fairly even match considering one of these teams has played together a whole heck of a lot longer than the other.
And the other one is making their week anniversary today. And so why not? What a better way to do this than come into a LAN event and then play a team that has been in a league and been in multiple leagues together and just go ahead and shake it off in round 1. But a 4-1 affair here is going to be the result. No, 5-1. No, okay. Nope. I thought it was going to bounce in. But a 4-1 affair here for Alabama to make it 3-1 in the series. Great start for them.
That is a phenomenal start for them considering they shot 8+ shots in every game, 9+ in every one that they won. And I think the big thing for Auburn there is they could not limit the opportunities for Alabama, and they couldn't get themselves enough opportunities, which, I mean, that's kind of obvious analysis. But the one game that Auburn won where they held Alabama to just one goal, plus that in that overtime spurt, they had 8 shots, which is their fewest that entire series. So I guess there's kind of a recipe. You got to limit Alabama's opportunities.
They have a somewhat semblance of a cake. It's just sometimes it comes out beautiful and pristine. It's all frosted. At other times, you're like, I started to make a cake, and then I had a breakdown. Here it is.
That's what it felt like, though. I mean, game 2, we were watching it. We were like, what's Auburn cooking right now? Is it a cake? Is
Hold
it
up,
a
let 'em
gourmet
cook.
dinner? I was ready to see what they were going to do, but then it fell back to Alabama. 11 shots in game 3, 3 goals, 4 goals in game 4, and that's a little more of what we expected to see after game 1. But hey, we got a whole lot more Rocket League to watch today. We're going to another break as we get the next 2 squads up on the main stage for our next best of 5 series, so don't go anywhere.
Okay, sounds great. You here often?
Yes, every day.
Ooh. Spending a lot of your time here.
I will attack you with this guy.
Ooh, wait, what's that stuff?
Check it out?
Yeah, actually, that sounds great. Oh, you get to paint, dude. That seems pretty cool. What do you guys sell here?
Oh yeah, well we do all kinds of tabletop games and trading card games, board games. We really specialize in all the games that you love the most.
Oh wow, that sounds great. I'm gonna have a look around.
Okay, perfect.
We would just have it on there. Everything's okay. It's just...
Man, I really like the stuff y'all have here. It's really nice, actually. I think it was, you were in the middle of your turn?
Yes. So I was going to play this guy by banishing these 2.
I see.
I will attack you with this guy.
How much? 25. Okay. Well, good game.
Thank you.
I got you.
promise to my love. You yelling, cussing, now you breaking stuff. Yeah, you poison us, but when you call, I still pick up. So I cover the aroma, realize that I'm not loca. What you close doing? I'm not your boyfriend, dear. I don't want you here no more. Every time we fight, it's a game you like. I don't want you here no more. What you close doing? I'm not your boyfriend, dear. I don't want you here no more. Every time we fight, it's a game you like. I don't want you here no more. I hope you let me know. You're in my head and I just want you off. I toss and turn around, and when I fall asleep I dream of you. So I cover the aroma, realize that I'm not loca. What you close doing? I'm not your boyfriend, dear. I don't want you here no more. Every time we fight, it's a game you like. I don't want you here no more. What you close doing? I'm not your boyfriend, dear. I don't want you here no more. Every time we fight, it's a game you like. I don't want you here no more. If you think I'm wrong, you're probably right. I love you, then something changed in my mind. You always were my better half. Now I'm laying on my back, staring at the ceiling, thinking why. I woke up with a hangover, lust. Need you, but you're not enough. Maybe a little taste of your love will keep me from giving up. Manic, I know you agree. The person I am isn't me. I'm running in circles, I run out of time. Now I have nobody saving me. What you close doing? I'm not your boyfriend, dear. I don't want you here no more. Every time we fight, it's a game you like. I don't want you here no more. What you close doing? I'm not your boyfriend, dear. I don't want you here no more. Every time we fight, it's a game you like. I don't want you
Welcome back to the main stage 2023. The delay took a little longer than I think we were all hoping for, but we got our second match of the third stage. We are back. Booth and Betvic still in the purple booth. UNA colors. It's awesome. I love the theme here. But more importantly, we got green and we got red, white, and blue coming up. UAB versus University of South Alabama.
If they didn't do that, I would have revolted. Like, I mean, I feel like you can't have the abbreviation USA and not be patriotic about it. But yes, both of these teams sitting in Pool B or Pool 2. It's not like a seeding or situation. It's just separating them of 9 teams. And so both of these teams coming off of tough losses. And now are looking to get their first wins in this group. And someone will walk away with a win, and someone else will fall down to the doldrums of 0-2 and very much be an outsider looking in.
Yeah, 0-2 is difficult to come back from. But I watched the UAB series, at the very least. They lost to Auburn Navy, who one of my favorite to go
okay.
far.
You can be biased at this point.
I'm biased. Everyone knows I'm the Auburn Rocket League
the Auburn
caster.
guy.
But unbiased, UAB played a solid game against Auburn Navy. They were close. They were in it. I watched Game 3, the one they won, and there were a lot of mistakes on the Auburn end that UAB capitalized on, which is good, but I wouldn't say they necessarily beat Auburn, just pure skill, top form. They beat Auburn in that game. There was a lot of capitalizing on mistakes. But USA is not Auburn Navy. USA, they got swept by UAH, who was another favorite, I think, in this entire tournament.
They are the favorite in Group B.
So this is a good bounce-back series for both these squads.
It's going to be a turning point for one of these teams, and I'm wondering who can take advantage of it, especially, still searching for that first win. One team searching for the first win in the entire tournament going 0-3. And so right now it's just who comes to play. You get a long extended break, validating game files and making sure everything's right. And so all thumbs are up, all lights are green, all systems are go. We're just waiting to put 6 cars on the field and 5 minutes on the clock, my friend.
And hopefully as well, the extended break helped reset some of the mentalities for both these teams, because you lose on land, it's like you got to recover immediately.
If not, it's
you're playing 3 series in a row, 4 series in a row, and there's not much time to dwell on losses unless you get a break like that. So hopefully they used it for the better. They reset. They're feeling good on the stage.
Well, all you can do is all you can do. And these teams are prepared for this moment. They have played long seasons. They played long school years, and now they're getting a chance to kind of come back, either finish with either a good start or start the wheels for next year. And that's what I like about this kind of event, was format being out a little bit further on its own, allowing teams to come play locally, get this LAN experience, get the experience of playing with the team across from you, and just kind of break it in if they haven't already done it. Or if it's a last hurrah, the retirement home, perhaps getting that feeling to it. And so all in all, it is great. I hear engines revving.
It's great to hear.
And oh my goodness, it's so great to hear. That means we are looking like it's going to be Game 1 of USA, University of South Alabama versus UAB, the University of Alabama Birmingham Blazers. Game 1 of a best-of-5 start.
And already a double commit there in the midfield. The break has led to chaotic Rocket League, at least in the first 15 seconds of game number 1 here. But inbound is Justin. He's looking for the first score in every single game of our last series on stream. We saw the opening goal be scored within the first 45 seconds of the game.
It was blue team every time.
It was blue team every time. Alabama was that team, and we'll see if UAB can live up to that legacy.
Butters still putting it back across the net. And now here's the question. Is it being a blue team? Is it having Alabama in the name? I don't know.
I mean, UAB is a branch of the University of Alabama, right? They're the University of Alabama at Birmingham.
That's what I'm saying. It's in the name. So like,
we'll have to see,
we'll have
see
to
how that develops.
To dig into it. But right now, blue stays on top 1-0 here. The Blazers feeling good, up by 1. Nathan looking for Boomin. Boomin crediting with the shot, but not exactly booming as he got the soft touch off the Octane. Nathan once again trying to find a familiar face, but Butters intercepts and pushes it back towards the net. Boomin again pushing it forward. Buster chasing it into the backboard. He's going to push back midfield. Boomin, but can't get it to go. Nathan now needs to get the touch. He finds just enough. Butters putting it up in the high bin, going for the demo, and the ball falling back down. Justin finds a touch, but it won't go in, and so living dangerously here as USA as they're still down by 1.
But they don't concede. That was great defense by Nathan. Such a tough read. Being caught out with just strong touch, and almost again, Butters looking for the back of the net. That one just off target. It would have been a score. Butters was able to get an on-target touch as once the defense was beaten. But University of South Alabama, they survive, they get out, and they look to answer right now. Booman is in the
Soft
UAB
touch.
net. That's a tough
It's
redirect.
post!
Got it to Nathan, who put the second touch off the crossbar. Oh my, USA playing on razor-thin margins.
Oh my gosh, playing on razor-thin margins. We're going to have the shotgun method. None of the shots have hit the target here for USA. And Buster, sidewall play, the lone person pushing forward. Bing flips the field back. So not a lot of control being built out from either of these teams. His long touches chasing it. Nathan has the air dribble. I talk about lack of control, and you see a lot of it there. It turns into a shot, but the defense stands the test. And so just over the midway point, it's 1-0 here for UAB.
Buster blowing up Bing. He's still clear the opposite way. Booman right back. So Waterfall on an open net. Tough read, though. Buster can't get it. Neither can Booman. There were 2 cars for USA there, but they still don't come away with the goal. Oh, my. Close, but no cigar just yet for USA.
Center shots and touches, oh my, but goals never to be seen. Butters 50'd hard. Justin has to rotate awkwardly. Has no boost. Oh, no, he got 100. He didn't pick up the 100. I'm sorry. Justin, you have all the boosts in the world. He's got all the time in the world. He got Booman up into the way. Nathan into that corner we go. So Butters and Bing waiting on the defensive end to stymie this offensive push and still holding on to a 1-goal lead.
That pop Buster to Booman. Looking back wall, no
Oh,
looking
what a
top
touch!
shelf. Oh my, Booman called his own number and it pays off. We're tied up.
Well, Buster put it up high and said, Booman, be an athlete, and he said soft touch after soft touch after soft touch. This time, though, it's just such an awkward angle coming off of that right front turned up in the air. Makes it 1-1.
That's an impressive shot. To pull that off in an online setting is an impressive feat, and doing it on land is even more so. That is a difficult ball to get a handle on, and putting it top shelf. I mean, there was a defender in net ready to block that shot, but he couldn't get it as it was placed so perfectly. And now maybe a second one for Booman. No, Justin is back in time, but UAB under the gun now. They were the ones with the fast start here in game 1, but the script has been flipped.
Flipping the script perhaps as they still try to find one to get a lead. Justin and company. We're enjoying a 1-goal lead, but the offense got stymied and they couldn't get off their own end. Now Booman trying to find a second, and he does. And so, after an early goal being let in, they've scored 2 and answered.
It felt like USA couldn't buy a goal there for a second with how close they were on so many different opportunities, but they have figured out what the roadblock was, and they've hurdled it into the lead. 90 seconds left in game 1. Now it's up to UAB to answer. They were the ones with the agency early on. They were the ones that grabbed that early lead, and since then they've gotten a little bit lost in defense.
Lost in the sauce. But you got to remember, Bepic, one is lost without the sauce. You have to find an equilibrium in life, and right now the equilibrium is favoring the team in orange, as they have had an answer time and time again. Bing and Butters right on top of each other. Nathan waiting on the back ball, kind of daring for some awkward touch to fall through. Booman flipping the field with a long booming touch. Nathan follows up, but he can't get the redirect off of the touch. Butters and Booman in the corner. Butters just a bit awkward here as he can't find the touch. Nathan again, a backboard play. He's got Booman. This is going to be a 3rd goal. Going for no, it goes in and out, but Buster finds a way to put it through.
That, again, was scary. I thought maybe a second USA was falling back into old habits, clanging off the woodwork, but Buster was there for the cleanup. It was a favorable bounce there off the upright, and USA 3 unanswered now. After the first goal came in the first 45 seconds for UAB, it has been all University of South Alabama since.
So right now, 41 seconds left on the clock. 2 goals to be found if you are the Blazers, and it has been all USA ever since that first goal being scored. Butters and company had an early offense. Open, yes, but the angle not there, and Bing can't find the touch. Justin, sidewall play, trying to find himself. Buster keeping it around the corner, not allowing offense to develop as Butter cannot find the angle. A shot, but denied immediately as this defense has shaped up into impressive form. And it is going to most likely be a 2-goal win here for University of South Alabama. Come back and then roaring into a lead as the ball looks to fall back down. Nathan can't get to it. It drops. And so USA 1-0.
That's their first game win of the tournament as well.
That's a way to do it.
That's a nice bounce back for sure. I think the extended break did wonders for them. Double-digit shooting right there. 7 shots for UAB. It wasn't a poor performance from UAB, I feel. The fast start, though, I think raised our expectations, and they didn't quite live up to that once USA gained steam.
I think it kind of it was two places that USA could have gone after that scored them first. They could have gone into the, oh no, here we go again. We didn't win a game last time, and they just kicked it on. They sent everything in the kitchen sink, and it worked. Tied it up, got a lead, and then did not want to rest off. You talk about double digits on the shot counter. That is why they had such an effective offense. They had so many chances.
I think it helps as well. I mean, we were talking about the putting the shots just slightly off target, off the crossbar, off the post, on some really good opportunities. We talk about that as a negative thing, but I think it helps as well to see that you're so close to scoring in those instances that you just turn on the Jets a little bit more, and it feels like that's what happened to USA. Frenzy. And then they got downhill and didn't look back there in game one. But, you know, I was just say game two, I think, is the most important game in a series like this. First time these two teams are matching up in a long time. I mean, it's the summertime. Most teams aren't playing in tournaments and leagues right now. So they're matching up for the first time for the most part. And this is how you respond if you're UAB. This is how you keep that momentum going if you're USA.
Well, game two now on the board here. And USA, after a feverish comeback tip, made it work. Looking to do it again. Butters and company kept the blue streak alive of scoring first, but after that, it was all USA. Bing ready to with a shot, but Buster ready to shut it down. Nathan flipping the field, can't get the 100, chasing for a ball, trying to find a touch. It's going to be dissuaded by Butters. So him and Bing again on this defensive side need to find a little bit of space as Buster double technically off of a 50. And he keeps the pressure on, keeps following as Nathan dropping it in front of the net. A double hit off the backboard. Butter needs to find a clear. That's third man out. If Booman can find an angle, all three blue cars were in the corner, but the teamwork commit means it's a clear for now.
As long as you get the strong touch, a triple commit, the effects can be negated, but you still don't want to see a triple commit. That means UAB is uncomfortable right now. They are uncomfortable playing at the pace of play that USA is currently setting, and that doesn't bode well for the Blazers. But no concessions early on. Butters, though, that's a big miss. If a USA player's ready to put that on target, I think that net was open for half a second.
Well, that's another whip, but Bing could be caught awkward, and he is. You see a miss once, you see a miss twice. You don't know who's going to hit it, and we'll call it calculated because it set it up for Booman to just keep that far post shot, and Bing is just stuck going, I don't know where this is going.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Bing right there, you're darned if you do, darned if you don't, because if you sit there on the goal line, you give the openest of shooting lanes. But if you challenge right there, you're obviously not going to win it, so you just kind of got to put a hand up, get in the face. It's like diving at a three-point shooter in basketball from a ways out. You're not going to block the shot. You just hope to alter it a little bit. Didn't happen, though. USA, they have found their shooting boots, and they are looking fine.
They are boot scooting and boogieing right now. Up one, and they have broken the streak of blue scoring once, and now this could be another opportunity. Butters getting enough of a touch to keep it away for now. We need to keep it on the nose that Octane is now. Nathan waits for the pass, intercepted by Bing. Bing, side ball's got Butters beneath him, wants to find a soft touch, demoed off of the ball. Justin, near post opportunity, soft touch, no, he can't find it. Now Booman, cut by Butters, but no real control. Nathan and company, no, it's Nathan can't find it either. This ball seems almost like a greased pig at times. It kind of keeps eluding touches.
That's the fun part about LAN, is sometimes there are those moments where really no one can get a handle on it because, you know, no one's really comfortable on the stage, away from their setup, in front of a crowd, playing for those big trophies that you can see sitting on the stage. There are those weird moments, but that's the fun of it. UAB trying to capitalize here on a big moment for them. Justin following his touch through the corner, through the near post, and into the back of the USA net.
Double commit turns into a triple commit as the third man over-rotates through, and Justin takes full advantage of it. Butters literally parked it to watch that whole situation happen. 1-1 here with 2:45 left.
Now, last year in the main stage, if you'll recall, first part was online, and that was the group play. Neither of these two teams made it to LAN, unfortunately, that time around. This time, they're playing on LAN. Obviously, we're all here watching them do battle right now, but in that group, they were the ones fighting for second place, trying to make it to playoffs, and they split the season series against one another. They both won their one series. They both lost their obligatory series to Alabama as they were in that group. We all know they went to the LAN, Alabama did, but they split it. That's how close these two rosters are, and it was Bing and Buster that played against each other on those rosters last season. So just a little bit of continuity there, telling you just how close these two programs are in terms of skill level.
Right now they are exactly tied, 1-1, splitting hairs at the moment, splitting defenses as Buster backboard play, looking for a teammate, but a little bit too aggressive there as Booman Nathan, sidewall play, trying to follow it up here. Being bumped off it. Nathan has a chance and opted to go for the pass to Buster, who puts it into the teeth of that defense. An epic save being credited back. Butters in a 1v1. Now he's got Justin in front of him. The bump is unable to be found, and Bing finds the shot. 1 + 2 = 3, but it's a 2-goal-to-1 scoreline.
A 1v3
Yes.
situation right there. Boom-Man versus the entirety of UAB.
Everybody.
And it took all 3 members of UAB to score that, but they get the go-ahead goal.
They got
It's a perfect counterattack, and they're back in the lead. And it's been a minute. It's been about 8 minutes since they found themselves in front.
What's scarier than 1 dragon?
2
3.
dragons. 3 dragons.
3 dragons. And that's what they were staring down. Trying to survive on that defensive side. Bing demoed for his troubles. Nathan just needs to take full advantage of it, and he does. That lead does not last long. 83 seconds left, and we're tied up at 2.
I appreciate what Bing is trying to do right there, trying to keep it pinned to the back wall and control it out of the box, but he got demoed. He took too strong a touch off of the back of his car right there.
Spoiler play did spoiler.
It did, and Nathan's like, thank you very much. It's the easiest shot I'm going to hit all day.
Well, Nathan says thank you much. We've got a tie ball game once again, and all that hard work has not gone to waste. It's just now become a stalemate again. 70 ticks left on the scorecard here. Pass down midfield. Booman steals it out. Nathan, no boost, opting to play like he's got a lot, but now he's got 100 on it. Got one up and over. A 50 coming through. Butters survives it well, and so Justin has the clear. It's a good 50 that you want to see if you are looking for this UAB team to find some offense. And into the corner we go for another pass. Justin cannot find it. Bing gets 50'd hard by Boom. We're back at midfield.
Boom-Man looking to bump Butters. Nathan, a somewhat open net, but Butters gets back in time to save that ball away. Second touch, though, stuffed by Buster at the midfield line. Foul to Butters, top shelf.
What a save.
Out by Nathan. It works as a save and a clear. UAB retrieve.
Bing crossing all the way from one side of the field to the other. Big touch there off of the pinch. Boomin sees it, but he goes far post. If he goes near, he's got a good shot. Saved by Butters. Now Butters looking for Justin. Justin 50 hard. Nathan just staying on top of it. How did that ball glue to the Octane? Buster soft touch. Justin into the corner we go. Boomin a bit too over-aggressive here. Nathan, the last man back. Justin trying to make a fast break. He wants to get off the backboard here. A pass towards Butters. Butters the shot. It's in! They find a way. UAB 3-2 with no time.
In the waning moments, Justin gets the ball across. It's not the most flashiest play you will ever see, but it gets the job done. 0-second score on LAN, on the stage. How about that?
I mean, that is a way to do it off the back of 8 shots to 7. It's getting tight out here. You're talking about splitting hairs, and UAB has an answer, and they turn it in at the last possible second.
Look, I was talking to Jake of UNA earlier. We were discussing Justin as a player, and we were saying how he's not the highest rank that you'll see on LAN today. He's not the flashiest of players, but he is consistent.
That's
and
important.
That is what he has done. He's glued this roster together, and that's what happened right there. I mean,
it is.
The scores that they had, it wasn't double taps, it wasn't flip resets, it was simple counterattacks and taking advantage of the opening you are given. And they snag game 2, tie the series up.
Well, that is a way to do it, make it 1-1 and get us back into a best-of-3 format where we saw earlier in the first series. And now I think all eyes need to be on UAB because that is a momentum play. Not only is that is a game winner, but that's a wholehearted, emotionally charged moment. And they're going to come into this next game either incredibly calm or incredibly hyped up. And you have to depend on what team you're looking at. And I want to see them go in and being emotional. I want to see them go in and being excited and carry off that momentum so they can force some more on.
When they scored that, I looked out the window of our cast booth to see if they were getting hype, but unfortunately there was a big pillar in my way, so I couldn't see if they were excited or not, but I hope that they were, because those types of plays can electrify you and can propel you to big moments later on. That was nearly one on the opposite side of the pitch. Boom-Man looking for the triple tap, but no dice.
They're all 3 there. That's going to be a near-post shot. That's going to fall in. Boom-Man to Buster. It's the B&B play.
Okay, some dice. That was a great response to Boom-Man missing his initial try. Just slams it off the back wall. That triple got UAB all kinds of clustered on that goal line, spread out, mixed up. They weren't in their proper positions and took advantage of that. Back wall was open for business, and the opening goal of game 2 going USA's way, but potential response here. Justin's got a little bit of space. He's going to put it across the box, but Buster completely prepared for that.
Yeah, put it into the box with no real shooter in a good position to follow it up. So the idea was to get the pass. Looked pretty, an awkward spot as it just falls down. Nathan and company, dangerous touch, the pass midfield. It's a double commit. It's Bing pushing it towards Butters, credited with that shot. And Justin again looking for a teammate, going to push it so far out it turns into a clear.
And UAB forced to back off despite being so close right there to scoring what would have been a nice little team pinch play to respond in this first minute. But USA find themselves out. They find themselves a cheeky little passing play into a redirect from Nathan to push the Blazers even further into their own half. Being kind of coughing up possession, but Buster only 7 boosts in the tank. Just has to touch that ball hard and hope UAB can't do too much with it. Even though has refueled and pushing down the pitch, 80 boosts in the tank, and we are just going back and forth right now, fueling up, waiting to see if anything develops.
Oh, Justin has a big win. Now it's going back the other way. Booman controlling it. Bing is so far off here, doesn't want to play aggressively on this pace. If they turn it to a 2v1, I really like their odds, but only down 1, not one to overforce here in the first minute and a half, and so Buster and company still enjoying the lead. Butters has the big 50. That's the speed and pace I wanted, but now it's a 1v2 instead.
Simplicity, a little bit of an overextension from USA, a big dunk by Butters at the midfield line, and the cleanup is pretty easy. I mean, Booman's kind of hurtling at you, and that's a scary sight, meteor heading at your face, but he's
Is
not
that a horror
fazed.
game?
The Booman, yeah. There's some kind of joke there.
Right now, some kind of joke being found. Perhaps some kind of offense that is Buster trying to make it through Booman backboard play. Butters, I wanted to see the half flip a contest, but he opted to stay back and just let it fall over. Had good call-outs by Bing to stay on top of it. Just an awkward spot here in that rotation as he was stuck between 2 and 3. Butters pushing it down. Nathan and Booman pushing a little bit of a 2v2 as we have a long, wide third-man rotation to be ready for that far post shot.
That back wall, okay, was open for a second, but Bing's there. Doesn't control it, though. Instead, elects to just slam it off the ceiling, and that invites more pressure from the University of South Alabama. Justin does alleviate the majority of it. Looking for another touch on it. Couldn't find the ground pinch. Just arrived on top of that ball a little too soon, and there was no boost to adjust his course. But UAB, they get pressure off the back of it. And that's what we're playing for right now. Pressure plays that develop into hard shots. That one denting the woodwork and staying out. But UAB once more close to scoring.
I really thought they were going to be punished for that third man, overcommitted and rotated out, but then there was no shot following up here for UAB. Justin demoed as he had nothing to play through. Booman trying to catch on Bing. Buster waiting for the ball here and got caught cheating a bit too far forward, and so it's now back the other way. A big touch there slows it all down. Butters has the touch, and that almost was going to go in if he ended up getting bumped.
Bing stopped by Nathan, wants a second
Double.
touch. Maybe it baited the defense out. Okay, either way, nothing really develops from it. USA forced backwards. The Blazers looking to grab a go-ahead here. Final 2 minutes of a big, big swing game in terms of the fate of both of these rosters in pool number 2. What a save, but the rebound again is good enough. Buster, go-ahead goal for USA.
The shot is good, the save is better, but the goal is best, especially if you are a USA fan. They're back up 1 with 94 seconds left.
This is so back and forth, though. I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple more goals in the final 90 seconds. This one,
that's a
could
setup.
be an opportunity. Justin looking to get
touch.
around the ball, off
Butters.
the crossbar, the balls go. Butters there for the cleanup once again. There's always someone there for these second chance opportunities.
Justin had the big win on the cheat, then gets it up in time. Butters signs off on it to make it a 2-2 affair at 88 seconds left here.
It's unbelievable just how many shots are going off the post, off the crossbar, but both teams always prepared for those bounces. You know, we don't have official statisticians, but I'd love to know just how many goals have been scored off of shots that went off the woodwork initially. It feels like it has been a lot as we're noticing it. That one on target, but 2 defenders there. The second opportunity, a little wayward.
Well, thinking of things that have a stick in them. 2 wheels on it. I'm going to pull my breath there as Butters has to get it out of danger's way as a demo rung throughout the field. Justin slowing it all down, pushing it back into the mix. Demo coming through again. And now the ball resting. Butters chasing, want to find it, but he can't get it to go. Nathan, soft touch out. Big dunk all the way across the field. The ball rests, waiting to find someone. Buster, perhaps, can't get the ball. Booman pushing forward. Bing can't get it, and now the ball falls down, but Butters gets it up and over. Nathan gets to it in time, and so we still stay at a 2-goal tie.
Reminiscent of game 1 where Nathan had that big save where he was backwards to the play and had to put the ball off his own back wall to keep UAB to the back of the net. This time, though, UAB going to score eventually after a play like that. The save is all for naught, says Butters. We're in the lead once more.
Butter caught the defender moving forward, making them rotate and leaving that near post open. Called his own number, backboard play. 3-2 here with 20 left.
This is a big, big last 20 seconds. UAB trying to hold on, but USA have been explosive. Butters got bumped by his own teammate and scores it. Can we see that again?
That is wrong. That is illegal. How do they high five and it works? The pinch to one side. What?
That's a big goal as well because now
How?
UAB's up 2. I think that might have secured game number 3, unless Boomman and company have to say about it. Off Buster's top, second chance not there, went flying past.
What?
Game 3 going to go UAB's way.
So you're telling me the shot that goes from one teammate to another misses, but the shot that is the combination of hitting a teammate into the ball that turns into a pinch off of the goalie goes in?
I'm not telling you anything. I played no part in what just transpired. That was all straight up Rocket League, and that's why we love this esport.
Well, UAB, off of a thrilling game, makes it a 2-1 series off the back of a 8-shot game. And, man, oh, man, I like to say a good offense in Rocket League is like a really good jazz band.
Yeah.
Because there is never a wrong note, just better choices. But, man, I don't know if there was a better choice than hitting your teammate and following through into the play.
You don't see that often. Get bumped into the play by your own teammate and then turning into a goal. And what's funny as well is I don't think it would have scored if USA hadn't panicked right there.
No.
And I mean, that's the kind of play that, you know, it's okay to panic, I think.
It would go the other way.
Because you're seeing your other team bump each other and then put a ball on your goal line. Let's move on to game 4, I think.
Just to quote a very famous man, Todd Howard, it just works. They're not bugs. They're unintended features. And the unintended feature of that offense is hitting each other pre-celebratory high five. The morale has never been higher. The lead has never been stronger here as UAB is up 1 game in the series and are 1 game away from getting their first series win today.
Okay, let's see if we have any more shenanigans here in game 4. As 10 seconds in, we're back to playing normal-ish Rocket League. That's a hard-struck ball, though. Butters back to Bing. No, Boomman
ready for it.
Back in the nick of time to just kind of usher that ball into the corner, and the clear is found by USA.
Bing back up and over the defense. Boomman can't find it, so now Bing has no real boost, just trying to wait to get to it. Opting to go for the bump attempt. A bit of an awkward place there to leave the ball. Butters back pass looking for Bing. Bing going to push it forward. Boomman and company slowing it all down, and we're still steady here after about the first minute, 0-0.
This is a certain change of pace. I mean, right there, Butters slow playing the ball in the corner here again, forced into just a simple challenge with Boomman trying to put it center, and a pot shot. Make sure the defense is still awake, and they are. They jumped for it, but not awake enough to make contact. Still, no harm done. UAB get out unscathed, but plays like that are eventually going to force you to concede.
Well, here we are past almost the minute-and-a-half mark as Justin gets a big clear. Nathan slowing it down, credited with a save there as it was kind of floating dangerously towards the net. And after the very first series, I can't ever look at a slow roller again the same, as Alabama made them work time and time again, and UAB trying to follow suit perhaps. Butters to Bing. Bing, I thought he was going to look for Justin on the far side, but Ops take the shot, and so it just keeps the offense on for now. Bing waiting far post, but Boomman intercepts and gets it out to midfield.
Justin looking center, but Nathan is right there. Another defensive miss. This time it's Bing not coming up with a touch on the ball. Butters will do much better. Puts it over the midfield line, and Boomman not touching the ball. All right, what's going on here? no one is allowed to hit the ball in defense anymore? Is that what's going on?
It's impossible. He was ushering it like you said, and this is going to be going off Bing! What? The Blazers just make magic happen that should not find a way through. A soft touch, it ends up going off the backboard, a double commit. You think Buster has the save, and then it...
This series started off very well. Everyone was hitting the ball. And then all of a sudden, a teammate gets bumped by his own teammate into a game-winning goal. And then everyone decides the defense is optional.
Defense has always been optional, Epic. It just was thought about way too incorrectly. And man, oh man, has it become the opening of Pandora's box. And I'm just wondering, and I'm excited to see what comes out next.
This is fun, though. I'm thoroughly enjoying the absolute pandemonium that's being put on the screen in front of us right now. And still, it's only a one-goal game, despite all of that insanity on both ends of the field. UAB with that one goal and finding the second very nearly. Justin takes it away from Butters, though, and I wasn't sure if that was going to be a goal. It was very close, but USA out of there.
USA is out of there for now, and they need to find an answer because it is still match point. They are still down with 120 seconds left here in this game. They need to find something. Justin going towards his own net, trying to make something happen, and this is not going to be the something that you want to have happen. 1, 2, 3 is as simple as that. It's a 1-1 game.
I love the cascading waves there of the UAB players
going
jumping,
up,
falling, jumping, and eventually getting scored on.
Like an aerobics class.
That's what it looked like. It was very slow and a little ugly, but that was the panic forced by USA having such open shooting lanes to the net, and South Alabama did well to capitalize.
That was my athletic profile. But right now, Butters and company trying to find the shot, and that's going to make it through. Normal Rocket League has its way again, the pass to shot.
Great carry, though, by Justin. And USA not expecting their front man to get beaten by Justin carrying that ball center. And that's as simple as that. Well-placed shot to get it through those two defenders on the back line. But it all starts with Justin setting that up beautifully.
Bing. Can't chase the ball. Nathan looking towards midfield. This is going to be a retaliatory strike. No, the defense stands the test. Bing, backward play. It drops it down instead, though, and runs it back. He's like, I want the boost. We're gonna redraw this, and his teammate just takes him out. They're both going for boost. He doesn't even get the 100 there.
You can't score from that position. They were trying to score again with the teammate strategy, but I don't think that was the position
the morale
to go
was low.
for that
They
kind
needed
of
the
play.
high fives.
Sure, I hope that they're laughing off that kind of play right now. But with 60 seconds left, this is crunch time. UAB need to vehemently defend this lead because if USA force Game 5, there's no telling what happens there.
There's no telling what happens in the next 55 seconds, Epic. I mean, there is simply no one who can really tell what's going to happen until it does in this series. Buster, the soft touch off backboard, wants to find a double, can't get it. Nathan ends up pushing it back towards his own end. Butters forward. Booman needs a save, can't get to it, but it is a bit high. Butters and Bing keeping the pressure on. A big 50 from Booman, but he's got no boost to follow it up. Can't pick up the 12, and it's all sitting on this Finnick with not a lot in the gas tank, daring Bing to push forward. It's now still the 1v1 turns into the midfield touch.
USA still peppering the UAB net. Butters, save right there, finds Bing, but puts
Hit it
it
right to him.
Right to Booman, and then he just dunked him into a clear. So fair enough. It's unconventional, but it works for UAB. But 10 seconds left. They still have to defend. Shot there. Justin
did get there!
But he didn't find the touch. We're tied. Overtime, peeking its ugly head over the horizon.
I mean, Booman off the sidewall, an awkward angle for sure. Justin did not have either the boost or the time as he was getting switching between ball cam and car cam. 2-2, 7 seconds left. Does UAB have another miracle in them? Or will we see a Game 5 forced out as USA has all the pressure? They have all the offense. Booman, though, instead, into the corner in extra time we go.
Game 4 OT. South Alabama trying to force overtime. UAB with a strange kickoff strategy right there, trying to end this series right here, right now. Nathan gonna just slam that ball deep into Blazer territory. Boost secured by Bing. Shot not coming. That was an open net, though. Wow.
Oh. USA is going to be kicking themselves if that is the one that could have done it, and they cannot find a way. That's another shot, but another save. Butters living vicariously by making that play happen. Looking midfield, intercepted there by Buster. And so, Booman, corner play. Doesn't actually find a touch, and Justin Pushed it up and over. Buster waiting for it here. Him and Booman right on top of each other. Need to be careful here. So that's a big 50. It could open the back corner. And Justin not collecting here. No boost and opts to play towards the ball. Dangerous position here if they get caught out.
Butters back. That back wall can be dangerous when you're struggling to get back before the open net is found, but Butters does very well to control that play and put it back into the USA end. 60 seconds of OT have come and gone. Justin hustling back. Booman has control in the corner, wants to help his teammate, but Butters does well by his lonesome on the back wall.
Double.
Caught out. USA with Buster all by himself there, trying to get back in defense. Successful. Now find a clear back into Blazer end.
We're going to see someone overcommit too far. We're starting to see overcommits on both sides, but assuming that overstep that opens the door. It might not be a goal. It might end up being a goal back the other way because they try and answer too quickly. Big pass to a pinch, but it's turned back away as that pinch is a bit too strong. Nathan cannot find the touch. Butters pushing him off the ball further. Booman 50 beautifully, and the ball just going side to side, slamming off of these walls. Buster looking for the shot, and he needs a soft tuck, but cannot get it. Booman collecting on the sidewall, pass to Nathan. Nathan collects on the shot, but that's a bit too far to the left. Buster 50 beautifully, and now Bing & Company still on the back foot, reeling on this defensive side.
That's a big demo, though. It alleviates a lot of built-up pressure, and Justin is looking for more, but Buster escapes. Justin still being a thorn in the side of USA. Now off the ceiling, trying to spike it down, but Nathan read that play perfectly, and this is more pressure for South Alabama. Booman to a back wall that is undefended where he placed it, but didn't place into a spot that would build anything for USA. Instead, the Blazers get out of dodge despite some hectic defense from them.
Nathan & Company sitting back. Buster cleared. Bing catches it midfield. Got it up and over one, but Booman can't get to it either. Now it's turned into a 1v1. Nathan risking it all for that 50. And Butters controlling. He's got Justin behind him. Gets it up and over one. It turns into a 2v3. Nathan getting the demo to try and relieve some of that pressure. Justin looking midfield. Bing is there. He pulls the trigger and makes it happen. UAB clutch genes activated. That's going to be a 3-1 series in a 3-2 game.
Wow.
Wow.
That's not a series you want to replicate.
No.
If you're either of those two teams. It was fun, though.
Yes.
It was a lot of fun. But if you're looking to win a championship, you got to clean up a lot of sloppy mistakes that occurred in that best of 5. But UAB come out on top. They get themselves in the winners column. But USA, despite some really impressive efforts, now 0-2.
Now 0-2, and they are very much on the outside looking in, folks. They need a win next round.
They do.
They need a win next round. They're going to need some help. And so it's going to be an interesting situation to see what they find themselves in after this next round and how we see these brackets kind of move around afterwards. But hats off to the Blazers. They get their first win. Both of these teams putting on a show, Pepe. Goodness.
It was a show. I hope all you neutral spectators are entertained, and I hope all of you biased fans, your hearts aren't in too bad a shape. But we're going to go to a break. Next series coming up, and hopefully less of a long time. So you just.
I was saying, you're taking a break too, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm taking a break. I'll see you all tomorrow. Infernos is going to be filling in for me, so I'll see you tomorrow. But break incoming. Next series in a little bit.
Ready?
Bye bye.
Break.
Okay, sounds great. You here often?
Yes, every day.
Ooh. You spend a lot of your time here.
I will attack you with this guy.
Ooh, wait, what's that stuff?
Check it out?
Yeah, actually, that sounds great. Oh, you get to paint, dude. That seems pretty cool. What do you guys sell here?
Oh yeah, well we do all kinds of tabletop games and trading card games, board games. We really specialize in all the games that you love the most.
Oh wow, that sounds great. I'm gonna have a look around.
Okay, perfect.
We would just have it open.
Everything's okay. It's just, man, I really like the stuff y'all have here. It's really nice, actually. I think it was, you were in the middle of your turn?
Yes. So I was going to play this guy by banishing these two.
I see.
I will attack you with this guy.
How much? 25. Okay. Well, good game.
Thank you.
I got you.
and you were never far away. And though you'd always take your time, you light the sky up like the day. 'Cause you were always on my mind, and you were never far away. And though you'd always take your time, you light the sky up like the day. I don't give a damn about it. Say that I do. I don't wanna hear about it unless it's from you. Don't tell me that love is a game, baby. I don't wanna play the same old fucking games. Don't tell me that you're gonna change, 'cause I know that's what they always say. Maybe it's dangerous for you to
Welcome back, everybody, to the main stage. I am back on the desk, apparently. No longer just locked into Valorant. Thankfully, I've made my great escape from that prison cell. We're over here with Rocket League now, joined here with the oh-so-wonderful Foov, and we've got ourselves UNA versus JSU, correctly?
Yes,
we saw
sir.
that earlier on Valorant, and now
we did.
We get to see it as well for Rocket League.
We get to see the rematch, but most importantly, you know what that means? We get to see the return of Stan.
Oh,
and
Stan.
so we were talking about this in a pre-production meeting between games. If COD was happening at the scale it was supposed to happen.
He's still doing it.
Yes, they're
still
still
doing
playing it, and he's going to still play against the other team that's here. But if they had all the teams here, he had the illustrious position of possibly winning a game in each of the 3 titles being played today. And so, but I can't overlook that enough because I still want to see Stan get the Triple Crown, even if it's not entirely official. But most importantly, you have UNA and JSU, and I want to see what both of these teams can bring to the table. I know UNA actually has a couple of subs that have been brought in because one is at a wedding. The one that might have been playing is also at another wedding.
Wow, a lot of weddings.
So, yeah, a lot of weddings. So congratulations to the people that, exactly. But it's going to be a fun time, and I really want to see what both of these teams bring to the table. Like, if you look at the first series, that was the Iron Bowl, it was a lot of slowed down and cerebral playing. The second series was, we're going to play Rocket League until game 2, and then it broke. Everything was sideways. The up was down, left was right, goals weren't, and saves were goals. It just worked.
Sitting over on the couch we have over here and inside the booth, and I'm watching off the production screen, and I'm just listening to Foov absolutely lose his mind over what was going on. It was knee slapping, literally thighs going, just leaning over.
I couldn't.
Listen, we had a cameraman in here taking pictures of it, and there's plenty of pictures
of
Foov, I'm sure, leaning over, staring at the screen. So we're going to put those out on social media as soon as humanly possible. Probably not until like Monday.
Okay, as soon as humanly possible next year.
We're not very fast. We're like net 30, but really net 60. Esports.
Esports.
That's how it works, right?
Yeah.
Pay your players. All right, either way.
All right. Well, that's a great segue into forward here. It's not only paying your players, but it's paying your dues. Think about it. And lands like this, I talked about it with Bepping. I want to touch on your opinion because you have played and been with so many different titles. This is a competition kind of outside of a lot of reigns. It's kind of past the point where it's late in the semester. A lot of things have already happened. A lot of leagues have already shut down their things. And so this is technically, in some ways, off-season.
Yeah.
It's either the end of you got old juniors and seniors that are now starting to senior way out, possibly doing different things in life, and where you have younger teams, younger players getting a chance to play on a stage like this. What is the most valuable part of this to these teams, do you think?
The experience.
The experience?
Right. It has to be the experience. As a player, we've gone through quite a few rough years, especially if you're a senior.
Yeah.
You're having to deal with the COVID years, being locked inside your homes, your apartments, your dorms, right? You maybe got to see your friends in a collegiate environment, but you didn't get to spend that time with them up close and personal. So the experience itself is a part of it. And I think for these players, finally getting to an environment where, yeah, we've had lands, there have been more, but this was one where you're in an intermediary stage between seasons, like you said, and it just lets you say one big last hurrah to some of those seniors that have graduated.
I got you. You got JSU here trying to get a last hurrah, perhaps. They are in the orange and UNA in the blue. And so Sheet of Out repping gold here. Just an awkward position to be in as well. Looks for Stan. Stan midfield passing back. But AJ kind of resetting here. So just a really feeling out process right now. As Sheet of Out can't find the touch. Neo keeps it going. Gets touch over one. Sociopath following it. But AJ, sidewall play. I consider that more like the air hockey move where you push it sideways, trying to discombobulate and just slowing it all down. As Nino credited with that shot, but not a lot falling as Stan gets it into the corner once again.
A lot of demos still, but I think most of these are just in their attempts to relay back towards goal, get more on a defensive side. None of it's being really used as a way to set up an intermediary shot. So I think maybe seeing it stay this slow is something like you said you'll see in game 1, but maybe won't see as things start to amp up. A feeling out period, so to say, for these players. Shot goes a little bit wide towards the top left corner of net. Unfortunately for AJ, it does not really find themselves an opportunity. It's something to fire back from, but once again, too wide.
Too wide, but still trying to get the sights lined up and zeroed in. Double commit on that side here by UNA, but AJ calling his own number. Nino D able to get on top of that one in time. As you see, Stan wins the 50 up and over. Sociopath can't find the clear, so the ball rests in the corner. AJ been the offensive facilitator so far.
There it is.
Bubba the soft touch. And so that goal to be is not to be and turned back the other way.
Zemble's going to be regretting that one for quite a while. A huge opportunity. Early was going to have to say that UNA looks like they're building up a lot of pressure. They're staying over on the JSU side. The issue was they're just not finding cohesive enough shots, not enough oomph, not enough power behind him, and just really aren't testing JSU's defense.
It's kind of both teams are hesitant to be pushing too far forward. They're a little bit, I don't want to say lack of confidence, but perhaps lack of faith in their ability to touch the ball at that time. They want to be there. They're making the push. They're moving forward, but they're not following their feet, if that makes sense. In a performance sin is Sociopath. Thought he could pull it off, but the double not finding its mark. Stan trying to slow it all down, but that's a setup towards midfield. A shot. Bubba can't get to it, and Nino makes it happen. Far post 1-0.
Thimble in the net, see it here on the replay, which is perfectly placed, but it's one of those situations where when you press the boost, you're just slightly too far, can't spin far enough, rely too much on the spin and not enough on the distance, and because of that, it goes right to the back of the net.
Just got a little bit too overzealous cheating forward, but now feeling good as the dam perhaps has been broken here. It's JSU on the scorecard, pushing forward. Sociopath midfield trying to find something, but not enough of a pass. Stan dissuades. Nino, far post, but it goes too far. Wide right here. We're in Alabama, not Florida, but that one still flies.
You can definitely feel that JSU are feeling more confident after getting that 1-0 start. They're saying, hey guys, start sending more things.
Do it again.
Get a little bit more aggressive. Take some of those aerial shots and really pound the rock, so to say, against this UNA defense, because there are some glaring holes, obviously, for their keepers sitting back and sweeping in their net.
Well, Sheet of L had a beautiful opportunity. That breakout got up too early. Sociopath going to lop off as Nino called it beautifully, but there's no third. Sheet of L, quick turn, has soft touch. He had the demo to open it up. Nino to Sheet makes it 2-0.
That's exactly what you want to see. Once again, I highlighted the demos earlier. They didn't feel like they were leading to anything. We talked about the play from Stan leading themselves off the ball previously. We're seeing that now from JSU, saying, leave off, I'll take shot. Demo, give me some space. Create an opportunity. No longer need to wait for UNA to make those mistakes precision-wise with their placement, and instead force it.
114 seconds left here as Nino and company up a pair, trying to be up 3. That's a double quint on this side, but there's no one home. Sociopath follows it through, so all 3 orange cards involved to make it 3-0.
A kickoff goal, not entirely, just barely too long to get that one and have that titleize for you.
They're trying to run the clock.
Might as well be.
They're trying
at
to
this point. They're trying to kneel, so to say. It's your what is it called? The championship play?
Victory formation.
Victory formation. That's what I'm looking for. JSU looked like
sports.
Sports. Yeah, well, this is totally a real sport. It's esports. It's in the name here.
Yeah, exactly.
Got to be excited for it. But a 3-0 start. You got to feel like they're going to be riding that confidence. Maybe sit back a little bit. Don't show UNA a lot. Just continue to not make mistakes, but don't overtire yourself, because you got 3 more games you got to go through, possibly, and you're already up 4-0.
Well, if they win this one, only 2 more, as it is a best of 5. Sociopath makes the soft touch, and, you know, a nice pat on the ball there just to push it up and over. Not too high, not too low. Gets it through. 4-0. This run looking more and more unstoppable, and I'm wondering what UNA can have to answer.
It seems like it may not be a possibility here in this map alone. They'll have to maybe play for the next, at least force a game 3 or 4. They can't go all the way. Thimble, though, trying to move upfield, has a little bit of attempt back towards goal, has some assistance, so they'll go in transition to direct impact that ball, meet it at the midfield line. They'll get a demo onto Nino. This is not a Black Ops Zombies map, not Kino Dertona. But it does force finally UNA to get back to the defense.
So it could be on the mind. It's not El Nino. It's not a weather vane either, this Western weather system. But now Sociopath thought he could go towards the net, but instead opting for the controlling touch, backboard play. Cheated L. The soft touch. The breakout is exactly what you want in these situations. A flat pancake car. The soft touch and a goal.
Talk about a layup and a beautiful, just the softest touch you can possibly imagine. Nino getting a little bit too close for comfort. I would ask him, please stay away from that.
He wants to sign off on it.
No, I like my name to be the final signature on that.
It's the PowerPoint where you put your name on the bottom right in the last slide.
It's your school project
exactly
that only you participated in, and they just signed off.
Yeah.
You got to tell the teacher afterwards and be that guy, so to say. But I'll tell you who's not that guy. It's not UNA. They're gonna have to play for the next match because this one is not working for them. GG, go next.
5-0. If you ask Pepic and any of the boys out at SEL, I am the harbinger of it is never over until it's over. But a 5-0 lead, a 6-0 lead now. It is dire.
Yeah.
Things are dire.
Is it possible to get
6
in 18?
Yeah, you can score in 2.
That is true.
Improbable, yes. Impossible, no.
We have not seen it yet from UNA. The likelihood of this, you would be more likely to win the lottery.
Light
I'm not
switch.
saying dump your money into the lottery here,
no,
folks.
No.
But I am saying don't count your bets here for UNA just yet. They've got plenty more matches to go for in this series, so they're not out of the woodworks. They just need to wait for the next one to come forward.
Well, just need to fully and honestly mentally reset from this game. Trying to get one more to go. Stan can't find the touch, and so JSU takes it, and game one by way of a 5-0 scoreline. That's off the back of 13 shots and only allowing, I think that was 6 technically, as we lost one for a moment.
Keep in mind, right, for the side of UNA, in the final moments, even if they have it completely in their heads that there's no chance of winning this match, right, we just go for the next one. Getting a goal or two right there towards the end,
momentum.
still keeping the pressure, it builds up its confidence, right? Notice how JSU, for the first minute and a half of that game, no pressure, soft touches.
Nothing.
Not really any confident pressure or I would say power in their shots. They're just testing the limit, so to say. The second they get a goal, they pop a second one in. The third one comes quickly afterwards. The fourth and fifth follow suit, and finally the hook, line, and sinker, the 6 lines up and falls into the back of the net.
I just think it's going to be important here, especially for this UNA squad to bounce back. But my eyes are still on JSU, because when you have a game like that where you just
dominate,
you run someone over, you can go into the next matchup with a really unhealthy setup of like, okay, we don't score 6 this game, so it's now disappointing, or we're going to score 100 goals and you're going to overlook a team and they're going to find a goal back and your mental is just going to do this. We don't want to have the waves of the anaerobic exercises we had in the last goal setting of emotions. But man, oh man, I cannot wait.
We talked about it earlier today. The game starts in the map selection for Valorant, and I think the game starts for the mental in Rocket League when you're going match to match, back to back. And you said it's an unhealthy mindset. It's also the same way when you get dominated, an unhealthy mindset of letting that really get down on you. I think the more matches you do, the more experience you have, the more scrims you have, the less and less that hits. And it truly is a testament of which of these teams is better prepared coming into this, because you can't prepare until it's too late.
You can't. There is nothing that really equates to experience.
Yeah.
And I'd like to also state I'm a big proponent of confidence versus cockiness, and you never want to. You want to toe that line, but you don't want to cross it, because if you go in too cocky, it never ends up well. And Sociopath and company not looking cocky right now. They're looking confident. They're on the offensive end. They're finding touches. They're finding goals, and Sociopath calls his own number off the backboard.
A gorgeous display once again to showcase, hey guys, we're not out of this one. It's just a continuation of our last match. Great setup, off the wall, 7-0 in terms of our goal differential. It is a disgusting foray about what JSU are trying to spell for every other team here in this competition.
It is a run of near epic proportions right now, and I'm wondering if UNA can have an answer at all. AJ backboard play, looking to find it, but Sociopath has it on his nose. Stan gets enough of a touch. Nino gets it off of his teammate. You know, I think UNA would take that one if it goes their way. Sociopath again, that Fennec rolling. Stan with a big 50. AJ, far post, that's going to be goal number one, tying it up, and that's an answer to that 7-0 run we've seen in the past 2 games.
Hey, you can take 6 on us, but you take 7. Shame on you. That's where we draw the line, and UNA have sent their line, I would say, in the grass. How do you categorize the ground here? Half of it looks like plastic and metal. Either way, they've drawn their line, and the line will be set here 1-1. Still 4 minutes of time left on the board. It looks like an early goal was gone. This one was close, but a missed opportunity for UNA and a weird center play for Shido FL. It's going to have to play well, but this is a corner opportunity for JSU, and it's sunk into the back of the net.
Just got the old 9-iron out, waited for it to tee up as he just stood at midfield saying, come on, come on, come on. And AJ thought the shot was coming too soon, goes up the post and leaves the middle of the net wide open. And so, once again, a 1-goal lead here for JSU.
Sociopath was a little silent in that first one. Has absolutely obliterated the lights here. Say their name as many times as humanly possible, because they want the limelight now. 2 goals right off the rip. And they look like they were primed for another one, going high to meet it. Denied, though, by JSU. Looks like an attempt to declare. They'll set up a pass here for Shido. Sociopath in the air, meets it high, and
that's
great miss! UNA just can't hit it skyward, can't control themselves, and they are fluttering in the air like a butterfly missing a wing.
That was legitimately the old granny shot. Not high enough to make it dangerous, but it just kind of floats in and then falls down underneath the defense, underneath the crossbar, and makes it another 2-goal lead here. JSU back on top and in control.
And UNA's got to find an answer. They answered the first one quick, and it has been silence since then. it's been a pretty slow game for them. No real testing of shots. In fact, it seems like JSU are probably more shots towards their own goal than we're seeing UNA do back their way, and that's got to change quickly. Pressure early towards UNA's goal. Sit back towards the sideline to try and get this one centered forward. iJake with a pretty nice play with the dribble in the air. Unfortunately, no one there to match it. Is there Stan? Stan can touch. Is it enough?
It's not there.
In the air, and
Okay.
it's finally dunked in. Huge play, but it took everything from UNA in like 6 attempts in the process.
Well, it's just a soft touch because it catches the tires, and then Sheetavel, because of how the breakout is shaped, it has a little bit of a slant to the forward, and so it rolled up the car and kept it going towards the net. That means no save, no clear, a goal, and no 2-goal lead. Sheetavel, though, trying to build back on it. That breakout is such, you consider, it's not entirely an offensive car, but that is made for shooting. 50s are not its thing, and so you have to find the right touches on that body.
You have to keep in mind as well for these players, the granny shots have been king. Maybe that's
Right?
just what they got to keep doing, right?
Let's take an Alabama's page, just a slow and steady.
Hey, if it works, it works. And
I
guess
mean-
what? You can take fast shots too. That's the answer from JSU. We got our nice slow, set out the bait, leave the hook there and wait for a nibble. This one's just put your fist down in the river and grab that fish by the throat. You're
Noodling.
just going straight for it.
Just sees the top left bin open and takes full advantage of it. 50 miles per hour on the shot, not the fastest, but a little bit quicker than what we have seen out of this offense so far, and it was a change of pace by the timing of the shot. Nino having one all across the board, and so has a cycle, I believe, trying to make something else happen. Bubba playing it off the sidewall, jumps a little bit below it, and so does not find the touch. Sociopath can't get it to fall as well. So AJ, opportunity here. Stan wants to find a soft touch. No, the fake to get it out of the way. Nino, though, able to slow it back down and get that save and clear.
Dangerous for JSU, but UNA failed to capitalize. Because of that, then there's an opportunity up pitch to try to get something back towards UNA's goal. I like the fact of seeing JSU play very heavily on a 2-sweeper setup for their back line, meaning that they can just let Nino, they can just let Sociopath move in for these goals, but they always have somebody ready to fall back, ready to recenter that back towards UNA's goal, so there is nowhere safe for them to lie, and if they overextend, which they have been, they get punished.
Sociopath goal number 4 here with 102 seconds left in this game. A 3-goal advantage, and it has been all offense all the time here for JSU, looking to close out their 2nd game in a row and lean towards match point.
Jake sends a nice highward towards the JSU goal. Unfortunately, still a bit too wide and not enough boost in the air to get a reset, nor to actually allow for you to
got a lead
send it
blocker.
back towards side.
What a
Sociopath
touch!
with a setup, and wow! This as a game of NFL players versus the Little League team that step forward. They have blockers, they've got running backs, they're sending long shot Hail Marys, and it just seems like it's too slow for UNA to recover.
Well, it's just beautiful play there, understanding the role needed. You have someone dribbling the ball, did a great job using the flip to stay behind it and in control. Lead blocker made contact with the defender, but now 4-goal advantage, 2nd straight game of 6 or more goals being scored. And Sheetavel going for the block, but no shooter. That is the one you got to talk about. You got to know your role. If you're by yourself, how close your teammates are. AJ sees an opportunity, but he can't seize the moment. Less than a minute left, and UNA, they've scored 2, but it's not been enough. They are down 4, not going to be down 5, as Bubba Thimble credited with that clear and gets it past midfield.
Just another chance coming out for JSU, and shockingly this one not delivered onto the scoreboard and silver platter. It is going to take a little bit more time, though, for UNA to find their wheels out from underneath them. They're trying to play this one down the sideline of JSU. Center ball. It's beautiful, but met quickly by Sociopath. He uses this as a moment to strike. It goes slightly wide, thanks to iJake bringing this one to a defensible position. Thimble going for the demo, sets up for an easier defense, but that just puts JSU back in the defense perfectly to put that one on the attack. They love being as aggressive as possible, and that's where they thrive. Sociopath going in for the strike. Oh my goodness, you just know they wanted it.
Well, they want it. They're not backing off. Their offense still falling forward, looking to find perhaps a 7th goal in this game. UNA wanting to get it onto the floor, and they do. JSU now up 2 big games at match point. They are feeling great. They're in control, and man, oh man, their offense is rolling. Only, 9 shots and 7 of them coming from Sociopath.
Sociopath with 5 goals in that match.
Yes.
An unbelievable display. So
Pop off.
Didn't say their name enough, right? And all of a sudden they come out, 2 goals right off the rip. Coming in, 3 goals left afterwards. You say, what more is there to be had? And they just show, put all the cards down on the table. There is still so much more in the back pocket, more boost, so to say, that they've been hiding, just catching everybody off guard. The teamwork, the cohesiveness, the plays, JSU are the team that is coming out on top of the scoreline is majorly indicative of that.
It really starts from controlling the pace and controlling the ball and controlling the game, and JSU's done a great job of staying behind the ball. Really want to highlight back towards that 2-on-1 play where they had control with the backflip, stay behind it, had a lead blocker, cleared out the defender that makes it an easy goal. Yes, it looked easy because they did it.
Yeah.
But it's very difficult to do, especially in a team setting, especially in person, where you have to make sure you're doing all of these moving parts together. And so it's been a team unit working to overcome a UNA team that has had a couple of issues. You've seen some errant touches, and they've been taken full advantage of. And so JSU doing exactly what a team in this position should do and are continuing to roll forward.
You have to keep in mind as well, I was out there earlier when we thankfully had Bepic on the broadcast previously. These players are unbelievably relaxed. It's crazy. I'll be listening in. I'll watch a team that's 2-2 in the throes of competitive play, and they're joking and chatting, maybe I shouldn't have done that, oops, the whole time. Not a single
Rocket
player.
players are weird.
They're just built
lovingly
different.
so. I'm one of
Just
them.
built different. It is so crazy. He's got ice in the veins, the clutch factor last game. It feels like every player has their own level of that. And
That's an own goal! 0 shots. That's an own goal. Look, he gets the clear here, and it goes off of the defender. It's a small, awkward redirect off of Socio.
UNA have the momentum. This is the first time we've seen them
They did
lead.
it!
They've done it. Unfortunately,
They have 4
if
minutes
you
left.
technically wanted to count that for JSU, it would just lead the tally even higher for them because they scored it.
Socio said the only one that's scoring is me, and then Nino immediately says, that lead was great. How about we restart it all? 19 seconds in, both teams have already scored.
Very unfortunate.
Defense
UNA,
is optional.
They didn't even get a limelight there. You don't even have your spotlight to shine on you. It is completely ruined. That's like winning a championship and the next day getting beat down. Like, you can't get
What is
anything.
this, wrestling?
I don't know. Who knows? We're going to bring out every sport reference you can possibly imagine. It's just UNA, you got to feel for that right there, to have a chance in this match, and immediately it's answered back.
I love the idea there coming from the flick into the pass. Socio to Nino, they just couldn't connect in that moment. And that is a good touch by AJ Aiken. He's trying to find a teammate, Bubba, into the corner. Nino, again, the soft touch clear towards midfield, followed up. Aggressive wave dash on the side wall, looking for a pass midfield, slows it down, but he can't get it to fall. Sheeta Vale ends up cutting off his own teammate. So a double commit. AJ and company, if they can flip the field here, they can get into a bit of a power play. But with no one following and no real aggression, it comes back to this kind of strange equilibrium dance at the midfield.
Nino's going to drop it down at midfield, like you mentioned before, was met with some assistance. Unfortunately, Zichtertop was not able to bring that with much effort. Kind of a bit of a rough scenario going off against UNA, and it's just kind of been a midfield battle up to this point. Yes, UNA have sent some shots down wide over towards JSU's goal, but almost every single one of them is built as a chance to center it, and UNA center it for them. JSU don't even need to have that one set up. It's a poor bounce off the wall. It pinches down, or say off stand, I should say. It pinches down perfectly, and it's just lined up. Unfortunate.
Sociopath takes full advantage of it. It's a 1-goal advantage again here. 83 seconds taken off of this card, and we are still, remember, match point here. JSU can end up winning this one. If not, it is a long way back to equal for UNA.
I could say it's a long way back home, but it's really not. We're all based here, technically speaking. So
I'm not.
Oh, that's true. But I mean,
goal.
There it is. We're done. For UNA, it's what, 2 hours, I believe, from this location. So it's not too bad. For JSU, I actually don't know what it is. I only ever did marching band competitions at JSU, so I don't ever remember what the.
Too young to remember.
Yeah. I was on giant shipping buses of high school kids, nerdy kids with instruments.
Yeah.
It's a little different. You don't keep track of time.
You really don't. I understand. I've been in those situations. But AJ and company, they are taking full. They've taken full say to this whole situation. They are down 2 in the game, down 2 in the series, and it's down to it now.
Yeah.
And so Bubba needs to find an angle. Sociopath has been the facilitator, has been the shooter, and there it is, the 1-2 to net. The best pass is to the back of the net. It's a 4-1 game.
Love seeing Nino take the initiative there on that attack. Center it straight up through the center of the field. You meet it a little bit later past that middle line. That really sets up UNA saying, hey, we can reach that. It's not going to be a problem. But then Nino sweeps out of nowhere, catches it off guard. Nino's very rare to be on that front. Usually you're seeing them sweeping towards goal, making sure that they are the last player back, or the first player back, I should say. Always ready to further increase the chance of JSU's shots on goals. Then finishing it, it's a highlight reel once again. Put it on the register. You can do everything all at once. A great opportunity for IJ. That would have been a clear shot on goal, but just sung wide. They soared way past, and that just lines up. You're missing a defender. You're missing chances.
Well, this is technically a pass coming off of a team bump that turns into a net. Sociopath and Sheeta Bell double committed, and then it pinches off, and then because Sociopath's still in the zip code, he finds the net, and it's 5-1 here just above this midway point, and it is all systems go. It is all offense here, and JSU looking to ride fairly decently and easily into another win.
And it's not looking great for that Stan Crown like you were mentioning previously. It's getting more dire by the moment, and I could just say more dire by the goal because they're coming almost as fast
there
as
it
the
is.
minute itself in the series. I think their average goals per minute for JSU is
a lot.
40 seconds maybe. And they'll get a goal every 40 seconds, 35 seconds. It's unbelievable success against UNA. Maybe it's just an unlucky opponent, right? You're just not matched up well, but JSU, at the rate that they're playing, I think they can play against anybody here.
It just comes down to really I think, again, it's just the subs, the lack of perhaps coherent practice that they may or may not have had, and just kind of being played a little bit quicker, where UCJSU has had answers to the ball. They've been a bit more aggressive. Bubba, there it is. That's the speed you need to see from a team that's down. And at this point, losing by 5 and losing by 6 is the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Throw it to the sink. Go see what you can make happen at UNA and find some offense, get a little bit more goal. And they had 2 last game. They didn't score at all in the first one, so they have found a way to score. Their offense is beginning to get picked back up, and now there's no one home. Sociopath takes the open net, and yep, sometimes when you throw it all at the sink, it leaves an open net.
I mean, you got to diversify your approach some way.
You do.
Obviously, things have not been working.
Gotta have
so
diverse profile.
Try something else, right?
Yeah.
You know, diversity, like me, being brought on for Rocket League instead of having to develop.
I told you we were going to do this
Diverse
again.
profile. Yeah.
I warned you.
Yeah, I guess. Months ago.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. This is a long time. This is the long con, okay,
Yeah,
Inferno?
it's the play.
You didn't think I was going to be standing beside you when we were covering Rocket League again, but yet here we are in a 7-1 game, a 2-0 series, looking to be a 3-0 series unless something magical happens. And so, just over 70 ticks left in game number 3, and it is a 6-goal advantage for JSU.
Surely hope it's not a 1-tick server we're playing on here for 70 ticks. That would be absolutely horrendous. CSGO players can eat their heart out. They're dealing with 60 tick, and Rocket League's got 1. Either way, very unfortunate. An opportunity for JSU. They weren't able to bring it up to a 7-goal margin here in this match.
Not yet.
There's 50 seconds. They're averaging 1 every 40. There's still plenty of opportunity on the board. Sociopath with an awesome attempt. Stan credited with the save, although it went a little bit wide on its own for the earlier touch. That is a beautiful curl from Nino, who once again steps up aggressive when needed. And you can't ask for a better shot.
Well, AJ tries to control it here and ends up falling right into Nino and takes the shot. Not ready for it as the goalie, and so it's 8-1. This is the highest goal total we've seen on stream, and still over half a minute left. And fake off the kickoff as Nino collects it, looking for a teammate, passing back down. It's going to be credited with a shot. Could follow it up, but it doesn't go in. Sociopath could have had the magical 9th goal, but it does not find its way up. Nino laying an egg at midfield, waiting for the boost to spawn, collects such 20 ticks left.
I cannot be more angry for JSU.
Why?
A gorgeous setup like that, and you're not rewarded with the goal at the end. It surely stinks. However, I can't even score
AJ?
when I play normally. AJ finally putting themselves on the board, 2-8. They got to go.
Well, that is where you start to see the cockiness come in. They're playing a very aggressive, very loose here, and lost the ball. Will UNA maybe find a way back in this one? No.
7 seconds. Yeah, you yourself said it. 2 seconds for
Yes.
scoring. It's not possible anymore.
It is now mathematically impossible. UNA came in and put on as good of a show as they could, but it was all JSU all the time. A 3-0 sweep off the back of a now 8-goal game. I think it was 6, 7, 8. just that easy on the offensive side.
They were hunting for 9.
That's
they
it.
wanted
I
to
know they were
run
looking
that
for
line.
it. They should have had it.
They should have had it. Yeah, that one was a robbery of sorts. No, they missed
well,
the final
it was
hits.
them missing. It wasn't a robbery. Yeah. Like, did they walk into the bank and give them money?
A psionics robbery. They changed the physics engine at the right moment, knowing that main stage is going on. We're a high-profile event. They know exactly.
They knew
what
exactly what's going on. Okay.
Got to rule out the collegiate scene. You talked about it earlier, right when we were getting into this matchup. Experience.
Yep.
Nothing can change experience. We see that experience. You said the subs, the change-up. These players maybe don't have enough experience together, that strategy, that cohesiveness. That was everywhere for JSU. By far the better team. They looked better. And you can just – they exude experience. And confidence. You say cockiness and cockiness.
Well, no, they were very confident. They were very – and the lacking, you saw them cross the line when they lost it. They had – if you looked, they had 3 on the sidewall points. They were looking for the long sidewall passes that they weren't exactly perfect with. That's crossing the line. And it's not a bad thing. Yes, you're rolling. Have fun, right? And I'm saying that's the moment is where if you're throwing the Hail Mary when you're up by 14, you can probably throw a pick, and that's what ended up happening. But 3-0 run there. We're taking another short break, getting another pair of teams on as quick as we can. So this is Foo. That's Infernos. This is the main stage 2023, and we'll be right back.
Okay, sounds great. You here often?
Yes, every day.
Ooh. Spending a lot of your time here.
I will attack you with this guy.
Ooh, wait, what's that stuff?
Check it out?
Yeah, actually, that sounds great. Oh, you get to paint, dude. That seems pretty cool. What do you guys sell here?
Oh yeah, well we do all kinds of tabletop games and trading card games, board games. We really specialize in all the games that you love the most.
Oh wow, that sounds great. I'm gonna have a look around.
Okay, perfect.
We would just have it up there. Everything's okay. It's just...
Man, I really like the stuff y'all have here. It's really nice, actually. I think it was, you were in the middle of your turn?
Yes. So I was going to play this guy by banishing these 2.
I see.
I will attack you with this guy.
How much? 25. Okay. Well, good game.
Thank you.
I thought you.
You missed it? No.
I've had 1,000 dreams of you, like scenes I do like. I stop counting, feels I could try. I should try. Hold my breath, I won't make you wait. You're mine for the taking. My eyes on your shapes. You're mine for the taking. Take me where your monsters hide. They don't dance in the daylight. Look down, you've got me so high. I think You've seen me here before, above the mountain tops. With every step I take, I show the world what I got. I feel alive again. I feel like it's a new chance. Far from the wasteland, and I've got nowhere to be, so I'm waiting. I don't need a rush, I'm patient. However long it takes, I'll be there one day. Hey. Eternal, I'm alive and chasing whatever it is I'm facing. I can't walk away. There's so much left to say. Hey. Our story never has to end. Eternal, I'm alive again. We don't know what will happen tomorrow, but I hope a good surprise. I could flip all the time that I borrowed and make another life. You can break my stride. There's a palace in my mind, made of light, and it shows. Yeah, yeah. The stars are falling, skies are raining gold. Yeah, yeah. Forever I'm free, that's what could be. So I'm waiting. I don't need a rush, I'm patient. However long it takes, I'll be there one day. Hey. Eternal, I'm alive and chasing whatever it is I'm facing. I can't walk away. There's so much left to say. Hey. Our story never has to end.
Let's go! They started without us, but hey, ladies and gentlemen, hope you're having a good time. You can't actually physically see me here, but I'm like right up to the camera. But, you know, having a good time. 17 seconds off here. It is Auburn and USA, University of South Alabama playing. And so USA in the orange, Auburn in the blue, and Auburn already scoring one.
Setting the tone early, much like we saw in the JSU series previously in Game 2. Game 1. Took about a minute and a half to get the party started, and once we did, the floodgates had opened. Maybe we see another tail of the tape just like that, but that was an impossibility in a series going, what, positive 20 goals in the course of those 3 games? A ludicrous amount. I hope that we don't see that here again.
Well, Vroko and company, they are a fun team to watch, this Auburn squad, and I've enjoyed being able to see them over the past couple of times being able to watch. You know, Bepic, obviously a big proprietor of Auburn esports.
I think it's biased.
No, it's not biased. It's just only he is there and works with them a lot and likes them a lot as, okay, Asaki has a soft touch, and it's near post and in, tied up. I didn't think that was going to work, but all right, 1-1.
Colum Holland, that's a tap-in. It still counts. It goes through in the goal differential. I mean, who cares if it's a cross-singer from across the midfield pitch? Put it in the back of the net. The scoreboard's going to reflect your team doing better. Kickoff goes a little awry for both sides. It gets a double bounce up forward. A little bit more in favor here for Boo Man, but doesn't mean that the rest of the team can't step up big. Asaki sends that back towards goal, and it is quickly closed and cleared away here by Auburn, who are just trying to survive the onslaught of attempts coming out here for USA, who have done a fairly good job of keeping it at Auburn's side. So technically it's a fair advantage, right?
It's equally fair, and that's Turvis giving each post some equal attention, going far instead. Booman credited with the save, and you thought maybe Auburn could break through on the tie here. Vroko looking to set it up, but they can't get it to fall. Saggy with a big flip here, just getting it off the side. They can't chase it, but they're really trying to get it away from their end. It's a pass looking for Booman. Booman near post, but can't get it to fall. The demo coming out from Auburn slowed it down. Another demo opened up the door, following aggressively here. But no real touch means no real follow. And so we stay at a 1-1 game here just above the midway point.
Serve had an opportunity there to get that one dribbled back to the opposing side and work for something. Auburn doing a great job. The demo to deny from Josh Mango, then took that opportunity to dribble upfield. Now centering here to really no teammate that's actually in play. It seems like the whole squad was going for a bit more of a relocation and pivot back to restabilize their current setup. Doi goes a little bit too far for comfort and is forced to retreat hastily. Vroko goes up for it, and it gets the better end for USA, who are still troubled, I would say, by Auburn's attempts here, putting this one in the back of the net. It's working well. Doi with an opportunity, but it just can't be buried.
Vroko wins a touch, but it's stalled out long enough for it to be clear. Turvis Smurf has both teammates do his right, but he can't really get it across the field like they wanted. Doi and Vroko caught on top of each other. Josh, soft touch towards midfield, has a lot of space to work with here, pushing it down. Vroko following, but not going to get there as he's beat to the ball by Booman. And so it is just 50 aggressive touch, 50 not going to find the mark here. Booman kicking himself after it as that's an open net, and it should have been a 2-1 game.
That's something you're going to have to inevitably feel the loss of here. Broco credited there with a shot opportunity to Soggy there with the save. Another one sent towards the back of the net. Josh Mango, that one on target, requiring Newman to actually go for that save. It was none too difficult being the only one there. They were already meeting it in the air. Newman goes for a clear off that back wall. It gets recented over to the backside corner. It seems like Auburn really like to play off those angles, but they're not taking advantage of when this ball crosses that midfield pitch because no one's there to send it forward. Joy maybe could have been, but no boost. A bit careful for their defensive foray, and now it's back going the other way as USA put pressure hard. Just can't put it in the back of the net. Problem plaguing both these squads.
Well, both teams scored early and then have been sent back to the Desert Realm. No real food, nothing. Land barren. Broco back past the Mango. Mango 50 there as Turf ends up stealing it off of his nose. Doi, Broco looking for the touch, but cannot follow it through. Soft one midfield, setting up Doi, but nothing coming from it as that one hits the post and rings into the stadium.
Soggy Grayson down the sideline, just trying to play it forward.
Your
Broco
post
centers it, and what a sender to guarantee that shot opportunity and guarantee a 2-1 match scoreline. 26 seconds to make the impossible happen here to tie things up. It's doable, but how few goals have occurred in the 3-4 minutes we've had since that first where nothing has happened. It's been a battle, a tumultuous one at that, and now Auburn have to prove themselves, and there was a chance the whole team was getting boosts.
So you're saying there's a chance, and I think the big thing is you need about 20 seconds to set up a quality offensive chance here. And so with a demo like that, it turns into a 2v1. Broco, if he wins this here, it's going to go back the other way, but no, the goal, the player being demoed respawned in time to make the save. Broco going to see the middle of the net wide open, and he can't find the touch. Auburn had an opportunity at the end there, but could not go through. So USA finds a big one here and takes game one off of Auburn.
Auburn, in our Valor matches earlier today, we said the biggest issue for them came down to personal mistakes and just problems that were plaguing them. And unfortunately, it seemed like the same thing occurred there for Rocket League. A lot of chances they had, they just didn't complete. The demos that were setting things up, they just couldn't find the finish, not quick enough on the pace. And centering it back towards your own goal for a cleanup crew for the side of USA for that final goal, it's stuff that hurts, but unfortunately it's the truth that Auburn have to live with as it goes series behind.
I think one of the biggest things from that game is you have to look at the saves. That was 6 saves on the side of JSU. That means they gave up an insane amount of shots but saved a lot of them, so they weren't working terribly hard on the defensive side. The ball was shot near them. It was shot where it could be saved, and so it was just a shooting by quantity there. By Auburn, is they were just trying to throw everything at the net, and they weren't following it up with first and second and third touches. They were having opportunities. It was one there, one there, one there. You want to have a follow-up off of either the backboard, off of a post, or off of a defender to keep that defense awkward, and they couldn't control that possession long enough to do so.
You know, to JSU's attempts there at their setup for plays, so like kickoff one they did right towards the end when they decided to get a little bit more aggressive. Those types of setups, it's not like there's none happening at bar for trying for these players. It's just I think these teams, these players here, are more coordinated, and it's more difficult to pull it off. So you have to play a lot safer. If you see something, one tidbit of information that sends you off for your push, you're going to fall back first and foremost because every goal is critical to your success. Don't want to give yourself an open goal.
Doi slowing it down all the way back past the setup. Mango, though, wants to go near post and does, and that's the way to do it. An entire tonal and pace shift.
I mean, Auburn soaring high. I guess that's what they call them, the War Eagles, so to say. Dunking that one down, that's not why they call them War Eagles. That's a different tale, a very long one at that. Some big, long history about a war. Either way.
And Eagles?
Yeah, something like that. It's like some eagle on a battlefield that was still there or came back. I don't know. We now have like 5
all right, we need to learn the Auburn lore so Bevik doesn't get
I
mad at us.
The Auburn lore. Great shot opportunity by Asagi, and it goes back the other way. No one's catching it for USA.
Well, it's just a big read, following it through, goes off the post, rings into night, and Doi has a great job having momentum, having the boost, and hands it off. Mango wanted to go for a bump, but couldn't find it, but it does not matter. 2-0 here, and Auburn sprung back to life.
This is exactly what you want to see. You want to tie this series up 1-1. Give your team as best of a fighting chance as possible. Keep in mind, the whole last match, it took the whole series, the whole entire 5 minutes, to have 2 goals be sprung forward for USA. And now in the first 50 seconds left, Auburn has managed to achieve the same number, and I can't expect them to be slowed down as they've just gained so much momentum, and momentum is deadly.
Well, it is all about riding the waves, and sometimes it's going to ride you high and you're going to get a good foal, and that is all what you've seen here from the first minute here from Auburn. But USA did score. They were able to withstand this offense for such a long time last game. They just need to get offense back on their own. They don't need to allow the pressure to mount. It's Auburn again in control here. Backboard play. That's the 1-2,
No,
but
bingo.
no. And that's going to be Doi getting stuffed by Turf and Smurf. It's just an awkward spot. Asagi back into the corner. Doi chases slowly. Wants to find a pass midfield. Gets a dunk off of an opponent. Looking for a bump. Chasing into the net. And cannot find the touch. Vroko wants to let it fall. It's a bump that's going both of them. And it opens the door. One bump up high. Vroko had one down low. And so it's 3-0.
I like the aggressiveness coming out from Auburn. They've realized that this passivity is ultimately not doing them any justice.
Let's just score.
Just put the ball in the back of the
Yeah.
net, folks. It's very
No
simple at
shots,
the
only
end of the
goals.
day. Yeah, that's statistically possible.
It is.
Yeah, at this point, no.
Yes. Own goals are very much a thing, but Vroko and company
Let's see that.
putting it off the backboard. Josh cleans it up. It's going to bounce back through and in. It is a 4-0 tear. Auburn.
I feel like JSU have come back into the lobby somehow. We ran into their controllers being an adamant out there and figure something out, because this is not the Auburn roster we saw last match.
Well, this is the Auburn roster I was expecting to see in Game 1.
Absolutely.
And they are playing for Bepic's honor. We're not playing for Bepic in Game 1. They're like, oh yeah, Bepic's not here, so we have to play for his honor. And so the Bepic hats are on. They have the pins on, you know, that we talked about, the pins with his face on it. I'm really glad we got those made, right? I'm waiting for the signature series. I want to get a Bepic signature pad.
That'd be huge. I want to get the mouse pad that has this big smile on it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I heard they have a big wearing problem, so they've had to widen the forehead a little bit longer to stop that issue. But you know, production problems. It'll get fixed eventually. They
That's
plague
not on
everything.
his end, though. Yeah.
Truly, the company makes the man.
The man makes the company makes the man. And I got to say, Auburn makes the lead 4-0 here right now before the midway point, and this is a entirely different game. Yes, it is Game 2, so it's obviously a different game, but this is a different set that we've seen in Game 1 versus Game 2 as Auburn has come alive.
Is it just me, or does USA look very disjointed? It doesn't seem like they're clearing as individuals. They're trying to just play alone, and I feel like
That's
a lot
in!
of that's gorgeous play from Josh Mango, just grazing off the side of that crossbar into the back of the net. It feels like USA are not a team right now, and I think a lot of that's off the back of obviously the scoreline being 4-0 to that point, now 5-0 with a gorgeous goal by Josh Mango. But you can't let things get out of control, because like I said, momentum is the most dangerous part of the game here. I don't know if you know what inertia is, but objects in motion tend to stay in motion unless acted upon by
It's
an
a
outside
what?
force. And right now, Auburn, they have the inertia of a falling star. Like, they are absolutely unstoppable.
Just feeling good, and they are streaking across the sky. The only thing you have to worry about is sometimes the brightest stars to burn out first. So, Game 1, absolute 0. Unable to find anything until the end of the game. End up giving the game away off the back of a strange goal. But Vroko and company have come alive here. The sleeping giant that we know this Auburn unit can be has roared to life. Asagi needs to find it. He can't get a touch. Josh, if he doesn't have that second touch, that is a goal. So, kicking himself on that one. Doi in front of it, just being a terror. Mango finds the angle. Booman has the save. Vroko puts more pressure on Doi. Wants to go far post. I like the angle here, but hands it off to Josh. Josh, the slow touch saved here by Booman.
Auburn, a very aggressive approach in towards goal, and honestly, USA don't have an answer. They're not able to sit pretty long enough to get good clears, powerful clears away from their net. They're just now getting a ball towards midfield, but it's met instantly by Josh Mango, who not only uses that as an opportunity to go for a goal, but they use it to out-dribble two. The last one, unfortunately, not falling victim to the bait and shot that will be saved in the end, keeping the scoreline away from 6-0.
Vroko has Doi beside him, and Ops taking himself. Turner needs to be careful. He's got a shooter behind him. Booman flipping the field here to get some breathing room here for JSU as they have been hemmed in time and time and time again. Down 5. Currently up 1 in the series, but not going to be looking that way possibly in 30 seconds.
You're running out of time. It doesn't seem too possible to make the comeback, but at the very least, you could put yourself on the scoreboard and start to make that mental downer turn into a mental upper. Played off the back wall. Auburn don't seem like they're going to go for too much of a goal. They're just going to send it towards the net and just try to buy themselves some time. This break in between these maps, which is partly a break, to be told, may just be enough to give USA a bit of a breather after this tumultuous 5-minute session that has gone anything but their way.
Well, they just woke up into the wood chipper that was known as Auburn, and they have turned it around. Auburn Navy now tying the series up off the back of a 5-goal showing, and that is 3 of them coming off of Mango. That is a total of 17 shots coming out from Auburn, giving up 6. 6 is usually a lot, but 17. You can get 17 in a series, and you'll be like, dang, that was a best of 5. They won 3-0. Great series. They had a lot of shots. 17 in a game.
You say the ringer that is Auburn, the wood chipper, as you call it. Auburn is considered one of the most dangerous football stadiums in the country to play at. Jordan Hare is unbelievably tough for teams at. This isn't Jordan Hare.
No.
Auburn's pulling off a performance like this, right? This is in Birmingham. Yeah, they played their bowl game here the other year. That went terrible, so maybe bad memories.
We don't talk about
Auburn.
that. It's behind us. It's this purple wall.
It is behind us, but I am still scarred by that. I was at that game, so it was very unfortunate for us for that one.
Don't be sad that it's over. Just be sad that it happened.
Yeah, that's what it is. Just be sad that it happened. A good display, though, from Auburn to take that first match and just say, it's gone. It's not a problem anymore. We're going to put that behind us. Don't be sad that it happened. Just be happy. I don't know. Be sad again. We all sad. We're college people, right? I mean, it's what it's just classes. Hey, it's summer now, actually. We're all very happy. Yeah.
So it's the big thing is mentally reset. It's hard to reset, especially after getting beat like that. And it's hard to reset after winning like that.
Yeah.
And so just have that happy medium ground. Don't be too high. Don't be too low. You can be excited. You can be a little bit down. But you can't be too of either as Booman had an angle. Vroko rotated in time. Didn't know if his teammate was going to get there. Technically, he would have. But beautiful rotation. Understanding my teammate was in duress. Understanding the goalkeeper needed a hand. And they end up working like a cohesive unit on the defense. Even though you'd be like, oh, but they double committed. It was perfect because of the ball.
Keep in mind, Auburn took the advantage early by playing extremely fast right off the rip to get that first goal in the first 10 seconds. An attempt here by USA to the exact same thing, and unfortunately gets shut down and denied. If they could have gotten that, the tempo could have gone their way, but now they're in a state where they may still be in the mindset of over-aggressing. All 3 players are up on that side of the pitch. A hasty retreat made to go backwards, and Auburn set up a singer. Saved. Great play by Booman.
Set up a singer, but the microphone was not there, and the crowd was another arena. Booman, soft touch off the back. We're trying to follow it up here, Surf, and he cannot follow it. Booman wants it, but again, another touch. Vroko keeping it away, going left to right and right to left, having a great time dancing side to side. Mango, big 50, keeps it up in the air. Last man back to Saggy, but no real follow-up means no real pressure. Back into the midfield mix we go. A big touch towards the end, but USA can't follow it up. Trevor Surf can't follow either. Booman off the backboard, looking for something, but all he finds is Doi waiting.
Plays off that wall and fortunately goes straight to the side here of USA. Soggy has an opportunity to recenter this one back. Doesn't get enough of the bounce off that corner they were looking for, and the team is not ready for it. That will allow for Auburn to send this one back towards USA's goal, centered towards mid. Nobody high enough, and Vroko will have to tap this one back towards net, try and play for the next opportunity. Josh Mango sends this one forward, met by Asagi. It goes too high though. A demo by Josh to deal with Turf and Surf means one less defender on the board. But a quick respawn and Booman clearing that one to the opposing side of the pitch gives some safe space for USA, thankfully so.
Vroko catches it, sidewall play, just wanting to start this one all over. I mean, we're at 0-0. We're almost at the midway point. No one has scored, and it's not been glaring offensive or defensive opportunities. It's been solid plays. The bump opens the door, but again, the great rotations coming out from Auburn means they survive these aggressive pushes. Now Doi trying to break the pace here. He sees an open net, and that's going to be a goal because he sprung it. You see the overcommittance of this team dressed in orange, and there is no one home.
Great news. 1-0 is still a recoverable fact. It makes things so much easier for your team. 1 goal to tie it. You got so close. How many times during that first minute and a half? Play smart. Play the way you have it. I don't think you change anything up to this point. If they score again, then, you know, it's just 2-1 in the series. You still already have one. You play a different style when it comes to match 4. This one is still recoverable. They still have plenty of time to play smart, but they still have to play a little bit of defense, and it's there. Josh Mango with a granny shot like we called it earlier, saved by Turf and Surf, but they still haven't managed to clear it away from their side of the
Oh, that's a big demo. Vroko sets it up, but it can't be knocked down as Mango. Oh, no, find it. Now, Doi caught a bit too far at the field, but that one's not on. Kicking themselves has to be USA, as that open net is not going to show its face many times in this series, let alone again in this game probably. Turf and Smurf looking for us, and that's Asagi. Sets off the pick, but he picks his teammate and the opponent. Wait, Boomman still scored?
Still lying around. He was playing for, I believe, the attempt there to disrupt Vroko.
Vroko! So this happens because of the bump on the teammate. Vroko knew his teammate was getting bumped, but didn't know the shooter was going to end up getting bumped by his teammate. And so he wasn't expecting to clear. He was waiting for a shot, and so that he got desynced. He got thrown out of whack, and that is now an opportunity. Backboard play, open up the door, and Doi has to slam it shut. 97 seconds left in game number 3, and we are tied.
Keep the same play stop for USA. It's obviously worked. Gave you something. Maybe you say, hey, Auburn made a mistake, and that's set up for the goal, but it still set things up. You can play an entire strategy, a winning strategy, relying purely on the other team to make mistakes. We're in the collegiate scene. That's going to happen. Auburn has done plenty of those today already. It's just a matter of capitalizing. USA has had problems doing so. They've also had problems defending. Auburn have had an onslaught of attempts towards goals, with 17 attempts in that second match.
In game two.
Disgusting foray of what they're capable of on the offense. But one team strong on the offense, they tend to fall a little bit apart on the defense, and that's where USA are trying to poke a prod.
Trying to focus, but again, you can call it a mistake. I'd say it's more of a forced error. And that's what you want to see. You don't want to see a mistake just on its own. That was a forced error. Yes, it was a mistake that caused the mistake, but it was forced. And so now I'm wondering, in this kind of weird equilibrium, and they're going to find it again. The left corner is the bugaboo for USA. They get drawn in a second time, and no one's home.
I mean, overextending. Two players going for the same ball in the corner. They're just trapped, no communication, and it just gives Auburn possibly another whole match here with 35 seconds after the drought of goals that has been stringing throughout this match as a whole. You have to imagine it'll be very difficult for USA to come back from this one. They'll send two deep towards the offensive side of the pitch, one back towards defense. They'll clear this one back to their own sided corner, try to give themselves some space, but Auburn with a beautiful play down from Josh Mango. Unfortunately, if they were to go for that one, it would force their defender too far forward, and they're smartly going to avoid
It's
that.
just keeping it away right now, melting down the clock. Just stole 3 yards in a cloud of dust, Rocket League, just to milk this clock all that it's worth. Auburn still in control, still on the offensive third, and that is Vroko jumping in front of a teammate to make that cut and stall it with his rear. And now it is all 0 seconds. Turf and Smurf, soft touch, looking for Boomman. Flip reset denied. Asagi has 100 boost and needs ball control. Doi shutting it down, rotating back his Boomman, and again the sidewall is the call, but Vroko has the touch. Auburn Navy 2-1, like you said.
Man, they're holding on to that lead for now, and it was a dangerous game. You saw the pressure coming out from USA. They wanted to be as aggressive as humanly possible right off the rip. They said, Auburn did this to us last match. We can do it too. After we had already had that victory, we weren't allowed to relish in it. Auburn came firing right back. We need to bring the same level of strategy. And unfortunately, the apprentice can't copy the master. And Auburn showed right there they are the master. Wax on, wax off. You're going to go ahead and have to send yourself into another series because they are at the point, match point, series point here going into this final one. They get it for Auburn. It is done, and we're moving on to the next match.
Here's the big thing. Offensive explosion in Game 2. That was how Auburn wins. And then in Game 3, they win a very tightly contested defensive masterclass. And it wasn't like a showing of, oh, these are epic saves. These are plays that are being stuffed out. They were cut off at the legs. There was a total of 6 shots on the scorecard. 4 on one side, 2 on another. That is an insanely low shooting total where both teams were kind of in this awkward midfield dance of back and forth play of trading possession and not wanting to find the touches. And again, think about it. Auburn won 2-1, and they scored off of the same thing twice. Overcommitted into the far, if they're on the attacking side, far right corner defense, left corner of the third man stepping too far forward. You can't do that, especially like a team like Auburn, and you had them up against the ropes. I wonder if USA can clean that up and then force Auburn awkward again.
I think one thing I love about Auburn's defense is they're not playing defense close to net. They're playing defense at the midway point. They're playing defense far forward, and it's causing it, while there is a lot of defense support for Auburn, and it's stopping a lot of shots from taking place, no longer that 17 shot attempts we saw in match 2, it still means that they can keep the ball on USA's side of the pitch where the pressure adds up enough where mistakes or forced mistakes can happen, like you said before, and it leads to goals, which gives Auburn that trickling advantage they needed to secure, but it's not going to happen here. Beautiful demo leading into an assist off that sidewall and then finished securely right through the center.
Well, as Doi gets demoed and Vrokos bumps out of the way, Booman doing it all after off. That's kind of awkward touch back towards his own net. And so, again, uncharacteristic mistake, punished immediately. This time, Auburn is the recipient of it, and Booman and company up by 1. I believe it's the first time they've scored first in the series.
I believe so. I think maybe they did it in game 1.
They might have in game 1.
They did take the victory, so
In
ultimately
recent memory.
you can't do it. Right?
They didn't do it last game, so basically not this entire
Yeah,
series.
it doesn't matter.
I'm Rocket League mind. It's 5
Yeah,
minutes.
we
and
forget.
It's a race.
We forget the past. I forget 2 rounds prior when it comes to Valorant, and I just forget everything when it comes to R6. You take it as you can. Beautiful pinch from Josh Mango straight to center field. It slides very fast to the opposing side of the pitch. USA are now forced to clear that one. Turf and serve with a bounce down to the ground. And Booman to try to meet this one as Doi goes forward. Double demo to the side of USA, put towards center of pitch. It is easily cleared by Doi though, and that sets up Josh Mango with a play to the corner.
I like the idea coming out of the corner looking for a pass to clear. Double on the backboards. Need to be careful here, guys. Make sure we're communicating where we're at. Mango, backboard play, looking midfield. Vroko wants to go far post, but with so much net to shoot at, I don't know if he knew where he wanted to go with it, and so a little late on that turn to find the Mango. And so, looking, get it to fall. Vroko, unable to find the corner touch either, so a bit awkward here as Auburn is not gun shy. They're just kind of blindly firing and have been unable to find the mark.
Eventually a shot's got to hit the target, right? You send a whole
Even
clip
a blind
down away, and then something will hit the target at the end of the firing range. Whether or not the 5 minutes we have total in this match is enough to get that, who knows? They only have 3 minutes remaining, and all the shots I have sent have not found their way into the back of the nets. But
Can you
time
imagine?
obviously can change.
If every shot went to the back of the net.
Goodness, the 17 we had at match 2 would have been a ridiculous scoreline. We thought the JSU scoreline, where they dropped 21-22 over the course of those 3 matches, was a lot. They would do that more over the course of the whole thing.
So now we're rocking and rolling. Sagi still defending a 1-goal lead. Has it up in the air, chasing it here. Ends up backing off at a teammate. That's how you want to do it. A little flash, then give. Booman with such speed and such pace finds the goal.
Sagi had that boop off that wall, the extra jump to give them that space. Booman, you don't need a powerful shot, you just need one that's perfectly placed. And you couldn't ask for a better opportunity given to you. 2-0 the scoreline now. USA a fairly dominant lead here, something we have definitely not seen from them. Only seen from that Auburn side who had a glaringly large score differential in match 2. Maybe USA try to bring a little bit of their own luck their way. But they'll have to do so and more, as if they take this win, they'll have to play the full 5 matches.
Will be our first, perhaps 5 games split entirely. So, Doi, beat by Booman. He's following it up the wall. Vroko can continue to carry on this right-hand wall. Vroko wants to get a little bit of a pop, but he gets away from him instead. Booman can't find it, and so cutting back is Doi. Mango is there. Possible open net, but not enough on it. Trying to keep it close to his chest. Joy with a quick turn. Wants to find a soft touch and sneaks it through. 1-2 here is the scoreline as Auburn finds one.
It is a pace battle down the middle of the pitch. Doi had a little bit of an advantage on turf and surf, and will use that to send it through to the back of the net. The scoreline does differ only by 1. Something that, well, USA have been keen on keeping, but Auburn are still in this game for sure. Doi sitting down the sideline, maybe playing for a center bounce off that wall. Josh Mango will do so instead, but Dimmo in return. That's Doi off the board, forced to respawn back. Maybe saying thank you. Hey guys, I'm back on the defense. No need to rotate backwards.
No need to rotate backwards is Mango. Following it up, can't get it to go. Booman has control for now. Doi got caught up in the air early. Vroko. Midfield's got Doi to his right, flanking him. Mango behind.
Missed.
2v1. Pass midfield. Mango's there. He's going to catch up to it. It's going to be a tie ball game. 82 seconds left. Excuse me. And Josh Mango with equalizer.
That contention there from Asagi, not connecting whatsoever to that ball to send it astray, not finding any sort of bump or impact. It just leads your team to getting a goal opportunity. Now, great play from Vroko on that side corner. Getting the perfect play towards center field. Even better for Josh
him out
to
of
be
net.
there. Yeah.
He got Turf out of net, and that allows that opening to show up. And Turf being a little bit too antsy, too agitated, too excited to stay and wait, rest on his laurels, because we're in a 2v1. If you make the decision early, you're most likely going to pay if you don't find that 50, and that's what happened. Booman chases to keep it there. They had a 2-goal advantage in this game. It has evaporated. It has turned to dust, and it has gone away. This would be heartbreaking if you are this team in Orange. They find a way to get it to a lead and possibly force Game 5 and end up falling after dropping 2 in a row. Ugh.
And taking the lead early on
Yes.
in the series. Taking map 1, I won't say map 1, taking game 1, so to say. It's all different every esport you go to.
Exactly.
Taking game 1 and then falling 3 back-to-back would be an awful way to go about it, let alone giving up the lead.
Rocco.
In that final one. Gorgeous play from Rocco. Doi credited with the assist off that wall. We saw an attempt from USA earlier to bump the keeper, the sweeper in the net, and give them space off that corner. It didn't work. The player didn't get it hard enough, bounce in the corner, and it sent back the other way, and then since then Auburn kept up that just onslaught of pressure, and it just makes mistakes happen, and they can dunk it.
Old Turf trying to have the flip reset to make some magic happen. Credited with a shot, but has turned away at the last moment. Zag, midfield play, trying to follow it. Rocco putting a shot on Turf is there. 12 seconds left. They need to find something, but no real control on his momentum.
Ooh.
Now back the other way. Auburn pops one for the road, and that's not going to be turned in, but 3-2-1. It has to be a 0-second goal, and it's not going to be it. Auburn Navy off the back of an offensive explosion in game 2 and just dominant control. Not like scoring and just reigning over your opponent, but just understanding this is what the game's doing. This is where we need to be, and controlling it and kind of slowly choking them out.
Yeah, you know, having a background in martial arts, the build up to the initial submission, the final thing you want to do, it's more important than the rest of the battle,
Yes.
right? It requires steps, it requires movement, it requires putting your opponent where they don't want to be, but forcing them to do it themselves. You can't just manhandle your way through it. And I think for Auburn, their play style played into that really well. They played defense really forward. They were very quick to rotate. They would create opportunities, but they wouldn't always take the shot. They were willing to say, hey, guys, this may put us in a bad spot. Let's not risk it for the biscuits. We want the crown, not a crumpet at the end of the day.
Well, lo and behold, a great showing here by Auburn. Game 1 left a little bit to be desired, but 3 in a row makes it a 3-1 series. And so by that, we have now talked 4 of our 5 rounds here in groups. We are looking at perhaps finishing this up, see who makes it on. Remember, top 2 from each of these groups, 1 group of 5, 1 group of 4. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Foof. This is Infernosis. This is Main Stage 2023, and we have 1 more round coming up. We'll see you in a bit.
Okay, sounds great. You here often?
Yes, every day.
Ooh. Spending a lot of your time here.
I will attack you with this guy.
Ooh, wait, what's that stuff?
Check it out?
Yeah, actually, that sounds great. Oh, you get to paint, dude. That seems pretty cool. What do you guys sell here?
Oh yeah, well we do all kinds of tabletop games and trading card games, board games. We really specialize in all the games that you love the most.
Oh, wow. That sounds great. I'm going to have a look around.
Okay, perfect.
We would just have it up there. Everything's okay. It's just...
Man, I really like the stuff y'all have here. It's really nice, actually. I think it was, you were in the middle of your turn?
yes. Let's see. So I was going to play this guy by banishing these 2.
I see.
I will attack you with this guy.
How much? 25. Okay. Well, good game.
Thank you.
I got you.
You missed it? No.
black out the moon. I wait for you to come around. You got me dancing in the dark. I've closed my eyes, but I won't sleep tonight. Baby, you should come with me. I'll take you to the dark side. Me and you and me, do bad things in the nighttime. Baby, you should come with me, and we can kill the lights, hit the lights, let it black out, hit the lights, let it black out, oh. Blackbird, black moon, black sky, black light, black everything, black heart, black keys, black diamonds, black out, black everything, black everything, all black, everything, all black, everything, all black, everything, black. In a nocturnal state of mind, children of the night, but it's the only way of life. It's black holes pulling me inside of this black heart, the black soul underneath this black sky. Baby, you should come with me. I'll take you to the dark side. Me and you and me, do bad things in the nighttime. Baby, you should come with me, and we can kill the lights, hit the lights, let it black out, hit the lights, let it black out, oh. Blackbird, black moon, black sky, black light, black everything, black heart, black keys, black diamonds, black out, black everything, black everything, all black, everything, all black, everything, all black, everything, black. Baby, you should come with me. Me and you and me. Baby, you should come with me, and we can kill the lights, hit the lights, let it black out, hit the lights, let it black out, Blackbird, black moon, black sky, black light, black everything, black heart, black keys, black diamonds, black out, black everything, black everything, all black, everything, all black, everything, all black, everything, black.
Yes, you're very quite tough, always having bad luck. You think you're going crazy, look up, there's a new life waiting. Your head's buried in the sand, you've been dealt the wrong hand. Can't imagine how you feel, only you know that it's real. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. Because you are stronger. Yes, you are stronger. Because you are stronger. Yes, you are stronger. crazy. Look up, there's a new life waiting. Your head's buried in the sand. You've been dealt the wrong hand. Can't imagine how you feel. Only you know that it's real. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. Because you are a stronger. Yes, you are a stronger. Because you are stronger.
I remember when I saw you at the end of that night. I was looking for some trouble, you were looking alright. Every time you said a word, I was staring at your lips. I don't think I've ever been so close to a love like this. I never met someone like you. I never felt this way, ooh. We love, I would take potions. We love, I would cross oceans. All the hurt and the pain, you can take it all away. We love, take potions. I would take potions. Sipping on a little something, I've been sipping too much. I just pour myself a double and I'm thinking about us. Every time I see your face, I think of what I lost. How could all the little moments that we had be so far gone? I never met someone like you. I never felt this way, ooh. We love, I potions, all the hurt and the pain. You can take it all away, but your love, I would take potions. I would take potions.
Welcome back, everybody. The main stage continues. You're in my hands.
I wanted to do it with you. I wanted to do it with you.
I always do the
like,
same hand
there,
motion.
there. You know.
Yeah, we like that fun here. The stakes are high for this one. You call
They
it
are.
medium wear.
Medium wear. They
Medium
don't have a lot of wear on them.
I like Mine Factory new. I made that joke
You
already,
did.
but
You did.
do it on camera as well. Might as well not ruin the
You know,
joke. You know?
yeah.
Let more people hear it.
Battle scarred. That's a different game
We
entirely.
highly value
We do.
the main stage performance
We
here.
do.
And this one matters.
It does. This is huge. This is looking back at Group 1 or Pool 1 of 5 teams. It has been a long 4 rounds so far.
Yeah.
And right now we're looking at this UAH team that is 3-0 going up against you have the Crimson Tide in the blue. We have put them in blue both times. I don't know
Yeah.
if that's like a production thing or, you know.
I would think the Chargers would be in blue considering it's UAH and that's like their main color.
That's why we couldn't do it,
It's
so
gonna
no
be
one has it.
extremely confusing for me considering I'm from Huntsville and now I'm just going to immediately connect those colors. Despite being
Ooh.
colorblind myself. JMP able to fake a shot on goal. Exposition and good credited with that save, rightfully so. Another one sent towards the back of the net. Saved once again
Oh,
by
what a
Aurora.
touch!
But
Save!
how many times can players get in front of the net and keep that ball out of it?
Chan thought he could sneak it through, but the defense stands up to the test of time. And so, both teams have opportunities and have been turned away by very good saves. So offense is good, defense has been better right now. Big 50 pushed it through. Chan is there, but no, he's not. Josh off the crossbar and in.
How perfect of a play. Bardowski is the term used in soccer/football.
He called bank.
Go ahead, City. He called bank. This is a game of pig, and now it's already up to the fee. You got to match that one and do a lot better for your second. It's going to be up in the air.
That was a big win on kickoff, but the cheater was not ready for such a big victory on that. Josh wants followed up. He's already got one. He's got 2. And that's such a quick start here. UAH does not want to leave anything a chance.
Josh with the 2 for sending it. There's the eye. One more, and it's a sore loser created. 2-0 starts, not even 2 minutes off the clock. Now, not the 40-second score margin and
Not
more that came out from JSU, but you got to be at
close.
that level to face off against them because, like we said, you don't want that tie. You got to do a lot better than that.
Right now, Exquisition and company relishing in this offensive pressure that they have found, enjoying the lead, and Solution has it resting on his nose, very calm, very confident. This is where they found a lot of success in the last series that we saw them in was this slow play. But right now, Josh and company, they were willing to stand and just wait till they saw the whites of their eyes before they blinked, making the defensive stand, not overcommitting, and knowing that that is the MO. Arduous waiting under his teammate. There's a big-time save there from Solution to keep it only at a 2-goal deficit. Man, oh man, this offense is roaring for the Chargers.
You see the idea coming to fruition from Alabama, and ultimately it's going to be a dangerous one to really try over and over again once it gets keyed in on. We obviously have seen that it has been. You can allude it to, unfortunately, a team that has beaten Alabama off the back of that strategy. Auburn, with both Cam Newton, their old strategy back in college days. They would just push him. They would line up on the line and push him into the end zone, and that's exactly what Alabama are attempting. I don't think you want to use your #1 collegiate rival, a strategy straight out of their playbook, and it's not working. Another goal in the back of your net. The Chargers climb to 3, and that's G, you're out.
Please someone clip that tangent. I need to come back for a sound bite. But, ladies and gentlemen, 3-0 run here, and the Chargers are in full effect. They are out and racing. Again, Chan with a long shot, but Squidgen has the save, and that is Solution again trying to force it through. It's the Barry, but it's understanding that that was in the mix. There was an opportunity to be found, but the defense ready. Dug their heels in. Solution last man back. He's going to stay alive, but no, it's an own goal coming off. Josh is 4 for 4, and he has 5 saves. This is just the Josh show.
Josh all day. It was Josh Mellon. Now we're here once again with just Josh. What more can you ask for a single name? Maybe the one Scott to be finally getting some limelight, but unfortunately it just will never come true. Apparently Scott's our talent.
Well, right now it is all systems go. It is running like a well-oiled machine if you are the UAH Chargers. They are rolling right now. Chan and company need to find an answer. I'm going to stop leaning on this desk. I've done it 7 times today. It has wheels, and it still has wheels. Arduous Water has wheels as well, and that's a goal for them.
Great segue.
That's a segue. Well, no, that's a stick with 2 wheels.
That's true. Actually, a lot of them nowadays have no stick. Just wheels.
No, it's called hoverboard.
No, they still call Segway.
No.
That was their initial name when that release was Segways.
Well, gotta say.
I think hoverboard is a lot cooler.
Right?
I think that's why they
doesn't
changed
really
the name.
hover, though.
Yeah, it doesn't. The future is not now, folks. And unfortunately, the past is something we don't look upon too kindly. And if you're the side of Alabama, you may not look upon this one too kindly either. Once the final 60 seconds here elapse, and the scoreboard will reflect still, if it holds true, in favor of the Chargers.
Well, past is all that really can matter in a series like this. And you got to let moments that have been bad go past, and you can't let the good moments go past. You have to stay on the offensive attack. And Alabama has not had too consistent of an offense push. They had a couple early on, immediately found themselves down by multiple goals, and then just kind of got stuffed into this net. Exquisition sees the far corner, pulling the trigger just outside of the box, 5-1.
Caught a sniper shot. Bear. You know what I ordered? Yeah, really fancy. It said it's the fancy cutlery. We ran out of the plastic stuff. Hey, all for not using plastics and reusable things, but getting handed a metal fork was the last of my anticipated things to be handed. Either way, wonderful selection of shots that came out from Josh, and obviously wonderful selection of goals from them. Huge emphasis on the saves. What was that? 6 total saves?
No, 10. On the side of UAH. Six by one player. But again, the issue is you're going to look at this, folks, as you see it right now for a little bit longer. That is only 6 shots on the side of UAH. They gave up 13. No, 12. They give up 12. You can't give up double the amount that you take and win many games, but it's because their volume was later on. They allowed a lot of pressure early. They built a strong defensive stand in the first minute and a minute and a half. Got a 2-goal lead, and then slowly flipped the pressure. It felt like kind of an old boxing match where instead of going out all aggressive, tiring the guy out in the first 2 rounds, and then starting to catch back up and win it by points in the back.
From Tyson to Muhammad, right?
Yes.
That's the idea. We make
That's
a lot
reverse.
Of sport.
That's in reverse. Tyson was newer than Muhammad, you know?
That's true, but the idea is there.
That old school Ali, the rope of dope. I thought about that.
I didn't in the corner and everything. Yeah, we make a lot of sports references here, but I'm sure eventually these esports gamers will understand.
At some point,
maybe
we'll
Google them as well. You'll eventually find it out. We try to make them as obvious as possible. You talk about taking as many opportunities. I want to point out the interesting strategy that Alabama had brought to the table, just trying to bury it and trying to brute force their way down midfield into the goal. I think the counter to that came out from the Chargers was beautiful. They would send one player to meet, so they would fall victim to that strategy, but they wouldn't be the victim. They'd put a player over the top to take advantage of the bounce that when it would pinch and go high, they could clear it away.
Well, and this is going to be a goal through Josh as so what happened actually in the server is he's going to stay on the ground. That was a miss coming out from Solution. He just gets a soft touch. From what we saw him mentally push the ball into the net as it bounced.
Rise, and we can hear them celebrating in the background. This is hardly a room. It's mostly just 4 walls. And
that don't go up to the ceiling.
Yeah, it's crazy. But you like it because you can hear the players celebrating, and Alabama was really pumped after that goal.
I like this shot that we had going on there. That sweeping angle of the old director cam. I wish it would have given to us a little bit longer. Okay. Finding one was arduous technically. Again, wizardry on our end.
Found a little bit astray for the time being. Sent back towards UA's side. No effective impulse found. Slightly centered up again from Aurora, and Exquisition puts it high, but there's just not a good enough angle. They don't get the drop they wanted to put it towards net.
He's hunting for Chan, and Chan missed. That really threw him off. Floor pinch keeps it forward. Chan throwing it off to the side. Aurora, again, pushing back the other way. The old left to right, right to left Solution. Soft touch in the corner, knows he is the last man right now for his team. Has 100 boost, wants to push it forward. Has Chan. Chan wants the shot, cannot get it to fall. Solution Newcomer sitting right at midfield. They were able to score off the triple commit last time. I don't think we'll see it too many times more in this series on either side, but still 1-1 here, just over 100 seconds left, and wondering who can break this tie in game number 2.
If at first the shot does not succeed, try again.
Try again.
And that's kind of the game plan from Alabama. The issue is it's also the definition of
Square
insanity.
peg, round hole.
Yeah. It's the definition of insanity. Keep doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result.
It's working right now.
Diversify your attacks.
No.
Diversify the shots.
Halfback dive to the
least.
left every play.
All right. Well, I mean, if this was NCAA 14, that may work. This is Rocket League.
And
it's
that
a little bit different.
Exquisition, please.
There it is.
Okay. Has an open net and was caught a little bit behind the ball here. You're going to watch it catches his nose and pushes right. And so he has to run up to it, has enough boost and momentum to stay with it. I was worried because I have missed too many of those in my time playing.
Sure.
And sitting at 71 seconds left, 2-1 here in game number 2.
I can never. Though my dad blames it all on me all the time.
Okay.
It is what it is. Shots to hopefully connect for UA. That's the game plan here. They can't just take the same straightforward attempts over and over again. They need to start playing a lot more together when it comes to these pushes. They have strategy when it comes to that brute force method. Where's the strategy for passes? It's non-existent. Play through the side, gets a little bit too hard of a touch, and it plays too hard to the corner. This one allows for the side of the Chargers to send this towards Alabama. Finally a soft touch and buried once again. And who else but Josh to send it home and all but guarantee.
Josh was a little quiet in this game, and we've been waiting to call his name out, and just makes the perfect touch, tilting that car up in the air. The soft touch to tuck it in. Bed pillows, nice warm milk in the glass. All good. 3-1 scoreline here with 42 left, and Alabama possibly going to be down 2-0 and series point. They're not careful.
Bit of a straight touch off the wall. Marauders will get this one a little bit closer towards the back of the net. Squeezing will clear it quickly, though, and this now moves and pressures towards that Alabama side. A straight touch once again, and leads up to a pretty good play coming out from Alabama, but with that unfortunate
teammate, Josh.
detonation, you have one less teammate to work with. And what a boom there by Josh. Greatly assisted by the Fang, I'm sure, but it looked impressive, so we'll call it out nonetheless.
Yep, so on our side, we'll see teleporting around, but it was just running up the wall, very stock stuff. Solution got caught, and he's going to have the dunk, but it stays out. No 4-1 scoreline.
Not my Josh.
And maybe it's not your Josh, but that one goes down, and UAH making it a 2-0 start. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you remember, they are currently 3-0 in groups. Could be going 4, but what that spells for Alabama, if they drop this next game, they are done. They have to win. They need to find some way to pull this back. It is all eyes on this Crimson Tide unit to turn this around. And I want to see a 3-way tie. I want to figure out how it breeds. I'd love to see that.
Yeah,
Again,
you do, but I don't think the Chargers are really looking for that.
Are you kidding me? Then I could actually just spam. This is spam. That we could do best of ones to determine it. But neither way, here nor there, we are in a moment of suspension, of kind of holding our breath, seeing if UAH can close it out. Another 10-goal game or 10-shot game from them. 10-goal game. My God, could you imagine?
Oh my
but
goodness.
offense.
We didn't have to. JSU did it earlier.
They tried. Remember?
They got close.
They got 8.
Yeah, that's pretty close.
If they'd got 9, I could have rounded up. But
it's closer to 10 than it is to 0.
It is in some ways. But
in every way.
No, not in every way. If you say it's closer to. I'm just going to stop talking here, as my brain went further than my mind wanted to go, and we don't know to even go on that long tangent because, ladies and gentlemen, cars are already on the field. 5 minutes is getting ready to be put onto a clock. Still Foo, still Infernosa, still the main stage 2023. This is possibly the end of groups. This is maybe the end of the line for the University of Alabama Crimson Tide journey this weekend if they do not find a win here in game number 3.
Crimson Tide bring the heat early. They go for a demo, and it creates some space, but they can't act off of it. Josh with the high tide shots cleared away. Great use there by Alabama. Now it's going to be up in the Chargers' court, trying to get this one back on their side of the pinch. Crimson Tide with no one back in goal. They'll have to retreat one player, pivot for a safety net. LeChan taking a poor touch that centers a great opportunity. but Exquisition cannot get it secured into the net as Solution with a wonderful save just in time.
Solution looking for a team at midfield, but Exquisition with a quick turnaround slows it all down. Aurora putting it up high. Exquisition back pass looking for Aurora. Aurora keeps it for him. He's got Josh behind him. A little bit of a fake, a little bit of flash and go. Chan already is that third man. They had a 2v2 and it turned into a 2v3. Chan going for the little bit of a delay on the back foot. Can't get it to fall. Exquisition looking for a near post play. Sets it off slow. Following aggressively is Aurora, but Arduous is there. This game is on a dangerous point of equilibrium. The Fulcrum perfectly in the middle of both teams teeter back and forth like a seesaw, but neither dropping yet.
Poor touch there. Pinched between the two players to the side of the Chargers makes things difficult as the ball goes astray to their own back corner. Thankfully able to make some adjustments, now able to make some jukes, and Exquisition's on for goal, lines up Josh, and who else but to bury it home once again, giving the Chargers the lead they've oh so wanted and mostly gained in every one of these series so far as they are at the gates of victory. Valhalla calls.
Founding another one there. Josh makes his name known and stays on top of it. 3:35 left, not a minute.
Goes drops too quickly. I will force the Chargers
Good
back
bump.
to a more defense. Huge play. Chan, though, with a centered position, cleared away quickly by the Chargers and perfectly set in stone. No one there to follow through, though. Josh, rightfully so, at least clearing it past their pitch. Exquisition down in midfield. They center the ball towards the center of their net. Too big of a problem when Josh is ready to send it! And it's exactly what it does. A perfect touch to line it bottom corner of that goal. And you cannot ask for a better touch here to get it just past Chan, just in time. Clean through that net.
8 seconds above the midway point, a 2-goal lead. Back on the kickoff here, Solution versus Aurora. Chan and company need something, and they need it now. Down a pair as we crest the midway point and possibly the last game of this series. In the last game, Alabama will be playing this weekend at the main stage officially. Chan and company still knocking on the door. Something we wondered, we harped on, we have talked about all year at the SEL is consistency for this team. And that has been their mantra, going up and down and up. They are down, but maybe they can find a way to bounce back up. But it all starts with some solid teamwork, good communication, and a positive touch.
Like a phoenix rise from the ashes, but you've got to be ready to burn a little bit first. 2 minutes left to burn on the clock. Plenty of time to find a goal and hopefully two into the back of the net for Alabama.
Love the
ball
slow.
goes a little bit high. It's a perfect slow play. An interesting idea, but it's only capitulated a point further for the side of the Chargers as a cheeky touch goes high, almost in, as Aurora was just barely denied by Solution. The defense readily there. Chan with an opportunity to send that one on a play, but it's like Arduous Waters sent themselves back a little bit too far, and there's not really anyone there to act off of that, and that will just set up another play here for the Chargers.
Good pass, keeping it forward off the backboard, no double, but Josh keeps it alive, keeps it moving. That's a dangerous touch. So the ball bounces back out. Alabama in good position here. Chan, 1v2, he's got a lead blocker, but Josh intercepts, cutting it off with enough momentum, enough pace to stay with it. Solution can't find the touch. Exquisition climbing, carrying it high, wants one more touch to go, but it's not going to go in. Chan flips the field. It's going back. Josh defending on the backboard, not allowing any waterfalls. Solution and company, it is now or never, fellas. 60 seconds left. Exquisition, an open net, just going to let a teammate roll through it. It ends up bouncing off the left. This is teleporting around. We expected more, but again, controlling the ball, controlling the pace. A goal would have felt good, but still, clock moves forward.
Alabama had a
middle of your screen has been running this game from beginning to end.
4 seconds left. Is it theoretically possible?
It's theoretically possible until I saw what I saw, and so right now it is kind of a victory lap around for UAH as they are going to be undefeated in this groups. They are moving on. JSU, the second team, moving on as they should be alone in that 3-1 position. So out of Group 1, one team that we saw here, UAH, moving on. JSU, I don't have updates from the other, but we'll be posting about them, I know for sure, on Twitter to keep you guys updated. But man, oh man, that series had me wanting a little bit more. But Alabama ran out of gas at the end of the day.
Yeah, you got to have that boost. Got to make sure you're collecting yourself and collecting those orbs across this pitch.
That boost too.
Yeah, it helps.
It helps. But
it boosts the ego as well occasionally. You can get that fat dub at the end of the day. I'm pretty sure that the Chargers are fairly happy with their performance. You not only took a victory here, but that was your 4th one to go undefeated in the day, and that is an impressive statistic.
It's a big run.
We have here.
But the big thing about a big run when you head forward into a day like tomorrow where it becomes playoffs, 1 loss and you're out.
Yeah.
And so that's the big thing. It's actually, I'm really glad why you're here, because this is the end of the stream as we're getting ready to close it all out, because we do have Valorant finals coming tomorrow, and this is going to be this fine gentleman here and Mick running it back.
Just normal Mick.
Just a great show all together. Got to watch all these teams play today. Do you have any insights into what you're expecting to see tomorrow? Do you have any favorites? I know this is a little tough for you here. I put you on the spot.
All right, listen, my alma mater is UNA. It is the main stage, but unfortunately, I have to give the nod over to UAB. Though my heart tears in twain,
good.
UAB is by far the best-looking team so far in the Valorant scene for main stage today, and for one of the best teams in the Valorant scene in general. They are beyond impressive. They came in today and said, we're going to win this game, and said, wait, no. We didn't mean game. We meant it all. We're taking the dub. And that
event day 1. And so we'll see you guys tomorrow at the same time. That's a wrap, guys. Man, what a show. Wait. Are you still here? You are still here. What are you doing? The day's over. We just saw 2 teams move on. We've got Valorant finals tomorrow. Get out of here. We'll see you then. Bye.